And we're live on YouTube, and I'm here with my friend JC. And what we're going to talk about is my name is John, by the way, and my channel is Eternal Extrapolations. I keep forgetting to do a proper introduction, but like that, and even say the date. The year is 2023, and it's the 25th of February. And we're going to be talking about a massive subject. Every subject we talk about seems to be far too much to cover, even in the 3, 4, sometimes 5 hours. We've gone more than 5 hours that we've allotted to ourselves to talk about. Um, I'm just, and so even though I feel that I am not nearly prepared enough, it's something that I've wanted to talk about for a long time. So a small subset of it, maybe. I just called it Moon as well because I wanted to be able to go anywhere we want with it, but I want to start specifically with a piece of footage which I found a while ago and was blown away by, and it appeared to be, or it purported to be, Stanley Kubrick recording a confession to some unknown interviewer as to, yes, indeed, how he really faked the moon landings and the reasons why he did it, and it all sounds, and like who approached him to do it, and what was in it for him, and what was his moral feeling on it then and now, and all this sort of stuff. And the whole interview seemed very plausible. I mean, even if it didn't look like him, which, and again, I mean, I'm looking at it kind of going, I don't know Stanley Kubrick that well. And of course, most people don't, because he became a recluse, quite early on, and he moved to London, and he didn't actually take interviews. So it wouldn't be generally well known what he might have looked like in the late 90s or early 2000s. But I just still couldn't understand why people weren't remarking on this video very much. I mean, that if it was fake, at least there should be a lot of videos saying how fake it was. But if it was real, then that should be the only thing that people should be talking about. That's how I felt. So, one way or another, I just couldn't understand why people weren't talking about it. Now, there's another aspect, of course. I mean, JC is a great guy to have here because people maybe they're sick of talking about it, but a lot of people who've looked into the whole moon landings thing are probably aware that there's a huge Masonic aspect to it. That it seems that every astronaut was a Freemason, and that there's pictures of them in all their sort of lambskin aprons and all this sort of stuff, and that even I think it might have been Alan Shepard, and it might have been Apollo 14, maybe it was Apollo 12, maybe it was Apollo 12 playing golf on the moon, just to try and pep up the ratings a bit, that he might get the PGA Augusta type of audience interested in the moon, because maybe they felt that after Apollo 11 and they landed on the moon, they sort of went, yeah, well, we've done it now. Let's go on to the next thing. And they weren't going to be interested in any other kind of landings unless it was landing on Mars or some other planet. That very quickly the moon became old hat. So there was an idea maybe that they had to maybe for Apollo 13 as well inject a sense of jeopardy into the whole thing. That they mightn't get back. You always have to have that kind of a story arc. And of course, there's a play on words, and that there's a parabolic arc going from the Earth to the moon, and they have these, amazing computational devices that they had, like the electronic age, as they thought they were in the 1960s, calculating the parabolic arcs that they'd have to leave the Earth from in order to get to the moon. Anyway, that's a very long, meandering introduction, and it just shows how quickly you can go off into tangents. But I'm here with my friend JC, and no better man to help discuss these things, because not only does he have I'll use the word perspicacious type of insight, or whatever the same word. He's got just the right, I suppose, background, having been in the Freemasons for a long time, and a member of the Order of the Knights Templar. But for many years now, he has been a member of the Orthodox Church of Russia outside of Russia. Long introduction. I'll let him say a few words, and what he might think then about the idea that Stanley Kubrick did indeed help fake the moon landings, either somewhere in a Hollywood basement or somewhere in either Nevada or New Mexico air base. So hello, JC. Good to be talking to you again. Say a bit about maybe why being an ex-Freemason would be relevant here, and what your thoughts might be on Stanley Kubrick vis-a-vis the moon landings.
Well, it's a strange thing because, you know, it's hard for us to verify pretty much any of this because you're talking about things that are off planet, you know, and like you said, Kubrick was a very reclusive man who didn't, associate with very many people at all, and all these kind of different things. And then on top of that, you have the fact that we have deep fakes and everything else that we have to deal with these days. And I suspect that you're like going to bring up some other things like later on that like will play into that, like showing how things can, be faked and how we can be fooled. You know, but at the same time, like I know enough about radiation in space and the lies, other lies they've told and things like that that make me very much make me doubt that we actually went to the moon back then. Could it be done today with the technology we have today? Maybe that's possible. I don't know. you know we could be that advanced at this point and we just haven't done it. I can't say for sure. What I can say is that they're hiding an awful lot, and surely they would, because like most professionals, like uber professionals here in the United States and other places, folks at NASA are going to be mostly, Freemasons or affiliated in some way. I mean, most know about Operation Paperclip, where you had, the Black Sun worshiping Nazis get brought over to and brought into NASA as well, and woven into our governmental structure and everything else. But on top of that, you have the fact that pretty much since this country's founding, the highest paid professionals in the country are going to belong to one Masonic lodge or another. It's just one of those things that surgeons, athletes, actors, judges, police officers, and then you get to the military, and the military is going to be one of the number one, the Air Force specifically is going to be one of the number one places that that NASA recruits from. And the military is ate up with Freemasons. Well, not only Freemasons, but for a long time, straight up Satanists and Luciferians like Michael Aquino, who, like, was quite high ranking. So yes, it very much does apply, and like every other governmental agency, they use the very same tactics from the Masonic Lodge to do what they do. That's where they got all this stuff from. That's where, people have heard of George Washington and, his Culpeper spy ring. Well, where did he get that from? He got it from the Templars and the Masonic Lodge and the ciphers they do. All this stuff is interrelated. So NASA very much does play into that whole thing. And, from my perspective, I think mostly what NASA does is design weapons for the military and high-tech stuff to surveil you and I, rather than trying to figure out how to go to the moon. That's my 2 cents anyway.
Well, thanks very much for your 2 cents, and I think you're going to have a few more contributions as well. Look, I'll just say as well, if anybody's in the stream there, and if they can hear us, if they can let us know if the audio is okay. As with doing these things live, I'm never sure whether there might be a problem with either my computer or JC's or the bandwidth on either of our ends or anything else. And just today, I'm not very sure that I have sort of a strong connection. Like what's coming through on my end isn't good audio, but that could just be a problem on my end. So let me know if anybody's in the chat there, if it's coming through okay. Now, so having said that, just want to concentrate on the subject matter at hand. I'd like to let everybody know that, as I pretty much always try to do, I try to put everything that I think we might talk about, especially links to videos that we might refer to so that you can watch them at your leisure. I've put a lot of links to different videos and some articles in the description of this video. If there are any that come up during our conversation that I haven't put in there, I'll add to it, and I may as well end up putting a pinned comment in the YouTube comments. Although bear in mind that they're not always successful. Even if I might be the owner of the channel and pin the comment, still sometimes they're not visible, even if you sort by newest and whatever else. So the description, at least these days, still YouTube seems to allow you put whatever you like in there. I have put a link to some of the things which JC sent me during the week for my viewing, and because I haven't seen everything to do with the moon landings. There's always something you haven't seen. Now, vice versa as well. I think what I'm going to try and play is something that JC didn't see before, but he would have heard of the idea that Stanley Kubrick played this. Now, maybe JC would have seen it at some point in the past. I'm very curious to know if anybody's seen it before. If they haven't, what do they think of it? Yeah, as far as the, I suppose I was going to get on to skip ahead and sort of talk about a few other things that JC sent me there, which I hadn't seen. But I suppose we can go through them bit by bit. What I want to try and do, I suppose, for starters here in a way, and that's why I'm talking about the bandwidth, is play a bit of this video, and we'll see if it plays okay, and then we'll pause it after a little bit, and we'll comment on it. As I say, I don't know if it's real. I don't know whether people will look at it and kind of say, oh, that's definitely not Stanley Kubrick, or whether that is. I mean, I do think that it looks like him, although I'm not a Stanley Kubrick aficionado, and I know some people would know everything about him. I remember reading in a comment section that a Chinese guy said, oh, he's watched every Stanley Kubrick, he's the biggest fan, watched every Stanley Kubrick interview there ever has been, and he can say for sure, he's no doubt that that's Stanley Kubrick. But at the same time, he says, most Europeans kind of look alike to me anyway, being Chinese. So, like, what good was that? Anyway, JC, I'll try playing this for a minute or so. We'll see how we go. Until there's something maybe that I think I will have to pick up on that, and then I'll get your thoughts on it. Is that okay?
Sounds good to me, bud.
Okay.
I was gonna say, like, why not CNN but who cares? White Choose Right is about a future movie or something coming out, or
no?
Okay.
It's not about any movie. It's not about the movies I've made in the past. It's a confession of sorts.
Okay. I mean, about you cheated on your wife, you plagiarized.
I would never do that. No.
Plagiarized something.
It's about a movie I made that nobody is aware of, even though they've seen it.
Okay.
Is that intriguing? Do I have you intrigued?
Well, I mean, see if I understand what you said. It's about a movie you made, no one knows you made. Is that what you said?
That's right. It's a production.
Like, some of you put, like, you didn't put your name on it? Like, at the end, you put, like, a fake name?
Oh, no. I made it.
Like Alan Smithy, like that?
That's right. Thing? No, I didn't. There was no name put on it.
Why? Why would there be no credits? What do you mean?
Because there are some things that you just can't put your name on.
Okay.
I perpetrated a huge fraud, which I am now about to detail.
Okay.
Involving the United States government and NASA.
All right.
And I'm sure you've heard the rumors.
The moon landing hoax?
That's right. That the moon landing was fake. The moon landings all were fake. And I was the person who filmed it.
You're serious? Okay.
I am serious. I'm dead serious.
Because I only have this certain amount of time with you, and I'll talk about whatever you want. This isn't some type of joke or
no, it's not
film within a film thing.
It's not a joke. Nope.
Okay.
The conspiracy theorists were right on this occasion.
Why?
I don't know about Paul McCartney's death, but this they were right about.
Okay. Why in God's name would... I don't know what to ask you first. Why the hell if you're telling the truth, why would you do it? Why are you telling me? I mean, what the?
Don't you think it's important for people to know the truth?
Yeah, I got. Yes,
They
certainly.
had a massive fraud, an unparalleled fraud perpetrated against them. They should know.
Okay.
I mean, they're already suspicious of the government. They may as well have their suspicions confirmed
Okay.
and justified.
And this, why now? I mean, we're almost at the 30-year anniversary. What took so long? Why, if this is true, why?
I won't go into that. It has to do with personal.
Okay.
Evolution and influences.
And well,
I'll go into that.
Is that why you look a little haggard right now? Because you look a little worn. No offense. Like.
Well, also, yeah, because I haven't been taking care of myself too well. I've been drinking a lot, but.
Is that because of the stress of this?
Of course, stress, guilt, just conflict of all kinds.
Wow, I mean, so you feel bad about this, clearly. I mean, this is not.
I do feel bad about it. I also feel proud of it. It's a terrible conflict.
Well, I'll pause it there for a minute, JC. What do you think so far? Not just about, I suppose there's a certain element of candidness here. The attitude of the interviewer, as well as Stanley Kubrick here. He's conflicted about it. What do you think?
It's, I don't know. I don't know who the interviewer is, what his relationship to Kubrick is, or how he would have gotten the interview, etc. With no backstory, it doesn't give me a whole lot to go on as far as the way they're talking to one another, because that would most certainly, explain a lot as far as like how a dynamic between two people is going. But he's talking about he has a short time with him, all that. Well, that makes sense, but there are some things that seem, he seems really candid. Like maybe he's been drinking, a little bit, before the interview or during or both. And on top of that, there's, I don't know, it's hard to say because I don't know how Kubrick really, would have acted, behind scenes. I've seen interviews with him, but you don't really get a sense about what somebody's like in an interview, especially a mainstream interview where he's talking to a reporter, etc. So I don't really know what to think other than, I'm sitting here looking for, any kind of cue I can think of to dismiss it, as far as, I'm looking for anywhere where his hair might clip through his shirt or anything like that, where it might tell me it's a deep fake or something of that nature, all that kind of stuff. He could be a lookalike. I've just been racking my brain trying to think of all the different ways someone could do this in order to mess with the conspiracy researching community. They're always trying to poison the well, and they're always trying to put red herrings out there and, get people to start hollering about lizard people and flat earth and etc. So, it's really hard to say. I wish I could get a hold of an original file and get it to somebody who analyzes digital video and things like that to tell me if it's been tampered with.
Yeah, it almost has the quality of, well, it kind of does have the quality of like the found footage, video. It's just presented as is with no chain of custody, as you might say, no provenance, or no knowledge of its provenance. And the other thing is that you don't know exactly how old it is. I mean, the video claims to have been recorded in 1999. That's what the sort of very Microsoft movie maker type of title looks like at the beginning. Recorded in 1999, but I think they claim that it was released in 2014, so that it would be released after his death, according to his wishes. So that his family wouldn't be either persecuted by the public or disappeared or given hassle by the CIA or whoever was charging with keeping the secrets. The other thing then is that it's unclear whether the video is being recorded in secret, because that's what it kind of looks like, as if you'd hide a camera in the bag, have it not zoomed or have it zoomed in too much, and so that you're trying to make Stanley think that it's just you're not sure whether what you're watching is something that Stanley Kubrick, if it is him, thinks is just a private conversation, or whether he thinks that he's actually putting something down on the record. Because even though he's sort of saying, oh yeah, well, I need to come clean and all that, this is the kind of video you'd see if it was a hidden camera. And there seems to be some unusual type of framing of his face where his whole head isn't in the whole field of view the whole time. And also there's some kind of unusual blurring that happens. And I've seen it likened to, or somebody called it, image stabilization. Then, you'd wonder, why would his camera be moving around then? I don't know. But do you want to say a bit more on that, and then I'll press forward with a bit more of the video?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I noticed that strange effect where it almost looks like, okay, the film's running and it almost looks like something's been pressed up against the back of the film and it kind of moves and undulates and then it passes on by. It's a really strange effect, almost like the picture's being distorted. And, it is weird, and that's kind of what I was alluding to with the, looking for things like that, and his hair clipping through his shirt or anything like that that might tell me that it's been tampered with. It just, and like you said, the way that it's framed up, he's sitting there kind of like, you'd expect like in one of those old LA noir films with the detective sitting in his office with just a desk lamp on at like 2 a.m. drinking whiskey,
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. If it was a video that he was aware was being recorded, and like he says, I feel guilty about it, I want this to be released after my death, then he knows he's being recorded. And Stanley Kubrick, being the person who wanted to be a perfectionist as far as, I suppose most famously, the dialogue that his actors said. But, you would imagine, people sort of said there's nothing in any of the frames of his videos that is there by accident. People have done many videos showing the lengths of great detail that he goes to that you wouldn't get to see until many years later, that you could pause and zoom in on Blu-ray. So why would he allow something to be shot in such poor light and framed so poorly? It doesn't really make much sense. It doesn't wash with the character. But as we go on, I think we'll see that a lot of the things that he's saying, it rings true what he's saying, like as to the motivations and the events that would have or could have motivated him to collude with, let's say, the CIA as a branch of NASA or whatever, to concoct the idea of moon landings for whatever reason, Right, will we move on and play a bit more and comment on the next bit?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Because you've pulled off one of the greatest hoaxes ever because of
and because I made a film, if you want to call it a film, which I consider to be my masterpiece.
And you can't take credit or even talk about it
Well,
you are now.
I'm hereby taking credit for
right, but you can't actually go out. You're doing, when people see this,
you'll
be dead.
Until 10 years.
Right,
15
or 15, yeah.
After my death.
So you can't talk to Roger Ebert about it. Does that frustrate you?
I have to pay the consequences for the decision that I made many years ago to go along with this.
Like a deal with the devil.
It's Faustian, to be sure.
And is that why you got such power in Hollywood? I mean, that would explain that.
Why I have the freedom I have, that was part of it, yes.
So they said, do this moon thing and we'll give you...
When I made Spartacus, I didn't have this kind of freedom.
Right.
But I have it now.
So what came first, the genius or the fraud?
What NASA's doing?
Well, what came first, the genius or the fraud? I mean, did the fraud enable the genius, or was the genius released
by the fraud?
I'd like
to think the genius came first.
Right.
But some frauds are hard to bypass, especially if you have an ego and you're an artist and you're presented with a challenge, the likes of which you've never seen and will probably never see again. You don't even think of the morality of it. You're just completely swept away by the flattery of it and the juices inside you, which make you want to do it as the artist you are innately. You don't think of anything else.
What a conflict. I mean, gosh, I can't imagine being presented with that opportunity. On one hand, I really would want to do it, but then I'd probably say, well, I'm committing a crime and lying. And
it depends, but my guess would be, no, you if you're good, you would do it. I discussed this with Levinson, Barry Levinson.
Right.
I discussed it with...
oh, he made Wag the Dog, right? Yeah.
Yes. Spielberg, of all people, believe it or not, yes.
So wait, Wag the Dog...
Coppola, Scorsese, even Woody Allen I discussed. There isn't one of them who wouldn't do this.
Right. And so Barry Levinson must have been influenced by this whole... he must have known, so that's... Wag the Dog is about this whole idea. I mean, that's why...
The character was named Stanley.
Right. And he gets killed at the end because he demands credit. Tell me about the making of it. So, was it difficult? I mean, committing the greatest fraud, what you want to call it. I'm not saying it's a... okay.
A lot about that at the time.
I know, so I'm not making moral judgment, but making this huge, ambitious, technical faux landing, was it harder than 2001? Was it very difficult? I mean, what was the experience like? Artistically, practically, emotionally, what was it like?
Nothing was harder than 2001.
So 2001 was harder than faking the moon landing?
It actually was.
Because you learned things on 2001 and...
Yes. I mean, 2001 was very ambitious. And that's not to say that faking the moon landing was not ambitious. But, yeah, I learned things making 2001, which is why I got this gig in the first place, right?
Right. Right, that makes sense. So what was the experience?
But it was easy for me because, well, first of all, I didn't think a whole lot about the morality of it, as I said. If I had, I might have been more hesitant, more stifled in my work, but I didn't. And I could see that Neil was, actually. He was bothered by it.
More than Buzz Aldrin or anyone else involved?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
About
because in a way, everything was going to center around him. He was the one who was supposed to come down off the ladder and announce the step for mankind and what have you. He sensed that this was going to be a life-changing experience for him, and I mean on a major scale. Actually, he was rather tortured by it the rest of his life.
Really? I mean, is that why you didn't give interviews?
Yes, and in fact, that actually began to affect my own perception of it, watching what happened to him.
Okay, in what way? Just seeing the deterioration of him? And I mean, was he depressed or?
He was depressed. He was drinking heavily, bitter, scared, just phobic, avoiding people.
And that guy Bart Sibrel or somebody tried to get him to swear in a Bible.
I mean, when I say he affected me, that's why there was so much time in between films for me. Between Full Metal Jacket and between The Shining and Full Metal Jacket was about 6 years. Between Full Metal Jacket and Eyes Wide Shut is 13 years.
Yeah. And
a lot of that time was spent just
emotionally processing?
Yes.
Well, what do you think so far there? And he mentioned Bart Sibrel. What do you think so far of what he said anyway, JC?
Well, as far as Sibrel goes, we kind of tacitly touched on him before, and he's a difficult character. In a way, he seems sincere, but at the same time, he's one of those that seems to also be trying to profit. And from my perspective, I know I have to be careful about that, because from my perspective, I try to not mix profits with like what I'm actually trying to do in the world. Like, my thing is not to make money here. Like, I'm good on that. Like, I don't need that. Like, I need other things. And it just, I'm always suspicious of people who are, I can understand people need to eat, but there's a difference between, like, only making the money you need in order to like survive and still be able to do the work that we're trying to do, and then trying to become rich off the back of this. Like, like I would say, many of the mainstream, even conservative voices and what have you, like Daily Wire, for example, I would say that they are more concerned with making profits than they are actually the message they're trying to put forward. Or at the very least, it's a 50-50 for them. And that makes me somewhat suspicious. And then, as far as like the things he's saying, I noticed things like, him talk, like when they refer to things like what came first, the genius or whatnot. And he said, well, I think the genius came first. I can't help but wonder if he was the kind of person that would refer to himself as a genius, an artistic genius or not, and uh, like, it just little things like that. Like, I don't know enough about his personality to really know, but it's one of those things that if somebody does know a bit more about, like, what kind of person he was, like, that would be a good thing to look into, is like, would he have said something like that? You follow?
Oh, I definitely do, and I can't answer that question because, like you, I'm just not a Stanley Kubrick aficionado enough. I've enjoyed many of his films, but I'm not like so many people who really seem to have studied up so much on his life. But the problem does seem to be that there simply isn't enough public footage of him, uh, let alone even footage of him acting in a private capacity, to be able to make any kind of a judgment from afar as to what kind of person he was. And it seems to be that he was one of these people who not only decided that you could separate the artist from the art, but that his art should speak for himself, and that he didn't really want to be in front of the camera at all. So I think anybody who would make any judgment as to whether he would say something or wouldn't is always going to be operating from a point of view of conjecture based on very little evidence to go on. Um, but what I do know is that a lot of people have said that he was very difficult to work with, but and that he, would make people repeat their lines over and over again. I think Harvey Keitel said that he made him walk through a door about 100 times, just kept saying, "No, do it again, do it again," and he thought that this was totally unreasonable, and just somebody who he couldn't work with, and that he couldn't tolerate that. Whereas somebody else, I think it might have been an actress, was saying that she was being asked to repeat the same line, 30 times. But then somebody else said, "Ah, yeah, but like she would just party all evening, didn't learn her lines, and wasn't saying the line that was on the script." And he kept saying to her, "No, no, do it again. What says in the script?" So there's two sides to a story as well. And look, I tried to do a little bit of catching up, and I saw some footage of him. It looked like it was in the late 80s, and he was fascinated. Somebody had like some kind of either high 8 or SVHS video camera, and he was fascinated with it. He was quite genial, quite jolly, not the unapproachable dour or doer kind of a person that people would like to have made him out to be. And from having seen that, I would sort of say, oh no, he wouldn't be the kind of person who would just refer to himself as, a genius. Or even if he did, he would. I would imagine that he'd sort of say, I understand that that's what people would say about me. Like he would have been self-aware enough, I would have imagined. But who knows is really the only answer. And of course, you can catch people on different days, and you'll get a different aspect to their character. But as far as the interaction here again, and I'll have to like sort of, I don't want to sort of hold anything back from people and surprise them, you or anybody else, with any kind of revelations that I'm holding back. But I've seen a longer version of this. I did spend a while looking into this, And like, Mulder out of the X-Files, I want to believe. And so much of the discussion here absolutely fits. Like, I mean, he mentions Bart Sibrel. And if anybody doesn't know Bart, Sibrel, he has so much documentary stuff that really seems to blow the lid off the whole moon landing stuff and the Apollo space missions. And so there are data points. One, at least, is that if this fellow is claiming that this was recorded in 1999 but released 15 years later in 2014, that he would have had to have been aware of Bart Sibrel's videos in 1999. So that's some way that you can kind of date these and sort of say, well, was Bart Sibrel making these videos? When did I first see Bart Sibrel's videos? When did they come out? So that's definitely something where you can kind of go, something doesn't quite line up there. The other thing is that all throughout, I mean, in the comments of, I found it difficult to find at first. I had to really get the search terms right. So I found it difficult to find on YouTube. And I found it easier on archive.org. I found a longer version of it then, about a 1 hour, 20-minute version, I think, on Odysee. And then I found a version that's like that, but with an extra little introduction on YouTube again. So I'll leave it at that for now. But it began, a lot of the comments were describing what I was getting to be an uneasy feeling a bit, was the way in which this interviewer, he didn't say who he was interviewing the great Stanley Kubrick. And he seemed to be a little bit sort of disrespectful of him, and not, he was asking a question, but not necessarily sitting back to hear the answer from the great Stanley Kubrick, especially for somebody who might have the audacity or the lack of humility to sort of say, oh, well, of course, me being the greatest film director or movie maker in the world ever, So again, there's an incongruity to it already, and I find myself always looking at it, trying to say, I shouldn't get too caught up in this because it sounds so authentic. The what you would imagine to be a confession if Stanley Kubrick would make one, this is kind of sounding what it is like, but there's something a bit off, a little bit off. My gut is telling me something a little bit off. So I'll say hello there to Slow Boy Whiteboard. She says, "Hey fellas, I'm driving." So this is like a radio broadcast for her. But the funny thing is, there's not much to see here. It's just like a dark background with like a third to a quarter of what is supposed to be or might be Stanley Kubrick's face. So, but really, it's just listening to him and the interviewer. And to me, I'll say this, and I'll pass it off to you. The interviewer sounds like Alex Stein to me. What do you think about that? Or is it just a standard sort of New York's kind of an accent? Or Long Island, I don't know. What do you think, JC?
Well, I mean, I can see what you mean. I think it's probably just that, like, it just sounds similar, and that he's got that somewhat of an Alex Stein, we'll say a bit of a, that bit of cocky strut and tongue-in-cheek attitude. He's kind of poking at him a little bit, it seemed like, which is another thing that did hit me strange. It's like, would you talk to Stanley Kubrick like that? And
Exactly. It seems a bit. I mean, to be getting the only interview in years with the great Stanley Kubrick, and to be talking to him in this, I think what you're saying is more than just disrespectful. He's poking at him.
Yeah, exactly. And it just, there's so many things about it. Like, you were talking about the fact that, the fact that he didn't introduce himself. Like, well, what documentary filmmaker doesn't like put at the beginning who he is, and all that kind of stuff. And anybody who is trying to actually put something out to inform people would know that this chain of custody thing is going to be an issue, right? And like you said, like there's also the issue of, would anybody have known Sibrel at that time? And I mean, it's possible, I guess, but he most certainly was not known like he is now. I don't think, not in the 90s, he wouldn't have been. But on the other side of the coin, you were talking about how there isn't much footage of Kubrick out there. Well, that does help in a sense, because if you don't have enough footage and voice like samples of him, it's going to be hard. It's going to be harder, at least, to make a deep fake work, right? And get the voice right and all that, and fool people who actually know what he sounds like. So that would be another angle one could go at, is trying to, match those voices up and see if it even sounds like him, which I have tried to do since you sent it to me. And I mean, they're similar. And the ones that I've seen of him, mostly he was younger. So the changes I'm hearing could be due to him getting older, right?
See, that's exactly it. He gave so few interviews that the last one might have been in the 80s or early 90s, if this was the late 90s, and that if he was near death and allegedly he died 3 days after this interview, well, then you could forgive anything. You could say, oh, he didn't look himself, he didn't even sound like himself, but you can't say it wasn't him, that sort of way. So it's, if you were going to fake an interview with somebody who almost never gives interviews and hasn't been in front of a camera in probably a decade, then he's the perfect person to pick to do a fake interview with.
Absolutely. And, and like we were talking about before, the fact that, Sibrel didn't really become super known until 2002 is, that's kind of a ding against it there. And then you have the fact that, yeah, that is a big one. And, and then you have the fact that we don't know enough. Like, this could just be a lookalike, somebody that, when you grow out a big bushy beard, it really does make it, there's a reason that, like, they can just get any old body to play Santa, right?
Definitely, yes. Perfect. Because, I mean, yeah, he did have, a beard, but it was mostly black and bushy black eyebrows. Stanley Kubrick, but in this one, like his beard is longer or bigger and grey, so you'd sort of say, oh well, I guess he got old and went grey over the years, and people's faces are entitled to change as they get older. So absolutely, and just to reiterate, absolutely, look, it has to be said. I mean, as regards a timeline, and you talk about the chain of custody, at the beginning, and I'm pretty certain that I saw, as I say, something that looked like it was made in Windows movie maker that came free with Windows XP or something like that, that it said this was recorded in 1999 and was not released until 2014. Well, if it was recorded in 1999, looking at the Wikipedia page, although I could check the YouTube page for Bart Sibrel to see when it was uploaded, but it says in his filmography that a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. It says the year, I don't know if it's production or release, whatever it was, 2001. So how does that square then? How did he hear of Bart Sibrel? What exactly was Bart Sibrel doing before 2001? How did he hear of him in 1999? That's something that immediately now, even if we find nothing else out about this, puts this video now into great doubt as to its authenticity if it's claiming to have been recorded in 1999.
Yes, which, I mean, which at the same time, I mean, I do realize that 1999 and like 2001, 2002 is a close enough time period to where, considering he was like espousing that Kubrick was involved in a conspiracy and all these other kind of things, it is possible that Kubrick would have been more aware of him than most other people, considering the conspiracy he was espousing had to do with Kubrick specifically. It is possible.
It could be.
Especially if they were working with the government would have most certainly have called him. He would have got a call from his agent handler and been like, hey, there's this another one of these wing nuts out here that's like, going to be talking about you. Be aware,
It could be. And I think when he refers to Bart Sibrel there, he doesn't say what he's referring to him for. So it could be, as you say, just that they were made aware by NASA and the CIA, oh, there's this guy and he's trying to do a documentary on how we're fake, But he refers to him in such an offhanded manner, you could interpret it as it's common knowledge that everybody knows about him. However, yeah, there's nothing conclusive, but it's definitely something that makes you kind of go, oh, wait a moment. We'll play a bit more anyway, JC, and I think this version that I have here is one where somebody has spliced in a few of the best sort of things that make you doubt NASA as well, like, you know. But I think it is. I won't refer to them just yet, but we might get getting close to that, because I think we're getting close to the halfway point of this. So I might play on a little bit of that if that does pop up. We'll do a bit more of this anyway, okay?
Sounds good.
It became very conflicting for me. I was proud of my work, but at the same time, and this was a lot because of Neil's influence, not consciously. He didn't do this to me consciously, but I spent a lot of time with him, and each time I did, I became more and more bothered, troubled by my own participation in this.
Okay. Well, what would he say? I mean, did he explain the source of his depression?
He was on the verge of tears. He did not cry. I won't say he cried, but he was on the verge of tears so many times because of what he did.
I mean,
what he participated in. It's almost as if he thought up the idea, you know?
Right. He felt that guilt.
He was almost used, really.
Okay.
But he's the one who felt the guilt. I'm sure NASA did not feel that much guilt.
And, I mean, why did he go up, I wonder? I wonder why. Because they promised him a seat in 3 years when they figured it out. They kept lying about it being possible. So why do you think he did it? Why did Armstrong do it in the first place? He thought, they kept saying, we'll be ready in 3 years and you'll go then. Just lie now and we'll go in 3 years. The funding will keep going and we'll figure this out and you'll go.
Oh, actually go.
Right,
okay,
yeah. And
okay.
they were lying, you know,
yeah.
and they figured it out. And he got really, you know, so cynical. Got it?
Okay.
So why did Armstrong go? I mean, he was such a moral, principled man. Why would he go on a fake moon mission? I don't believe that.
Well, they strung him along because they led him to believe, oh, don't worry, we're going to have the money in a few years, and we'll actually go, and then you will go.
They'll have. You mean they'll have the technology in a few years?
Yes.
Okay.
They will have enough. They will. Yes, they will be able to actually perform the miracle of going to the moon. And yes, he would be in the saddle.
So, in other words, okay, let's make this clear. Kennedy set a deadline, psychological deadline of the 60s. They knew they couldn't beat it.
Right. But they could be
they could
if they did.
Right, and if they did, you're saying they sincerely thought that they would really get there within a few years.
I believe, yes, they did think so.
Because that's what that's...
Although some didn't. There was a difference of opinion. There were some that just believed honestly that we will never be able to get there. There's just no chance.
That Werner and I used to like have coffee in the mornings, and he was like, there's no fucking way. Like, you know, is it right? Like, you know, even Werner.
All right.
So go. Keep going.
Now, JC, maybe I should have stopped it a couple of seconds before that, but I'll just say everything up until that point sounded entirely plausible, didn't it? That the way that they would get Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins to agree to collude, to conspire with them to fake the moon landings is by saying, look, lads, we're having a Cold War with Russia. It's going to look real bad if we don't get to the moon before they do. We're going to have to, just for the sake of the public, they expect it. JFK promised it. You know, again, it would be like a bad thing for his memory if he said we do it before the end of the decade. And we need to have it done before the end of the decade. So we're going to have to fake it now. But by 72, I promise you, we'll definitely have the wherewithal. We'll finish the craft. We'll have the money to do it. All you need to do is just go along with it now. What difference does it make, as Hillary Clinton might say, at this stage? If we fake it now, we'll definitely do it for realsies later. That sounds entirely plausible as far as the conversation goes. What do you think?
Yeah, that it is. You know, it's right along lines with how things do work. Though I'm, you know, tempted to ask, you know, well, why would he think that Kubrick would know? Like, you know, just because you worked with these people once doesn't mean that you're going to be on regular contact with him, or that this big, strong former Air Force astronaut guy is going to confide in Stanley Kubrick and how he felt about things. I don't know. The whole thing just continually makes me feel like it's like the devil in the desert offering Christ the entire world. It's like something about this seems like it's just telling me everything that it's almost like he could have just went on to like Reddit or 4chan a little while ago, and like he's going like down the list, checking the boxes of like all the things they want to hear, and you know, and it's like, and him saying things like, well, I doubt that NASA feels bad about it, and these kind of things. It's like, well, yeah, that's definitely what a conspiracy researcher or slash QAnon conspiracy theorist is going to like to think. But would Kubrick have thought that? I just don't know. It seems like it just seems too good, like almost too on the nose with what people already think about NASA, right? Like, it's not saying that those things they think aren't valid. I'm just saying, like, this is one of those things where they try to get at your confirmation bias. In a sense, basically both things are things they would do. Like, yes, the things he's saying, like about the Buzz Aldrin thing and stuff like that, that's absolutely how they would get you, because it's kind of the type thing that they would do within the Templar Order or the Masons. Is, when you're feeling a little conflicted about something, it's like, it'll be all right, we'll fix it. You're just telling a little white lie, it'll be fine. But at the same time, this is also the exact kind of thing they would do in order to trick you. So it's hard to tell without more information. This is why I hate not having enough data.
Yeah. And in a way, as I say, it might not be that if somebody is faking this sort of confession interview, that they are necessarily so gifted. It's that almost that the thing is so ham-fisted that it's so believable as well, if it were faked. And the other thing, like for me, just to reiterate, I know I said it already in asking the question to you, and you sort of said, well, it's the standard type of conspiracy thing that he could have just read off Reddit, and maybe that's all he did. But to me, I know like that it's absolutely plausible, and you can relate this nothing to do with faking moon landings, but to get somebody who otherwise would be a trustworthy or honest type of a person who wouldn't lie, that they can be persuaded that it's only a white lie and for the greater good. It's like the trolley problem, and I'm fairly convinced that the reason why they have these moral dilemma in inverted commas thought experiments like oh, listen, somebody's going to die either way. Do you want to kill 7 people who aren't very clever and won't produce anything for the world and they're just useless eaters, or kill 1 person? But I know you're saving 6 people's lives if you only kill the 1 person and you pull that lever, but that 1 person is Albert Einstein. And he could, like, if you got rid of him by killing him, surely he's worth more to the world. But Albert Einstein then wouldn't have helped create the atomic bomb, so we'd be better off. And all these flipping of the moral switches in your head, so that you don't know what's right or what isn't right. And especially if they say somebody's going to die either way, you can't help that. You can get a lot of people who would be otherwise good moral people so confused that they will do just like Christopher Hitchens, I think, used to say, like that. It's only when you can get people to believe in sort of religion or in a god. If they think they're killing people on behalf of God, you can get them to do any kind of heinous things. I kind of messed with that quote, but it's the same thing as, like, if you stand for nothing, then you'll fall for anything, kind of thing. I've said this myself recently again, like that if you don't really take the time to work out your own moral framework in a very solid manner before somebody comes along trying to confuse you with these moral conundrums, that you can easily fall for the fake hand around the shoulder and saying, like, oh, listen, all you have to do is go along with this and it'll be better. We've done all the thinking for you. You don't have to worry your pretty little head about the moral quandaries of it. What do you think about that, JC?
Well, like, first off, like, I think the best way I could put this, like, would be to tell like a short little story. Okay, as I've told you before, when I was young, like, I started school in a Masonic school. Like, the guy who built the school and built the entire town the school sat within, was the owner of a gravel company, a mining company, a tombstone company, a concrete company, You get the idea. And he built this school, and it was a really nice school. Marble floors, 24 karat gold running between the marble slabs in the lobby, you know, big giant Greek columns out front, you know, real nice school, but it was weird. Like, okay, by the time I was in, you know, fourth grade, I had 4 straight years of honor roll, principals list, all those kind of things. And you know, they had pulled me out and put me in this like weird little class, me and 3 other kids, and they had all these little sheets of paper that had different shapes and, you know, puzzles and word problems like what you were just talking about. And they would have us answer all of these, and they would have us do things like jump up and down on a trampoline while saying our ABCs backwards, and while we pat our head and rub our stomach, you know. And it was, you know, I realize now that I'm older that it was, you know, it was a test. You know, they were examining us. They were trying to figure out, like, would seem what made us different than everyone else. So they most certainly do play those kind of games where, you know, they want to, like, you know, maybe it's to confuse to some degree and confuse your morals. Like, you know, maybe it's just to see like where you sit. I'm not quite sure, but I do know they do play those games, you know, messing with your head and whatnot. It's a strange system that they have, like, for analyzing people's psychology, and they can do it in so many different ways that, you know, you wouldn't even really realize it at first.
Absolutely.
You know, they could pull it on society without society ever even realizing that society is being tested. You know, as they do.
Or I'll say subverted. And because, you know, people aren't aware that there is the idea that the devil inverts everything, you know, like this, just say, you know, very obvious example is you take the cross and you turn it upside down and all of a sudden you've got something satanic. But if the truth is flipped into a lie where, you know, people think good is bad and bad is good, it doesn't happen like that straight away. Otherwise people would notice. There always has to be this insidious type of behavior. And it's such like the slippery snake. Where he sidles up beside you, either, you know, slithers up a tree and says, "Oh, hello there, might I just, you know, tempt you with this innocent little apple? Just take a bite. What harm could a bite do?" Same thing, really, as you see Willy Wonka in the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, where there's this idea that, well, there's a rule that you can't touch this, or you can't go into that room, or you must stay with the tour, or whatever it might be, or don't drink from the chocolate river. He just sort of in passing says, "Oh, don't do this," but then it's always like, you know, whoever's with them maybe sort of says, "Oh, you know, what difference would one gobstopper make," or whatever, you know, this kind of way. It's always, what difference would just a small little transgression make? And once you see if it's a white lie or a small little thing that nobody will miss, or just why don't you steal a pen from the office or whatever it might be, it doesn't matter. That's the principle. And it's a bit like, you know, I think maybe George Bernard Shaw was supposedly have said this witty thing to a woman at some dinner party where he said, you know, would you sleep with you know, somebody else? Like maybe he said to someone like, you know, very dignified lady, would you sleep with somebody for, you know, £10,000? And she said, like, you know, something like, "Oh, how dare you? I wouldn't do it for or what do you take me for? I wouldn't. I'd need $1 million or something like this." And he said, like, "Oh well, I think we've already established what you are. It's just now it's a matter of negotiation." I've messed it up, but you get the idea anyway. The point of principle is proven if somebody's morals are negotiable at all, even if they just steal a pen or a gobstopper or whatever it is, that's the twisting. So it's not that the things are flipped upside down, but that there's always this twisting, gradual twisting of morals until before you know it, everything in the world is upside down.
Yes, I mean it's everybody knows that it's easy. It gets easier to do bad things the more you do it. It's a gradual thing where you slide into it. You know, and it's just like all these other things they do, and why it's taking them, you know, over 100 years to and more so to get this plan to where it's at. You know, if you try to spring something on someone so fast, they'll notice. You know, their, you know, their spidey senses, you know, for lack of a better term, are raised, and they'll recognize what's going on. But if you do it slow, that, it's that boiling frog, right? You slowly turn up the temperature, and they're not going to notice that they've been completely debauched. And by the time they do, they've did so much that now they can't get out. Or guess what? Everybody's going to know, because we're going to tell them.
Yeah, well, that's it exactly. People have memories of goldfish, and also just like the boiling frog, the pot temperature being turned up gradually. Again, it's so infuriating that all they have to do is creepy, creepy, softly, softly, and nobody notices. And I also saw a great cartoon that sort of put it in terms of that there's a bear trap or a deer trap or whatever, like, and as primitive as a box with a stake holding it up and a piece of rope tied to the stake, and all they have to do is wait for the little woodland creatures to walk inside the box into the bait trap and then pull the rope. But they wait until everybody's in it. And that you would spook the animals if you would pull the rope too quickly. So they have to wait until everybody's inside the trap. And you have all these people warning them, but they kind of go, no, of course there would be like free food inside this box. What's the problem? So I find it so infuriating, but that's it. All they have to do is just move slowly, and people don't notice the corruption, then the gradual corruption. It's so infuriating that people are indeed so silly to fall for it.
Yes, I mean, in part it is silly, and in part it's just them using, the natural way that we're set up to function. In a lot of ways, that the very same thing that makes us fall for this kind of stuff is a hardwired thing that, in the proper context, is designed to protect you. But because people don't train them, they don't train their instincts to work properly. That's one of the things that, orthodoxy, and fasting and doing all these different things, learning the philosophy and all that kind of stuff, it trains you to be able to discern, between these things, and kind of guides you through this dark room you're in. Because, basically that's what you're doing without faith, is you're walking around in a dark room without a flashlight, and you're just kind of feeling your way, and that's kind of what, that's why society doesn't notice what's going on. They have no ability to, it's their instincts have been dulled, and they don't even know how to follow them anymore.
Well, very quickly then, their instincts have been dulled, and they have memories that don't retain the knowledge of the previous time when they were strung up, basically, or nearly caught in a rat trap. So what's the advantage? You're sort of saying that their natural instincts to forget and have collective amnesia. Basically, it seems to me like I already hear people saying like, that the normies, as to regards to what happened over the last 3 years, mostly beginning in March of 2020, that they've kind of forgotten about it, or would just like to move on without acknowledging that they're moving on. They just kind of want the whole thing to be just, as always, just sort of just not mentioned anymore. A bit like what I imagine happened after World War II. They just like to move on, sweep it under the carpet, just not mention it. And there's other things to look forward to. How is that ever an advantage, to forget the lessons of the past?
Well, it's not forgetting the lessons of the past that is the advantage necessarily. It's, that's that's what happens when the reflex gets out of hands. It's kind of like in the same area as your fight or flight reflexes, and your ability to kind of hide things from yourself in order to protect your psyche from snapping. Because it's kind of one of those things, your subconscious knows whether or not you can handle the truth or not. And if you can't, if it suspects even for a second that, like, hearing this or seeing this could cause you to, like, cause your worldview just to, shatter, and then therefore cause you to snap, it's going to try and protect you. It's going to try and keep noticing these things in order to, make sure that society and your day keeps running.
Well, I think I understand now. So actually, you've helped me understand the phenomenon of why there's so many, the phenomenon of NPCs and why there are so many. Because most people's psychology is that they cannot handle disturbing things, and so their own mind helps to hide away all the disturbing pieces of knowledge they've picked up that they'd rather not know. So that's why people have terrible memories, because it just makes them upset to know things. So they just say, look, consciously or subconsciously, semi-consciously, they just decide, I'm not going to hold on to all that knowledge I've picked up because it's just too disturbing.
Yes, like I was talking to a psychologist probably about a year ago. She had did a stream that I was watching, and I asked her a few questions, and she was talking about how they had did some studies and surveyed a bunch of people, and it turns out that from their research, I'll have to dig it up and see if I can't find it and send it to you so you can put it in the description. But she was talking about how only about maybe 18 to 20% of the population are the type of people who will go and like look under the rock to see what's under it, even if it's scary, even if it's something that will absolutely horrify, disturb, or cause their entire worldview to collapse. There are some of us that have to know regardless. We can't just leave it alone and let it sit there. But we only about 18 to 20% of the population, as I said, and it turns out that the truther, quote unquote, community, for lack of a better word, is where a lot of these people are congregating. So it's one of those things that it's specifically in the mentality type of society in general, and it would seem that the larger portion of society has that, like, that literal sheep mentality where, they go wherever the herd goes, and, you don't want to disturb the herd too much because it'll cause chaos and society will fall apart.
Yeah. There is, and I think that's a reason, by the way, what you just said there was why a lot of politicians can lie to themselves as well and say, look, and military people and everybody else who are in the halls of power, they can say, look, you cannot tell everybody, you can't tell the population what the truth is. There'd be chaos. It would break their minds, and it would be cruel to them to tell them the truth. The people want to be lied to. 4 out of 5 people, at least, want to be lied to. So we're only doing what they want. We're doing what's best for them. They don't even know what they want, but we know what's best for them. And as you say, 4 out of 5 people would prove them right, at least. And what you said about the 1 in 5 people, it reminded me of that famous scene in the beginning of, I think it's the first Dirty Harry movie, where he's just trying to have a cup of coffee. And, there's another bank raid going on behind him. There's always these bank raids going on, and there's this sort of like, shucking and jiving character comes out, and Clint Eastwood comes out with his Magnum cannon and, blows away all the bank robbers. But, he doesn't kill them, like just this guy's lying there. And he says, well, in all this confusion, was that 6 shots or only 5? When your man's reaching for his shotgun, and he says, do you feel lucky, little punk? And then he says, he kind of backs down and doesn't bother reaching for his rifle again, and then he sort of walks away and he says, I gots to know. So he's one of those 1 in 5, even to the point where, like, he'd take the bullet to the head, and of course Clinty he knows that he's shot his 6 out of his revolver. So he knows that he won't be shooting him in the head, but he lets your man not know, basically it's like a very high stakes game of poker. But so he had to know, but he had to go through that terror. And as you say, it's like picking up the stone, and you don't know what horrors might be underneath there. The kind of most gruesome centipede or larva that you're going to have nightmares about forevermore, But you still have to know. You got to know.
Yeah. Well, you want to know something else that's really interesting? Guess what percentage of people that go through rehabs are successful, and how many are not?
I saw something very recently. I don't know what it was, where we were looking at the same thing, where 1 in 12, or maybe less, maybe 1 in 10 at the most, will be successful in their keeping clean after going to rehab.
It's about 17% where I'm from in the South, roughly 17%. But, like I was just, wanting to make the point, it's awful funny that the exact same amount of people, almost the exact same percentage of people are not only those who would look under the rock, but are also the ones, the same amount, are able to overcome their addictions and move past it. And it's one of those things that I've been looking into a little bit lately, trying, because it's interested me. I don't know, maybe we did read the same article like not too long ago, but it just kicked off in my head that made me want to look and try to find out, well, how come it's always that kind of like 20%?
Yeah,
like,
well,
is that
I think
the way it shakes out?
well, there's got to be a correlation, and what we're talking about is a form of mental discipline.
Mm,
Because both involve, like, so if you go to rehab just because you have to, or because the movie company says you got it as part of your contract, or whatever, right? You're not doing it. You always have to enter into things for the right reasons. Now I'll tell you what it was, and I can't remember who it was, but it was somebody that I was, and I was watching on YouTube. I think it was a woman, and she was talking to somebody. It must have been in an interview, and maybe she was talking to Conan O'Brien. I don't know, but anyway, it was about Alan Carr, who people might know. I knew from he wrote a book about how to give up smoking. He had a method for how to give up smoking, and it involved a kind of a self-hypnosis. But hypnosis, like, literally means, hip is the Greek, or hypo is the Greek for under, like hypodermic needle means under the skin needle. And then gnosis is, this kind of word that means a whole load of things, but it's basically like knowledge. So hypnosis is knowledge of your inner working, how your own mind works. People don't want to even know how their own mind works. They don't want to do much self-reflection, because again, they'd rather not have to then try and forget all the nasty things they've learned about their own inner workings. But if you dare to make that journey and engage in a bit of self-discipline and understand where the what can be like just urges, say to smoke, where they come from. If you can practice, I found, but I haven't read the book, but I remember my brother read it and said I should read it. And it helped him to give up smoking. But I think that I took some of the methods from that, not trying to boast or claim, that this is a great achievement of mine. But maybe at some other point, I'll get into it with you if you'd like to talk about maybe how to give up drugs, right? Any drugs, or how to give up anything that isn't a good habit. Anything. It doesn't even have to be a narcotic or a drug or alcohol or anything. Anything that's just not, anything that you're taking to excess can be a problem, right? So, there's not necessarily a bad thing about anything in its right place, in its right time, in moderation and whatever, as long as it's not in control of you, or that you don't compulsively feel you have to do it. And so the way to, I think, counteract and get that sort of monkey off your back, where you feel compelled to take a drug or whatever, or smoke or drink or whatever, is to just sort of say, all right, well, for me, what worked is, and I think it's kind of the method of Alan Carr. He says, smoke all you like while you're reading this book, but afterwards you won't want to anymore. And I think the reason is because you want to have mental discipline. You want to be in control of your own mind, not something else. And you actually feel ashamed that a stupid piece of paper with some dried weed in it, or vegetable plant or whatever, that has more control of your own mind as an adult than you do, whoever you are, that person who sits in your conscious mind. It's a big tangent we've gone on, but I guess you'll have to say something in response to that, and then we'll move on with Stanley Kubrick. JC.
Yeah, well, it is relative to what we're talking about, because we, really, like, when it comes down to it, what are we really talking about here? We're talking about a video that is, being used to trick people, and, we're talking about very much like how that mechanism is working, like how how they use something like this to trick you. And it's very much in the same line as with the drugs or anything else. It is a mental discipline thing. It is a worldview and perspective thing. And it is a spiritual thing. So much of it comes down to your like what's going on inside you. Everybody would like to blame, oh, I had a bad childhood, or I had this, or I had that. And it's like, well, yes, all those things happen to you, but that's not why you're doing drugs. You're doing drugs because of, your inability to cope with that. And then, that you can trace that back, and basically it's all going to come back to a spiritual and philosophical issue. before anything else, because the spiritual philosophical issue is, that's the root problem that all other problems spring from at the end of the day. And if you start getting that kind of world under control, if you start getting that inner world under control, then you can start controlling your outer world and what you do. It's very much in the, like I'll tell people, yes, Masonry is a bad system, like, for many reasons, but that doesn't mean that everything it teaches is wrong. The fact is, like, that reconciling of your heart and your mind and your soul, and getting all three of them to kind of line up and, be doing the same thing and wanting the same thing, good things, that's kind of the whole purpose. That's the point, right? You're trying to get, all of yourself, going all in that same direction towards God, and, being, a better person, and trying to overcome your shortcomings and things like that. And, falling for stuff like this very much is a shortcoming. It's an inability to, really, think your way through a problem, really. And, all of these things come from that discernment that one gets by training themselves spiritually, mentally, and physically. So,
Yeah, well, I just put up something on screen there from in Australia, and I suppose I'll say this: you, or I certainly did, and I don't think I'm alone in thinking this, that life seems quite simple when you're a child, but this is because of we don't. We haven't had necessarily things that would have damaged us. We think we are who we are, and when we get to be adults, then we'll just know everything, and everything's going to be even better. But unfortunately, although it might not seem at the time, things that happen to in our childhood, they don't necessarily have to be extremely traumatic, but there can be formative points in our early life that have a lot of effect on us later that we wouldn't necessarily have even thought they would have had. There, I don't know if it's whether it's visible on screen properly, is saying he wishes that he could not remember. PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, his subconscious hurts. So what seems to happen in a roundabout way is that, I've made this analogy before, people tend to have memories that are unpleasant. And so if you think of your mind like a storage place, and they often tell you to do this when you're trying to remember things, think of your memory like a house with different rooms where you can walk through it, and it will actually help you to recall certain things. If you think of it like a journey that you walk along, and you open door to get certain memories. Well, now what people sometimes do is they might say, I'll put this particular memory on the very last room and down a long corridor, and I'll lock that door. And that would be the kind of image you would give somebody if you wanted to hypnotize them as well. So anyway, we tend to suppress things, and one of the ways, of course, is anytime we feel stressed, we might say, well, I'll light up a cigarette, or I'll have a belt of whiskey, or I'll go and have a few beers. And so many people do that. I mean, I'll just very briefly mention that. I mean, it's a very familiar story, but I'll just say this, just in case I never get a chance to tell these stories, but maybe I did write it down once. There was a fella who my friend was going to see if he could repair his saxophone, and apparently the things that close the holes, there's some kind of gasket or whatever, Anyway, you have to do them just right, whatever it is, and have the hinges on them just right, whatever. It's a delicate operation. He went anyway to see this guy. Couldn't get a hold of him, so he remembered where his parents lived, and he went to see them anyway. And he said, I can't get a hold of him. I wanted to see if he could repair the saxophone. And they said, oh, you better come in. He's actually dead, And he had died of a heart attack. This is before 2020, March of 2020. But he died of a heart attack in his early 40s because he had gotten divorced, wasn't able to see his children. And he spent every night at the bar drinking beers with brandy chasers. And he just fell off a stool one night. And then whether it was that he died of a heart attack or hit his head off the stone floor, either which way, he was dead before the ambulance arrived. And I'm sorry to sort of spring that on anybody, but what that was, and people know the story, it's like a familiar trope that people end up killing themselves by slowly killing themselves with either drink or cigarettes or drugs or whatever, because that's preferable to dealing with painful memories that they have, or even situations. But it can be just memories or regrets of things that they could have done, should have done better, whatever, you know. So we think, well, why didn't they just, you know, pick themselves up and be a man and be stoic or strong or whatever? But unfortunately, most people would rather get dependent on a crutch, and it's so easy. It's insidious, like I sort of said before. It creeps up on you. You think, well, I'll just have a drink now and it'll make me feel better. But you begin to you start to rely on it, and you don't. It's like giving up cigarettes as well. You don't know when it was that you didn't need one anymore. But the same thing was when you get addicted to something. You don't know when you got addicted to something, especially if it's just drink or cigarettes and some other drugs that don't seem bad at first. And you think, oh, I can take it or leave it, is always the way. But before you know it, you pass a point where you can't survive without it. Listen, it's some tangent we've gone on down. We get on to Stanley Kubrick. I better let you reply to that a bit, and then we'll do Stanley Kubrick again, okay?
Well, like I guess the best thing I can do before we move on is try to give the folks some advice, like as far as like what works, you know, what worked for me, and I guess like why I think it, you know, why I think it worked. You know, it's one of those things that I was, you know, I had fell into nihilism. You know, like I lost everything after I left masonry. Like, you know, my family wouldn't talk to me, you know, couldn't see my kid, you know, like lost my significant others, like, you know, lost my stuff, lost, you know, I lost all those things. And I sat around feeling sorry for myself for a long time, you know, doing drugs and, you know, everything else. And, you know, I've been stabbed twice. I've been shot and shot at. You know, I've been thrown through car windshields and, you know, I've jumped out, you know, third story windows and snapped my ankle. Like, you know, I've done a lot of damage to myself physically and psychologically, and other people have had their swings at it too, you know. So I had plenty of like PTSD and baggage and all that kind of mess. But really, what it came down to was like, you know, my nihilism. I had nothing to live for. I was lost and, you know, yeah, didn't really have any desire to be found at that point. And, you know, I would say like one of the best things one can do is, you know, find something to fight for. You know, you need to find a goal. You need to find something that gets you up in the morning that is more important to you than the stuff you're trying to hide from. You know, and you need to look around at the world and change your perspective on things. Maybe, you know, is I could sit around, you know, I realized I could sit around feeling sorry for myself and all that kind of stuff, and woe is me that all this stuff happened to me. Or I could say, well, you know, good on me to have survived all that. You know, like there's no reason for me to like sit around hating myself. Like I can actually go out here and actually start, you know, trying to right wrongs that I've done, and, you know, trying to, you know, exercise and get in shape and, you know, get all these things in order. If once you start getting your spiritual, mental, and physical life in order, like, you know, I hate quoting Jordan Peterson, but once you start cleaning your room and getting your, you know, your shit together, both, you know, metaphysically and physically, like then things will start falling into place. You know, but as long as you sit there and wallow in nihilism, you'll never get anywhere.
Yeah, I'm very glad I made sure there you had a chance to reply to that, because the conversation always takes a bit of a turn, but you know, very usefully and worthwhile to explore that aspect of it. You know, I sort of I recognize myself. I think, like a lot of people, have a tendency to feel sorry for myself. But what you gave there was very good advice. That, you know, you just have to find something external to yourself that is more important than feeling sorry. You know, because looking inwards is important, but then you know, I would give this advice to other people, and I know I should take it for myself as well. And I'm not trying to just sound very Christian here, but it is that advice, you know, that you'd find any Christian would give, is to, you know, if you're wanting to be like Jesus, what you try and do is be more concerned with the welfare of others than yourself. And these trite phrases, they seem so trite, but only because of overuse, where you sort of say, like, you only get what you give, and that in giving you shall receive. But if you do genuinely try and look after the welfare of others, and just, even as little as, a smile or an acknowledgement to somebody who might just be needing, and you wouldn't even know if you pass them in the street, they might really have needed a friendly face. Or still, it's quite wintry in a lot of places in the Northern Hemisphere. If you know of any old people, I know it again sounds so cliched, any old people might be on their own. They might need a little bit of company as well as somebody to buy something for them in the shops. If you are more concerned with other people, then, feeling sorry for yourself, it might help you get out of bed. So I thought that was great advice there in a way that you gave, JC. I hate to almost kind of, shift gears back to Stanley Kubrick, but are we okay then to get back to Stanley and the moon landings?
We got to, or we'll be here all day.
All right. Okay, let me continue here again, and I think he's going to say something pretty soon anyway that we should probably take a pause for thought as well.
That we will never be able to get there. There's just no chance.
That Werner and I used to like have coffee in the mornings, and he was like, there's no fucking way. Like, isn't right? Like, even Werner von Braun.
All right.
So go with that. Some people didn't believe that you could go even.
Well, Werner von Braun, of course, didn't.
The director didn't think so.
The man was just too brilliant. He knew that we couldn't do it.
So, okay, I'm talking about a guy working on two lost causes, Nazism and the quest for the moon. I mean, he really did, and he didn't tell them. I mean, did he ever tell them? Did he tell NASA? Like, did he tell the president we can't go? I mean, he must have been broke the news.
He was very old, of course, at the time, and a lot of people just dismissed him. Younger, more ambitious people, some of them really thought we could get there.
Right.
Or wanted to believe it. Maybe on a conscious level they knew we couldn't, but they just wanted to believe the impossible because they were so full of themselves.
And so full of the dream.
Yes. The dream was very powerful.
And that's what beguiled Armstrong. Here is a noble stand-up guy, and he didn't want to be part of the lie, but he knew he'd get a seat if he played ball on when they actually did go up.
He was too good for this.
But that day never came, obviously.
That day never came.
And what did that do to him? I mean,
it gradually destroyed him, I think.
Okay.
He deteriorated. Like I said, he drank a lot. He was full of self-recrimination, and so was I. Well, mainly from his influence. It's like I caught it.
Okay.
From him.
And now tell a story about, I talked to him one last time before his death, and he made me promise to get this news out. It was too great. It was, one last story.
I died before him.
Okay. One last conversation right? The last conversation you had was about 3 months ago.
Right.
And he said that, that he he's going to write a letter and put it in a drawer, and maybe his wife someday will give it out. But he's like, all right, Stanley, you're a media guy. You got to tell the truth one day. Right before. But he urged me to tell the truth. He couldn't because of reasons that because he was a government employee his whole life and he had a government pension, and here I am a millionaire. Like, you can afford to, Stanley. Tell the truth. I still get a government pension. You know what I'm saying? And that's been eating on you to do this. And that's why you're not doing it now. You're doing it 15 years from now. Or whenever. Like, in other words, you're telling this. That's why you're not announcing on CNN. It's because you're going to honor his wish. But you're not ready for it now to come out. But you're doing this for
Why
Neil.
am I putting it off? Because I think I'll be
Because
dead.
you don't want your family. You want to be dead.
Right.
And you want your family to have 15 years on it. Your wife will probably be dead and your kid will be grown.
Right.
You want distance from your legacy from this truth. That's it. Okay.
Right.
So, what happened? So what really motivated contacting me as a filmmaker was I talked to Neil, okay, and I really felt guilty, and that's why I arranged for you to interview me, because I wanted to blah 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 blah. Let's talk about the motive. So,
well, JC, maybe I'll let it go on too long there, but I think at this stage, I mean, I think because the guy again, who I'm going to say sounds like Alex Stein, he's kind of gone, and then you say this, and then you thought this, and then the other thing is Werner von Braun said that, and then well, really you said this, but then, and I mean, it's no longer a question, but also he's talking so quick, I can't really keep up with what he's saying. But he seems to be basically giving him, I'll say this term, he's giving him stage direction, right? So this interviewer is giving the great Stanley Kubrick stage direction. Well, what are you thinking of the interviewer at this stage? Because I know people in the comments of places where I saw this video were sort of saying, why doesn't the interview ask the question and then shut up and listen to the answer? What do you think, JC?
Yeah. I think that's because the interviewer is nervous. It's like if you've seen people be dishonest and try to do this kind of stuff enough, like you know how people will get, like their heart rate will go up, they'll start to sweat a little bit, and they almost can't help themselves. He basically is the one who wrote the script to this, so if he's in that position, he's sitting there and basically putting words in the actors' mouths. It's kind of like when you'll see, I don't know if everybody saw it. There was a video clip of like a mom and, her kid that she teed at, a young age or whatever. And, as she was talking, as the kid was talking, the mother's mouth was moving. You know what I mean? It's one of those things
Yeah.
where they just can't help but interject and try to make sure you're staying on script. You're saying things they told you to say.
I have seen that, and even though like we're actually talking about something that they don't like you talking about, it's one of those things. Just like a lot of different things they don't want to. Something that happened in 2020, they didn't want you to ask whether it was faked or not. A couple of things that happened in 2020 they didn't want anybody to be even posing the question as to whether there might have been fabrications. So but what I mean, there's a big third rail here, right? There are school events, right? Can't say the two words. You can say one of the two words. There are school events, right? And I definitely have seen where people say, well, look, the children themselves are saying it. And we all know children don't lie. And also we know that they wouldn't be clever enough to remember what the lies would be. And if they were fed lines, they wouldn't have the intelligence or the memory to be able to regurgitate those lines. And they wouldn't have time to be coached and all this sort of stuff, right? And then what you see is occasionally, when the camera might pan backwards a little bit or zoom out away from the child, you see the parent basically whispering into the child, "You're going to say this, and then say this, say that," this sort of stuff.
You do. And I mean, while that might be true for like really, really little kids, like, once they get to a certain age, anybody who has kids knows. Anybody who was a kid, come on now. I remember back being a kid and I could come up with some pretty whopper lies if I wanted to. And I could be pretty darn convincing at it as well. It's one of those things, it's just laughable to think that kids couldn't do it. Maybe if they're like 3, you know what I mean? But if they're like 5, 6, 7 or older, like they most certainly will and do lie, and they most certainly can remember lines. I mean, look at how many kids do school plays and they can remember lines.
Yeah, some children can certainly lie, and some children can certainly lie convincingly. Of course, the difficult thing with anybody who is a liar is to remember what lies they told if they're then subsequently asked about it a month or a year later. And then, of course, if you can compare two videos, then you might sort of say, there's an inconsistency there. But of course, you'd have the whole media apologizing for them and then saying, how dare you? You're just trying to traumatize a child. And of course, the child isn't able to remember to say exactly the same thing you want to hear, and all this kind of thing. So, but that's it. We tend to forget when we are adults that children understand instinctively, like when they're very, very young, when they're basically toddlers. Did you eat that cookie? No. And the cookies smeared all over their mouth, kind of thing, and that's the way a lot of them are still in adulthood. When I remember it was oh God, it was it was what G. Edward Griffin described about how these people are anyway, and I forget who the fella he was talking about in particular, but it was a historian, I think, from George or Brown University or Georgetown or something like that, how he said the method for these people, the people who are in control of our societies, is that they always deny with their mouths or with their words, in other words, what they do with their hands. And I have spoken to some people who are standing in front of me doing the thing, or, sending emails or whatever it might be, or they just tell me, in the same breath, pretty much, literally, two contradictory things. And I say, well, which is true? Both can't be true. Yes, they can. And then, they'll sort of claim like that it's my problem that I can't understand how two mutually contradictory things can be both true simultaneously. And that's at the point where reality seems to just break down and dissolve all around you. And they are, as I suppose, there is a sort of a way that certain people who have a certain character, who will have had that character in childhood, especially if other adults will have told them it's okay, it's for the greater good, or I give you permission, like in the Stanford prison experiments, that some authority, an adult or a school teacher, master or somebody says, oh no, you just tell this story, like, it's okay. And the child then maybe might be a good child, not necessarily prone to lying, but thinks, well, it's okay, all the adults say it's okay, so I'm being a good boy. Oh God, we should move on, I suppose. Anyway, but you want to say a bit of that, and we'll get on to a bit more of Stanley. This isn't the version, by the way, where they've interspersed some NASA footage, but I have a little bit anyway. We might do something with the LEM. What do you want to say anyway to that aspect that children don't lie, or they do, or some are liars in adulthood as well as in childhood?
Well, I mean, it that much very much is the case, and most of the time they learn it from their parents and the other adults around them. That's where they learn to tell these lies, and that it's okay a lot of times. And also you have a thing with people where they don't want to necessarily maybe admit that children could lie at that age, because okay, for one, that it's a tacit admission that maybe their child could be lying, and they don't really want to think about that if they have those have children. But more importantly, it infers very much that like they could be lying and be dirty. And while that doesn't seem like it would be a big deal, human beings most certainly do have this kind of mechanism in our head where rather than, like, if we've done the same thing that or something similar to the person who's being yelled at and accused, we're more likely to defend them, because like there's, it's almost like defending ourselves. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and certainly I would say, like with adults or parents and their children, they might themselves know that their child is a liar, but if some other adult or child would point it out, they would defend them to the hilt, knowing that they themselves are now lying by saying, no, they never lie, my child would never do that, even though they know damn well they would. But again, it's an ego thing. So, and it's a contradiction, and they'll feel conflicted about it, and maybe they don't even know why they're lying, because they themselves just lie by reflex, and they find they probably hear themselves lying before they've even decided what they're going to do. They actually hear the words that are coming out of their own mouths, and they're kind of go, well, I better keep going with this. I'm in the middle of it now, and they just keep going with it. And I think maybe that's, yeah.
As fallen beings, like, it's almost like well, I mean, and from my perspective, it basically is like this most of the time. Like, if you're not following Christ and trying to, follow that road, if you're not trying, like, with everything you got to stay on that straight and narrow, then you're going to do everything but. I mean, we are so fallen like to the point where it's just like with that God-sized hole in your heart problem. Like, if you're not policing yourself, you're guaranteed to do something evil.
Well, there you are.
It's just gonna.
Yeah, it's just going to manifest itself, I suppose. And I was going to say that, well, it harkens back to what we were talking about, that with regards to being addicted to drugs, or not looking under rocks or whatever. If you are in any way not in control of your own mind, if you're not mentally disciplined, if you're constantly sort of creating different compartments in your mind to hide things away that you'd rather not have to deal with or countenance, then you'll be very easily led into perdition.
Yes, absolutely. It won't take much. You don't even have to be led. You'll walk all on your own.
Yeah.
Especially in this world, because it's another one of those human mechanisms where we are, we're trained by our biology and our history to look to those who are successful within our society, especially men, but women do this too. You look to those of your sex that are successful and you mimic that in order to be successful yourself. It's why all of us go to college and take out. It's why all of us do the same things over and over again. It's because we're mimicking each other, and to a
Yeah.
large degree, you'll find that this little 20% tend to be people who are outsiders of that. We are black sheep, and we don't tend to like fit in with the larger group as well in that sense.
Yeah, well, there's a YouTube channel, and they got successful over the last couple of years analyzing people's body language, and I think they're just called the Body Language Panel. And one of the fellows has a few phrases, and one of them that crops up recurringly is the human animal does what makes the animal successful. And of course, they would look at people in the same way, similarly, a lot of the time as an anthropologist would study the behavior of animals, like, let's say, Diane Fossey would have studied apes in the wild, to understand their sociology. So human beings don't like to think of it this way, but they can be analyzed by other human beings in exactly the same way. People like to think of themselves as being, psychologically, mentally, spiritually, every which way, intellectually higher than the animals. But one of the humbling things about, I think Sigourney Weaver was the one who played Diane Fossey in the movie. I'm not sure if I've seen it, but I was aware of Diane Fossey anyway. Her attitude was that actually a lot of the apes not only have the same kind of love for their children, and they have the kind of hierarchy in the society, and they look after each other, but they're more honest and they're actually more kind. People might be terrified of apes, that they might, attack them or rip their heads off, but in fact, that they wouldn't lie, they wouldn't do any damage to anybody. They wouldn't do anything that they didn't have to do if it wasn't just protecting people. Whereas the human animal, he will lie, he will engage in skullduggery, he will do anything. He'll kill if he can get away with it, if it makes him successful. So the human animal, as they say in the body language panel, the human animal just does whatever is successful. He apes what he sees other apes doing. He imitates whatever appears to be successful. It's a terrible thing, and I think the ego really turbocharges it then by then backwards deriving some reason why they were right to do something selfish and call it intellectually brilliant or something.
Yeah, I mean that most certainly like rings true, and from my point of view, it's one of those things where mankind is like we're part animal, and we're part child of God, or all child of God, but you get my point. Like there is an element to us that is animal, and you absolutely as a human being can go both directions. You can become more like Christ, more like God. You'll never be what he was. You'll never be even close, but you'll get, you'll be better as a human being and be the best you can be. Or you can regress down and become just like an animal. You can see, you can see it in people. There definitely are levels of sophistication and civilization in people. And, that you can absolutely regress back to the point. I mean, look at somebody that's been in solitary confinement for long enough, or, a uncontacted tribe. Like, if you go to the Singhalese Islands, like they will kill and eat you. You know what I mean? So it's like there quite literally is that option where you will regress back and become an animal if you don't, if you're not spiritually working on yourself and constantly trying to become something better, then you will regress to something worse. It's just part of our experience.
Yeah, well, I mean, the terrible irony of it is that people say, you've lost your humanity, but humanity, like you could sort of say, oh yeah, in the general average of the human species, what does it mean to be humanity, or have an attitude of humanity to somebody else? it's a circular definition in the same way as, like, these days a lot of people are trying to say a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman. But what is a woman? What does it mean to have humanity? Well, actually, these days more so than ever, I don't think you could look at humanity and say, I can see what the distinct qualities are that elevates humanity above, say, the apes in. And I think Diane Fossey, by the way, was studying apes mostly in Rwanda, and especially, like, what the name of that country evokes to people. Is basically of the bloodiest civil war that could be imaginable, even perhaps in the 20th century. I think it might eclipse everything, where just the level of viciousness was perhaps comparable to Haiti, and I think in 1802, where just the extreme violence, not just debauchery, doesn't even cover it, but the bloodiest of violence. Anyway, as you say, that's what people can regress to. Now, we tend to think of, as you mentioned there, maybe uncontactable or uncontacted tribes in the deepest Amazon, or in the some island, maybe like in the Indian Ocean or whatever, that would cannibalize people, or West Africa, or whatever. But unfortunately, and I'll say this, and this is not to be equivocating or to try and put down people from Europe or whatever, right? I used to think that we did have sophistication and civilization above the dark hordes of Africa, let's say, for example, but unfortunately not anymore. Unfortunately, and I'll say this, maybe I don't know if this is my phrase that I coined, but it seems that in trying to lift up the rest of the world, like, to lift them up to a civilization as though it was, let's say, like what the British Empire, said that it was, or portrayed it as in the late 19th century. We don't have that kind of civilization anymore, where people were genteel and sat around in tea rooms, and gentlemen went to gentlemen's clubs and had refined whiskey and cigars, and just talked in an erudite manner and discussed their differences, and maybe if things couldn't be reconciled, they had a duel, but they'd arrange it for Saturday afternoon, and after a good game of croquet. We don't have that level of sophistication anymore. We've all just become barely above the level of some kind of rap music. That's our high culture now, is rap music. And trying to lift up the world, we've all fallen into the gutter. And I hope people can understand that I'm not just trying to offend people from Africa. I'm saying to people who are Europeans that I'm disgusted with who are supposedly my own compatriots, and who are supposedly like my own genetic cousins in the Western world, because it seems to me that people are only motivated, as Charlie Munger would point to, only motivated by the basest of motivators, which is money, basically. And the only reason people are complaining now about immigration, whatever, is because they're not getting the free housing, or they're not getting the benefits, financial, that they feel they're entitled to. They shouldn't want anything from government. They should just want their own nation and their own land. It shouldn't have come this far, because they weren't complaining until it was hitting them in the pocket, which is why I know that they're not doing it for the right reasons. And if you're not doing it for the right reasons, then you're not going to succeed. And we're just going to go back to the way we were anyway beforehand, where people then find that they can get back to arguing about, like, class warfare. Then that's going to be the next thing, middle class versus working class, even though working class are typically the kind of people who draw the dough, and working and middle class then are the kind of people who have pretendy, makey up jobs, but they go to the office and tap it into a computer, something that AI can do much better than they can do. Anyway, I didn't mean to go on that rant, but I felt I had to explain myself a bit. But that's, you kind of set me off on that when you were kind of mentioning how we can revert back to the animalistic stage, and I would put it that actually apes are a higher order in the way that they treat each other. They're more elevated than the average human these days.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes they can. They have some noble qualities to them, for sure. But they also, like, there was the ape war down there, so not so long ago, where they killed and ate each other too. It's one of those things where, like, I would point to, like, the saints, and other people I've seen within the Orthodox Church even today that have shown me that there is, like, we can be better. There, like, on the individual level, at least, there are still some people who are still trying to, achieve, a higher order for themselves, and be something more than just an animal. However, on a societal level, like, we have purposefully been, regressed, because it's one of those things where Christianity kind of civilized the world in a lot of ways. And people were a lot easier. They learned during the Roman Empire that the Germanic tribes, for instance, as well as during the British Empire, when they came over here and were dealing with the natives, or, dealing with the natives anywhere else, they learned that that tribal structure is easier to control. Keeping us dumb, ignorant, and split off into these little factions makes it so much easier to control people, rather than, people who've been taught philosophy and, have another way of going about things. It's being on purpose 100% that we are where we're at now, because they know that we can regress back to that kind of state where it's just basically, sex and violence and, war all the time. And they want it that way. Why? Because as long as we're doing that, then we can always be controlled and duped. We'll always keep arguing with each other and everything else. If you think about it, if everybody was part of the Orthodox Church, for example, like, what would that do to their plans? Well, it would pretty well tear them apart at their foundations. They couldn't, function in that environment. They just couldn't. Because nobody would be willing to go along with what they're selling, right? Nobody would be trying to, well, I won't say nobody, but there wouldn't be enough people like that would buy into what they're trying to sell. But as long as we keep arguing with each other, like, and stuff like we do today, as long as everybody's spiritually debauched and, or is just out for themselves and whatever bit of pleasure and money they can get out of whatever situation, as long as we keep acting like that, then, we're doomed. Like, we're never going to get anywhere. But
Yeah.
like I say, and have told you before, people, like, I do know people, like, nowadays that give me hope that, like, society can do better. And, it's more than likely that the worst among us probably won't make it through it anyway. So, hopefully at the end of all this, we'll have a group of people that are, able to kind of bring it together and do something, I hope.
Yeah. Well, maybe you didn't exactly say the phrase, but divide and conquer is the method. And I suppose I was nearly going to say, like, divided or united we stand, divided we fall. It is so simplistic. They've told us, but yet we are definitely fighting more and more, and they've split us into more and more factions. And it works completely and perfectly. Although it's not just psychological, because definitely, like, groups like Antifa are, I think, provably funded by George Soros. So those guys are under a certain amount of mind control, but they are motivated by money. They know they're being paid. They know that they're not useful to society. They couldn't get a job anyway. They're being paid to do something that actually helps them emotionally as well, to vent. And most people just like to vent anyway, and so they're venting some kind of pent up violence and some kind of fantasy as well about, being the good guys, and that as long as they don't have to think about it too much, and as we already discussed, people don't like to examine things too much, but they're pretty sure they're the good guys, other people are the bad guys, the Nazis, whatever it is, they're being paid to do it. They wouldn't be being paid to confront them, or beat them up or punch them. Why would anybody pay them? And I see that argument all the time, by the way, inside the corporations, even people who have pretty good handle on their own morality. I remember one guy saying to me, and it really made me sort of say, oh, well, there's no hope, because I thought he was one of the last guys who would never capitulate to the idea that they just do what they're told, never question it. He said, well, look, the way I think it is, basically, like, my morality is, look, if they're paying me to do a job, I should just do whatever they want me to do. And I thought, oh, good God. And, like, this was in the context of how, well, I can't really say it, but how the company, it was in late 2020, and early 2021, where he was saying the company is going to be coming to me saying, well, my children are all on the health plan, and in order for them to stay on the health plan, I'm going to have to comply with certain things. So basically, look, I'm going to have to, and he was more or less sort of looking for my permission to sort of say, yeah, well, then in that case, just take what they're giving you. I think everyone understands what I'm talking about. That was terrifying to understand, that if he can be manipulated, so can these people who've never had a job, and they're only 19 or less than 25, and they want to go punching Nazis, and somebody's paying them through some charity.
And I mean, really, like, what he's saying is just, it's just logical, but that is the problem with the, this, we can call it the conservative capitalist mindset, to where they do kind of think like that, where it's like, it's through our philosophy of, the religions that kind of built America in the West, it's this, this mentality of, making money being related to your salvation, and certain things like that, that came from Protestantism and stuff. You wind up with this mentality here in the West, where it's like, okay, I've got to pay the house payment, and I've got to do all this kind of stuff, so I've got to. And it's like, well, no, that's logical. I agree with you. That is the logical thing to do. However, life is not just about logic. There has to be some emotion put into this, and some nuance. And it's like, is it, like, you got to weigh the risks, man. It's like, is it worth it to you to risk this, for that, and typically for a Westerner, it's going to always err on the side of keep my job, make more money.
Yeah.
Buy your house, buy a new car.
Say the last bit again there.
I said, buy a new house, buy a bigger house, buy a new car, keep up with the Joneses, and, that way I can look good at the golf course, and, down at the lodge on, Saturday or whatever. And, it happens to be,
Yeah, well, it's been so disappointing for me, because I think, I was just so naive. I just thought, like, that by default most people have a sense of higher mindedness, and have already thought about pretty much every moral quandary that might be thrown at them. So therefore, I thought that it was a sort of a very sort of foregone conclusion, that if somebody was just sort of said, here, listen, do you want to have a BMW instead of a Ford, or an Audi instead of a Toyota, that you'll basically compromise all your principles, I would have thought people would kind of go like, duh, no, that's such an obvious kind of no brainer of a question to pose me. Like, of course I wouldn't compromise my principles or corrupt my morals. But unfortunately, like, people will sell their souls for far less than that. Like, just like even a 3% raise, they'll kind of go, oh yeah, where do I sign to give my everlasting soul to the devil? Even people who claim to believe in God, heaven, the devil, and hell, and everything, they don't seem to have any, and that's the thing. I really don't think most people believe at all. It's just they're going along with whatever seems to be the societally acceptable way of just going to things. They do it by rote, don't really think about it.
Yes, that's true. I mean, you got to also think that what the Protestant system set up is basically a lot of, okay, for instance, if everybody in your neighborhood is, of the same, goes to the same church as you, right? Everybody in your neighborhood goes to the same church as you. Everybody believes in the same Western sectarian Protestant type stuff, where, it's like, works alone and faith alone and all that other kind of stuff. It's kind of a self-policing system, that where, like, you're not going to do anything that's going to extricate you from that, right? It's just like kind of any other cultic practice, where, they're going to police what you do, without actually policing what you do. You just know somewhere instinctively that if you go against the grain, that they're not going to talk to you anymore. And it's, you find a lot of this within, like, conservatism, like, in general, because it carries over, because, like, the religion is almost as much tied to politics and their work as it is anything else. Like, it breeds this kind of environment.
Yeah, well, I suppose a couple of things occurred to me there, and I'll just be very brief, and we'll get back to Stanley anyway. Is the law of sunk costs, and it's this economic term, but I mean it basically just means like once you're in something, it's very hard to double back the other way because psychologically speaking, you have made a commitment anyway, and it also again harkens back to the idea of just leading somebody just ever so slightly, but in principle, into sin. Like, just steal this pen. What does it matter? And now what you've done is proven that you're willing to steal something. And now it's just a matter of degrees. So it's just gradually twisting, and that's how the devil does it. And he brings you up on the top of the mountain and says, "Look, I mean, I could give you whatever you want. Just tell me, just why don't I make life easier for you? Why do you have to suffer?" And again, I recognize the same logic or line of spurious logic that I've said to myself in my own mind many times in the past. Why do I need to make things harder for myself than I need to? So plenty of people who don't spend time on introspection, if they're offered anything that's better than what they don't have already, they'll say, "Yeah, I mean, why would I? I'd be a fool not to take it." And they never think that there's a cost. So it's the sunk cost fallacy, or the crossing the Rubicon. People, they might have even only taken one step towards, I say perdition. I don't know why I keep saying that, or perfidy, or sin, or whatever. Into basically the world of sin. It's a bit like maybe the fly in the ointment, or even a drop of. I'm trying to think of a nice word for it. A drop of poison in a glass of water, you still wouldn't want to drink the water, and so they kind of feel, well, it's tainted anyway, so I might as well continue on. It'll never be perfect again. Maybe a bit like, I'll say another analogy. People, especially from my generation and yours, JC, will remember playing Space Invaders in the arcades, and I used to always feel like, well, you got 2 or 3 spaceships in reserve, as well as the one you were playing with. But I always felt that I could probably do 10, 20, even 30 screens without losing a life. But as soon as I use one life, I kind of feel like the game's over, and I use the second 2 lives pretty quickly because of an attitude change that I've lost my perfect score kind of thing. And I think that's the way people feel about it once they kind of get into even the mildest of sins, or the mildest of sort of gray area morality, that they kind of feel like, I've gone this far. There's no point in making any pretense at trying to be virtuous anymore. After this, I'll just take whatever's coming to me.
Yeah. Well, not just that, but they'll lose everything that they gained up to that point. And like those gifts will be taken away. And that's never something that people are too keen on doing in the first place either, right? Like, nobody wants to give up like the house, the car, and all that kind of stuff for a moral quandary. Everybody, it's much easier just to keep doing what you were doing and keep your stuff, right?
Yeah. And I suppose I'll say a couple of things have changed relatively recently, and certainly in this country only in the last 20 years. There wasn't always property tax, and I think that things have got worse with regards to property tax in the United States. But in Ireland, certainly people were told, "Oh, well, you don't want to be lagging behind the rest of the good European boys in the school classroom, do you?" And literally, it was put to them that nobody should protest against an introduction of property tax, like including like a house that they sometimes would say, "Oh, we'll make an exception, like for houses that you live in. We're only talking about those rich people who have got a second house. That's the house we'll tax." But I think then it was just brought in that basically, unless you can prove that you earn nothing, then you have to pay property tax. And that doesn't exclude people on pensions either. So I think what happened a lot then in the last 20 years is that if you are retired, you're then constantly worried about, will your pension then keep going and stay ahead of inflation, and you'll be able to pay enough on your home, so that even if you own it and paid off the mortgage, as Stephen was talking about, that you won't then still lose your home because you're not able to afford the property taxes. And I mean, like, by the way, it's the world over. I mean, I've seen it in other countries as well, where retired people still have to. I knew a fellow there in South Africa who had to go in to try to convince people, like, and of course we know the way it is in South Africa now, right? A white man had to go in then, and you can guess who's employed in the public offices, to try and say to them that the new assessment that they'd put on the value of his home, they doubled the value of the assessment of his home, and therefore were doubling his property tax. And he was saying, "I can't afford to pay this." And they were going, "Well, you should have thought of that before you had bought a lovely home 40 years ago." That sort of way. So I think what people are terrified of is, in the future, they won't have enough money. So I think that alone is a reason why they'll say, I'm never going to go against the system. And and it's not just outright greed. And I think what I've noticed is people are never grateful for money they've been given, but they'll be always loyal to an entity that they think can take money away from them if they don't play ball.
Yes. I mean, that's exactly it. And, that's the choice I had to make. I had to decide, am I going to give it all up and, go, am I going to be okay with like, not owning all this kind of stuff and, having all this stuff until we get this stuff sorted out. And, I had to say, well, yeah, because if we don't start like, deciding that it's, freedom and stuff is more important, then we're screwed. Then what's the point of continuing on anyway if you're going to be a slave? I don't see any other way to go about it. And I guess maybe to segue us back into the back on topic, maybe that's how Stanley felt and why he did this little interview. Who knows? But it would be my guess. This is probably some kind of like mall Santa kind of look-alike fellow, and we're having smoke blown up our ass. But time will tell, I guess. Maybe.
Yeah, well, we'll get on with it anyway, and I'll just acknowledge Stephen Crumley's comment there in regards to, I think, a useful tangent we went down, and it seems to be always the way. And I'm not upset that we spent some time there discussing what I think was worthwhile. He says property tax is insane. It just proves we are slaves. Yeah, I think a lot of people have realized that. We're never.
You're just renting with a few extra benefits.
That's it.
Here in the U.S., you have to pay a death tax. So even if you do manage to keep hold of it till you die, if your kids can't pay the death tax, then they lose it to the government anyway. So it's like, okay, now this is just ridiculous. Like, you're still renting. Like, everybody's strutting around like I'm a homeowner. It's like, no, you're not. Like, you pay the government like taxes, and they make you have homeowners insurance, and they make you do this. Like, you're shelling out all this money every year to keep it, or they take it away from you. That's renting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, we don't have a democracy if a democracy means that people are free and that they participate and have a say collectively in the running of their country, and that they elect people to be charged with the great responsibility of acting on their behalf. None of that happens, and we also don't have a capitalist society or civilization. Certainly not in the sense that capitalism is synonymous with a free market. We absolutely do not have a free market. People sometimes refer to it as crony capitalism, but it's not capitalism at all. And then, of course, we have the false paradigm that people are going to go, what do you want? Do you want communism then? No, want neither, want freedom. But this idea, anyway, that in capitalism, it means that you earn money, but the government takes money away that you've earned before you even see it, and then it's taxed again for when you retire. But there'll be nothing in that pot anyway by the time you retire, and then it's taxed again when you go and buy anything with the money you've already paid tax on. And then, say, if you buy a house with that, which you've already paid tax on and fees and everything else, then they can just continue to tax it. It's not an asset, it's a liability. It's exactly the opposite. If you've bought a house, well, then, as you say, it's not only renting with extra steps, it's slavery with extra steps. I mean, the dwellings might not have been very nice, but at least you didn't have to worry about all these extra steps when you were a slave. It might have been quite nice, actually, like in some of the southern states, picking cotton. You'd be out in the sunshine, you'd be singing away with all your friends there. You didn't have to worry about where your meals are coming from. I mean, it mightn't be the nicest food, but it was given to you. And you didn't have to worry about, do I have enough money now to pay for my rent or my gas to put in my car to get to work? No, it was all taken care of. Your own transport, even from Africa, was taken care of. So I know I'm being a bit facetious there, but basically there was less worries, and with less worries there was less psychological fracture, I would say. But we will get back. I'll have to give you right to the phone there, but we'll get back anyway. And just finish off there. Stephen says we never stop paying taxes, so we never own the land. Yeah, and even if you own the house, the deed will say that you can only rent, and they typically say for 99 years. you can rent the land.
Mhm.
But there's generally a landlord that owns the land. Well, certainly that's the way it is in Britain and Ireland anyway, and that goes back to British Empire times, So you might be free, but there's still some lord somewhere who owns the land that your house is on.
Funny
And
thing is, in the medieval times when like we were under that system, like our ancestors worked less hours per week and shit than we do.
oh
The
yeah,
typical person works on average like 30 more hours a week or something like that. Like, and and all other kind of things that we have, like the fallacy, like in our minds, that we have it so much better. I mean, in some ways we do, but not necessarily in every way, like for sure. Because like they had better work hours and like all that kind of stuff. They didn't have the same level of living as we do, but neither did the royalty at that point in time. You know what I mean? It's one of those things they'll try to like trick you with that false equivalency there and be like, well, we've raised your, like, your level of living. Like, look how much better you're living than you were, like, would have been in like the 1800s or whatever. And it's like, well, that's just a fallacy though. Like, because just because we're doing better and like all that doesn't mean that it's now therefore okay for you to just do whatever. You know what
yeah.
I mean?
Oh, well,
It
completely. And I'm reminded of New York, these days where like people can pretty much literally live in a cupboard, or something like ridiculous, like 10-foot square at most, maybe less. And people are doing TikToks and the YouTube videos, kind of going, oh, look how efficiently I make the space. See, I've made a bunk bed on top of this wardrobe here, and I'm only paying $2,500 a month. Like, and you go, what the hell? I mean, what's so great about living in New York? And I'm like, oh, I feel like I'm in the buzz of the city, but it's hell. And it's just like my dinner with Andre. but when people are still there, if people haven't seen the movie, like they're talking about it in the early 80s, like about how people just want to get out. It's a prison they're building for themselves. But at least back in, like, let's say England in the well, I don't know if it would have been like, say, in the 1400s, 1600s, just out of the Middle Ages, but even in the Middle Ages, whatever they were like, if you were living in your own village and you knew your own people and everyone knew each other, that would be psychologically somewhat healthier than living in New York where you don't know anybody, and there's millions of people there, but you don't, but you're lonely, and also you might get actually square meals, and there'd be no GMO food. It'd be locally produced. There might be some women there who are happy to cook for you, and they're not making suffragette protests and all this sort of stuff. Life might be a lot simpler, and people might be a lot kinder. Granted, there were different incentives there, and people only do what they're incentivized to do. Like that, there wasn't Tinder, and the women weren't kind of going, well, there's this fella in this other village, like, and he sings really well and he's got great abs or whatever. But whatever it was, so even though, like, women weren't necessarily kinder there, there would have been no incentive not to be kind to the men in the village, and the men would have been kind to everybody there as well, because otherwise there would have been enough men there to shame them or whatever. Anyway, I suppose I'm just imagining. I guess people can paint their own picture, obviously not trying to sort of create an idyllic fantasy that things were better in the past. But when things were simpler, things would have been less complicated and therefore less psychologically distressing to have to deal with, and less sort of mentally fracturing. We will get back to Stanley Kubrick, but I feel like I'll have to give you one other chance to say anything you'd want, and then we'll play some Kubrick again.
I mean, like, all I can say is that I agree. Like, 100%. Like, that's most certainly the same take I would have on it, pretty much.
Good. Okay, well, here's Kubrick then. Or is it? Let's see what he has to say.
Oh, so wait, so New really got to you. I mean, it sounds like he's the impetus of this entire confession in a way. I mean, it's like a theme. Like, so he really made you become circumspect about this.
He even virtually begged me to reveal all this. He couldn't do it himself. He has a pension to worry about. I had basically nothing to lose. I'm, an established filmmaker, not involved with the government in any way except for this one job. And I made my millions. I'm really basically set for life. I'm almost 70.
But you still must fear one thing they can do to you, which is, I mean, I don't know. Do you ever? I mean, you obviously. Do you ever worry about them killing you because of the secret? I mean, you have become a bit of a recluse. I don't know. With the
Yeah, Garbo, Howard Hughes, J.D. Salinger, and me,
right.
and to some degree Neil.
But did they? I mean, did any of them think that the government was out to get them? And I'm not saying you think that, but do you? I mean, the government obviously said they'll kill you. I mean, obviously, the government said we'll kill you if you say anything. I mean, that's a standard top secret sort of penalty.
It's understood, even if it's not said.
Right, but they did say it to you, I presume.
Yeah.
They did. I mean, the government they said basic. So it
they
was.
They tried to be cute about it, but yeah, it was said in no uncertain terms.
So why are you? So can't this get you killed?
Well, that's why I'm delaying it.
Okay, the 15 years thing.
This is not going to be seen.
Okay, until
for another
15 years after you're dead. Well, no, that's if you die tomorrow. You're not going to die tomorrow, clearly. I'm sorry. Okay, try again. Okay, it's okay. So why you could get killed by doing this? This could kill you. Why are you doing that? That's.
Well, I better jump in there because Stephen there is saying, "Oh, this video isn't Kubrick; it's a verified fake." I couldn't find anywhere on the internet verifying it to be fake, but like I'll jump ahead and seeing as Stephen says it, like I don't want to tease it. Like I think that I have found proof that indeed this is fake, and I think as well it gives itself away. But as I said, this fellow who sounds like Alex Stein to me, although I don't think it is Alex Stein. I think that if you just listen to it and pay attention, but he speaks so fast, he's giving Stanley Kubrick stage direction. He's saying, no, don't do that, don't say that, say it again. And then allegedly Stanley Kubrick kind of apologizes to the person who's supposed to be interviewing him and say, oh, okay, I'll go again, I'll try again with an answer there, Yes. So yeah, what do you want to say there to that?
Well, it's like we were talking about earlier. That's why I thought this was a good thing to go over, is pointing out the things about this kind of stuff that one should look for, and really going over this with the fine-tooth comb and pointing these things out, because it shows people a methodology for kind of sussing this kind of stuff. The things that one would look for and maybe look into to maybe find out if something is faked or not. And, I'm a good reminder to people that they should be ever watchful for this stuff. Like everything that they see or, hear, they should check into, because it very well could be fake.
Yeah. And look, sometimes, I mean, we don't need to see anything else. If you aren't consumed with cognitive bias, in other words, like Fox Mulder in the X-Files, wanting to believe something is true so much that you'll overlook something that is self-evidently not true. It's just that this fella, he's such kind of, I don't know what it is. I think it's something to do with how it's not his accent. He's deliberately slurring his words. And I think that this guy, who I'm going to say, I think his name, who's made this interview, I think the interviewer, I think his name is T. Patrick Murray. So let's say instead of the guy who sounds like Alex Stein, let's say whatever T. Patrick Murray is, he seems to be, just on the face of it here with what we're presented as, he seems to be sort of saying, no, try that again. You didn't get that right. Do you remember what we discussed earlier? I think he's kind of saying that. So I think he's sort of saying, like, we've rehearsed this. Do you remember what you're supposed to say? You'd never say that in an interview. And certainly not. Yeah.
That would be preloading the interviewee. It's definitely not something a professional would do, but it is most certainly something that somebody who is afraid that you're going to forget your lines would do if they, you know what I mean? It most certainly, but like normally in a professional setup, this would be like a director behind the person giving the interview. It would be, they'd be behind them, maybe, giving direction or something. But here you're seeing it like, he's the director and the cameraman and the person asking the questions, right?
That's it.
it's kind of like it, he's getting a little overzealous and trying to preempt things so that it doesn't mess it up. Like,
Yeah.
so,
And I guess he must have intended to edit that out, So he just talked to him like this and then edit it out. But it sounds to me like he's getting frustrated with this guy. I think he must know him personally. Maybe he's even his father or something like that. And he knows him well enough to be irritable with him and sort of say, no, not that. Don't you remember? And clearly that a guy, like if it's a conspiracy to fake an interview, the other guy is aware of what he's trying to do. And apologizing for forgetting his lines. So then I don't know why it was released like this. I mean, in a way, right? Because there is the title card in the beginning, and of course anybody could have put it there. But if the video creator put the title card there, then it's almost like it's sort of like not exactly an IQ test, but a test of how willing are you to engage in what they often call, like a filmmaker will sort of say that the audience is participating in willingly engaging in a certain amount of, I forget what the phrase is, suspension of disbelief. I think that's the phrase.
yes.
Yeah, so I think that's what it is, and I'll just acknowledge a few of the things there. So yeah, there's confusion here. I'm to my ears, and I think even I don't think you have to be an American or a New Yorker. I think it might be a Long Island accent. I think that might be typical of Alex Stein. And so Stephen Crumley there was saying, like, that this video predates Alex Stein by like a decade. Yeah, but Alex Stein, I think, is in his late 30s, so he would have been doing something by then. This guy, Patrick Murray, who I think made this video. I think it's pretty clear, and I'll show you his YouTube channel in a minute. He has a lot of videos, in fact, thousands of videos. And he was a film student in I think it's just called films. Is what a student? There's a film college of New York. I can't remember what it's called. Maybe it's just called Film College of New York. But maybe Alex Stein, look, I'm not saying, right? It probably isn't him. It almost definitely isn't. But in any case, I'm saying it sounds like him. But anyway, that's the guy's name. T. Patrick Murray. So I'll show you his stuff later. We've nearly finished, I think, this video. And I think it'd be good to get to the end of it. We've got, I think, a quarter of it left or less. And I just want to play it till the end for completion's sake. But I think what some people have brought up anyway is, and I think a couple of more worthwhile comments here, is that despite what Stephen and I are saying, that, and you, I think as well, I think we're also saying, yes, okay, we're quite confident, and I think we can prove that this video is fake or contrived, despite that, what I think is that it's very possible that even if T. Patrick Murray wasn't aware that he was doing this, that he may well have been somehow employed to or used to make a fake of Stanley Kubrick confessing, because the CIA or NASA actually do know that Stanley Kubrick did indeed film at least some of what was shown on TV as being the moon landing in a Hollywood basement or in Cannon Airfield in New Mexico. And that if you layer this on top of that lie, then people kind of go, do you see, it couldn't have been because this is a fake, right? Here's a fake confession, but there's actually a real confession that didn't ever make it on video, So I think that's what other people might agree. And that's the layers of deception. Do you want to say a bit on that while I flash these comments up on screen?
Oh, well, I mean, it most certainly could be that absolutely could be the case, that it is a kind of both and situation of sorts. I mean, yeah, it would help, like, we could do the digging and maybe find out more, if this T. Patrick Murray or whatever is, you could try to match up, like, where, maybe where he's from with the accent. You could look into his schooling and see who his classmates were and see if he might have went to school with anybody prominent. See if his parents were in the military or anything like that. You could really like check if you knew for a fact, especially that it was him that made the video, then you could find out a lot more. Just by looking into him and who his connections may be.
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, and look, I haven't done too much research other than find this guy's YouTube video, and I think maybe, look, I won't torture people by playing the rest of it here, right? I'll move on now in a minute to sharing my screen and showing you his YouTube channel. But I just want to acknowledge some of the great comments here. So Vingul says, "Am I the only one, the odd one out here, for believing that they landed on the moon?" It's great that we have somebody who believes they landed on the moon, and I'd love to hear why. On the balance of probabilities, I think they didn't, for several kind of contributory reasons. I'll get onto them in a minute. Stephen says, if it were truly Kubrick, he would be the one correcting the questioner when you tell the truth from memory to another person. The other person can't have to tell you what to say. It works the other way. Absolutely. So highly disrespectful of the guy, in the way that he was correcting him. And it just, you couldn't imagine Kubrick sort of having this unknown interviewer saying, "Oh, of course, that's what I meant to say," or "Of course, you know the timeline of what I did better than I did." Like, what? Speak Freely says, that's his name. That's his name of this guy's account. That Kubrick video, or supposed Kubrick video, is an obvious fake. At around 13 minutes, the interviewer is coaching Stanley Kubrick, inverted commas, on what to say. Yeah, exactly. Jesus is Luke Skywalker says, "Howdy, everyone. Just got here. The Buzz Aldrin interviews are interesting." Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, Buzz Aldrin, he has said a few things, and I'm not just, there's not just one, there's several out there. And there was one that I saw more recently where he more or less pretty much says, "Oh yeah, totally was fake." I don't know. I don't know what the latest on that is. Whether people kind of go, "Oh, listen, he's just got a bit of dementia, leave him alone," or he's just playing up for the audience now because he's aware of all the conspiracies. I don't know, or conspiracy theories rather, I should say. I hate when people say those things interchangeably. Vingul says, "I'll have to once again catch up another time. See you guys." All right. And Steven says, "Peace." Right. I'll have to pre-read the comments a little bit. This guy, yes, very interesting. Did seem suspicious. Says Jesus is Luke Skywalker, and Stephen Crumley says, "I can't understand how people believe man landed on the moon. It's the only technology that regressed." Yeah, I'll have to try and play Don Pettit's "We Lost That Technology" clip and how he sounds. Anyway, imagine if Boeing said that they can't make an aircraft in the 60s because they lost the technology. Although unfortunately they decommissioned Concorde. So, we went from supersonic transatlantic flight to no longer doing it. Oh, that broke my heart. And Jeremy Clarkson's. And Jesus is Luke Skywalker says, "Yeah, layers of deception." And Crispy John says, "That's not Stanley Kubrick, it's Jim Morrison." A few more comments now, I think, that we're caught up. The best documentary in the moon landing with an actual NASA footage proving they didn't get to the moon is A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. Yes, indeed. And I think that's one of I'm not sure if it's Bart Sibrel's or not, but it's on his channel anyway. And I have that linked to in the description of this video. I think a lot of people will have definitely heard of the idea that in 1969 they didn't necessarily go to the moon, but they may not have seen everything that's in the comments. And in fact, I would bet that most people haven't seen one of the videos you linked to me. A fellow who's only got maybe about 7,000 subscribers, and only about 200 people have viewed an interview that this fellow, never heard of him, with oh God, what's the fellow's name? Can you help me out here? Can you remember? He's a NASA guy.
I'm drawing a blank now too.
Well, look, I'll think of it in a minute anyway. He's a guy that sounds like a real nerd anyway. I'll get onto it in a minute. I'm jumping around and I'm jumping ahead. Have a look in the description. You'll see a lot of stuff you've probably seen and some stuff you mightn't have. Even though people probably just say, "Look, the moon was mostly fake. We'll just move on," right? A bit like other things. We just move on, right? And people might have said, "Yeah, we've heard all this before." I think unfortunately, because of what we talked about before, people's propensity, even mine and JC's and everybody else here, we know a lot of stuff, but in order to not have our minds be constantly under this tension, of anguish of why does nobody else see this. We kind of tend to move on a little bit in the sense that the intensity of the knowing of it blunts a little bit, dulls a little bit. So I think it's useful to keep this in our consciousness and to
Yeah.
have a good sense of humor about it as well.
Are you Braille? Like that is like that the guy? Like that he was me he sent that
say
to
say his name again.
Burrell? Like
That's
is that
his name is. Yeah, that sounds like it. It's a B something. It's like that. Yeah, Burrell. Maybe it is Burrell.
yeah, like we were talking about him earlier. I just can't like for some reason I just gapped his name for some reason.
Okay, I'll look it up.
That's what I got
Now,
going.
sorry for the delay here.
Sibrel.
Oh no, well Bart Sibrel is the guy who's done the documentaries, yeah. But there's a NASA guy, and his name is something like Burrell. Look, it doesn't matter, right? I'll have to just look it up in a minute because I can't think of it. There's no point in having dead air when I try and do a bit of googling.
Dennis Bushnell.
Birchnell.
Dennis Bushnell. Yeah,
Dennis
Dennis
Birchnell.
Bushnell's the head. He's the head of like NASA's what is that division or whatever? Like it's basically the
JPL.
research division and
Yeah.
what he's the guy who coordinates with the CIA and all that kind of stuff. And
Yes.
DARPA.
Right. So, yeah, I think what you're thinking of is the JPL, the Jet Propulsion Lab, or does it really stand for Jack Parsons?
Oh yeah, like who knows, like which one it stands for? Like it probably stands for both.
Yeah,
You know,
and that whole thing. Look, I don't know if we want to. I think maybe best not go down that rabbit hole because we're wildly going out in lots of different places. But that's an incredible rabbit hole. You know, the Jack Parsons thing, and its ties to everything, like sci-fi and Star Trek and religious cults, like his own one, and then of course L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology and all that. And it's like, what? How can all that be the same thing? And then there's a clip which I don't think I've got lined up, but it's out there of the Star Trek captain, you know, William T. Kirk, isn't that it? I'm trying to think of his. This is it, right? I shouldn't try and do this. I can't think of his name. I've now forgotten the name of the actor, William Shatner, being asked at a convention, like, how do you kind of separate sci-fi from science fiction from NASA and space exploration, or science of astronomy and you know space travel and sci-fi? And he says, oh, it's all the same. Now, he wasn't necessarily saying it's up to people to interpret what he meant by that. He could have been sort of saying one leads to another, but I mean, like, so much stuff in the context of like Arthur C. Clarke and making satellites real and all this sort of stuff. And listening to Dennis Birchnell anyway, right? Seeing as we have his name here now, right? Yeah, so he's the chief scientist at NASA Langley Research, and Langley is CIA. So, like, I mean, obviously NASA and the CIA are, if not one of the same, different branches of each other or whatever, right? So, like, I mean, that alone, just that one piece of fact, to sort of say, well, how should or could they have anything to do with each other? But anyway, there's an interview linked in the description there, near the bottom of all the links, whereby this fellow, I can't think of his name, but you sent it on to me anyway. His channel is small, like by the standards that you would expect. That somebody like who's the head of NASA would just kind of go, oh, you have a YouTube channel? Oh yeah, no problem then. I'll just do an interview with you. And at the end he said, like, you know, he says, oh, it's an honor talking to you, Dennis Bushnell. He goes, oh, it's an honor talking to you. Like, what? Some guy with 7,000 subscribers to his YouTube channel. Now, obviously, I've only got about 300 or something. But point is that there's no way I would just write to Dennis Bushnell and go, oh yeah, did you want me to give my opinion on this Stanley Kubrick thing? Like, obviously that wouldn't happen. You know what I mean? Or he wouldn't talk about anything, you know, to do with this, you know, space and going to Mars. Of course, he was mostly talking to him in the context of going to Mars. But and sorry for kind of going down a tangent that I said I wouldn't, but you know, what it reminds me of, and although it mightn't seem that it's connected at all, but people have forgotten, it's another thing we definitely should not forget about because it really lifted the lid on how stuff works, is recently a guy called Hardy Pasternak was revealed as being the handler of basically every Hollywood person you've ever heard of in the last 20 years. You know, not just Kanye West, but all the Kardashians, every other film actress and starlet, and everybody. And he was working for the Canadian military, and then also something to do with like the CIA, specifically in regards to drugs that will keep people awake. And he himself said, supposing if you have some people who are working in the military of whatever they are, and they need to stay awake to do a mission for 3 nights in a row, but you don't want them, you don't want them to be just like they're on amphetamines, so there'd be, I don't know, less side effects, whatever. Basically, he was specifically creating drugs for that purpose. And then he goes on to be the handler of the stars, and then threatened Kanye West that he'd medicine him good, just like he did the last time if he didn't comply and get back on track. Right. So with all that, right, he was giving interviews, right? So if you, at that time when that all came out, if you would go look up who is this guy Hardy Pasternak, what you would find on YouTube would be channels that had almost to the same number, about 7,000 subscribers. And one of them was that he was like, just making some cake or baking some kind of recipe or whatever with some guy on his YouTube channel. Like, that was it. That was Hardy Pasternak's like public facing way. So again, what I'm saying is, just be very clear about this. What I'm saying is, I think the guy who had the 7K subscriber, they must sort of say, listen, give him a few subscribers. Don't pay for too much though. We just want to have a few subscribers, right? And we'll just put it out there on YouTube then for people to find. And at some point, maybe we'll boost it later when we want to sort of manage their public image or whatever. That's what I'm getting at, right? You better say something in response to all that there. Sorry for throwing all that out there, but there you are anyway.
I mean, yeah, this is like how things work. Everybody gets a handler. Like you wouldn't be allowed to have that kind of influence over the population unless they hedged their bets and made sure they had like some kind of control over what you did. I mean, it would just be insane for them to allow someone to rise to like a level of a Kardashian or something like that. Someone who can influence millions of people, especially the young, right? You'd never let them get to that level unless you had, some kind of like, backup plan for if things went wrong, right? And you notice that anytime these stars like, go off reservation, so to speak, they always wind up at that Kabbalah Center down in LA, and they pop out with the little red string around the wrist and stuff, right? But that's because they their re-education.
Yeah, well, I suppose, look, again, so much ties into it, and I'm glad that we have now a bit of a back catalogue. But as far as, and look, I don't know why, I keep forgetting his name every time I go to speak it. Help me out if you can remember it. But there was a guy called Ram Dass, and his alias was Jacob something or other. Oh God! But anyway, Ram Dass was a name he took on himself, and after going to an ashram in India, and then can you remember the other guys' names?
Which one? Terrence McKenna or
Terrence McKenna? Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I think Terrence McKenna was the guy that you were particularly interested in. We did, like, so you wouldn't think of it, but you and I spoke for several hours about these guys, right? Specifically, and the catchphrase that and you'll see it in the thumbnail is "tune in, turn on, and check out." And
that was Leary that said that. Timothy Leary.
Dennis Leary. Okay, so now we've got three of the guys' names, and of course, a lot of people do like to include Timothy Leary, not Dennis Leary. Oh my God, Timothy Leary. And of course, a lot of people like to include Alan Watts in it. I'll have to say that I shouldn't allow myself. I don't want it to be true, but if it is true, fair enough. I know that he did have interactions with these guys. I know there's a video where he's talking to the three of them on his houseboat. But I am now I'm now quite satisfied and content to accept that Timothy Leary, after having seen the interview that he did with William F. Buckley, that he was aware that he was caught by the CIA. He was threatened with 30 years. He had a story sort of saying, oh, they were too afraid that I might wake up the people in jail or in prison. That's why they didn't send me to prison for 30 years, is what I was facing for peddling LSD or whatever it was. But I'm quite convinced now that he was let out. Like say in exactly the same way as I'm not having a good night of it now for remembering people's names. Who's the guy that's involved with the Sharon Tate murders? Can
Oh,
you think of his?
Manson.
Yes,
Yeah,
Charles
Manson
Manson.
was allowed to go all over the place when he was on state probation. He should, like, there's no way he should have been able to leave LA. He wasn't supposed to leave the city without talking to his probation or parole officer first.
Right, but
So,
whether you want to call it parole or probation or whatever, his counselor, his psychologist, worked either was the same guy as his probation or counselor, or worked with him,
they
or
worked
basically
together,
paroled
I
the
do
CIA.
believe. Like,
Huh?
he was seeing an MK Ultra doctor is basically what it come down to. They said that him and those girls would come in there, once a month or so, once every couple of months, like, and see him or whatnot. And people would see them like strutting across town, like him with his little harem walking behind him.
Yeah. Well, that's it anyway, right? So it's as old as time. And it seems so cliche. People kind of go, "Oh, that wouldn't work anymore. People wouldn't fall for it," but they absolutely do, because, you know, that's how all politicians are blackmailed, with sex or drugs. That's basically the two ways. And you kind of vary, like, what type of drug is your particular favorite, and what type of sex is your particular favorite. Like, human nature doesn't change, and that is what people are blackmailed with and tempted with. So anyway, just, it is a matter of record out there. I don't have to prove it; it's out there. Like, plenty of videos pretty much prove it. Like with source. Interviews and documentation, like that yes, indeed, it is proven that the same people who let him out of jail got their orders to let him out of jail because they wanted him out there, because he was a source of drugs for a lot of the hippies, and they were able to manipulate people through, like, harems and drugs. And so in exactly the same way as Timothy Leary was also let out of jail, because they sort of said, "You're working for us now, and you're going to help us subvert the counterculture movement." So that in exactly the same way, you could see the parallel with how Occupy Wall Street has been subverted to, now they're the same people who are Antifa and think they're beating up Nazis, who want to complain that we shouldn't be forced to take medications that we are skeptical of, and that we also just do whatever the government wants us to do. Like, people in London, I think, there recently were attacked by Antifa because they were saying, maybe it was Oxford, because they had a protest saying, "We don't want 15-minute cities." And there were literally Antifa people there saying, "You are neo-Nazis," like, for not wanting to be locked down in a 15-minute city. That's how easy it is, that the sort of government agencies can subvert people, by gradually twisting their what they think is their mission, and people aren't very clear in their heads what their own morality is. Anyway, so I just wanted to say, anyway, getting back to the way that the sort of Jack Parsons and the with the moon anyway, and the space missions and all of this sort of stuff, absolutely tied up with taking drugs and blackmail and CIA operations as well, to distract people, basically get stars in their eyes, and also have it tied in with the whole, "Oh, it's far out, man, and we'll take some drugs and really trip out," and all this sort of stuff. But I think I've kind of lost exactly, but I knew that I'm forgetting what it was, but I guess it must have been to do with Jack Parsons and all that kind of thing. Like, they were all big time into sex magic and drugs.
yes, yes, absolutely. And I mean, it's one of those things where the CIA, like, recognized that these, like, Far Eastern religions and, drugs and things would be useful to controlling a population. So they brought it over here. And, on top of that, you had at the time, very much like how you have with the left today, back then they were protesting the Vietnam War. Now it was the left protesting Wall Street and, Afghanistan and, all these other conflicts we have going on everywhere. But the purpose is the same. You take a movement that's giving you trouble and you redirect them alchemically, using drugs, using, like, giving them stuff they want, like, for instance, letting them act like identify as an attack helicopter if they want to, that you can use these things in order to alchemically, convert that energy that they were directing towards the thing that you don't want them directing it towards, and have them direct it somewhere else. And that's what they did with the 60s counterculture movement, that was protesting Vietnam. They gave them drugs and music and stuff and just nulled them out. And then the Vietnam War protests basically just became, big, drug doing sessions and orgies and stuff. And, nothing ever changed. Right. Same thing with Wall Street. Like, they have this big thing fixing to go down called the Great Reset. They really don't need them protesting Wall Street right now. So best thing to do, well, use them as a pawn to further the scheme, and it will kill two birds with one stone, right?
Yeah, it's amazing how, and it is like a martial art where they sort of say that they don't go up against them. They take them towards them, draw them in, and then twist them around, just like you would do in judo. They use the enemy not as sort of, well, they don't confront the enemy like in any direct way. They use their own energy against them and against their enemies. It's brilliant, actually. You have to really take your hat off. I wanted to mention something which is it's a connection which is there, right? So, and I've confused it before in my head, but I know that this fellow called Jesus is Luke Skywalker, that he has a channel where he kind of speaks in oblique ways through music, and he's making a point here which I think is definitely valid, just something to add to a sort of oblique evidence, I'll call it, right? So Jack Parsons, although maybe that wasn't exactly his real birth name, but in any case, there's this hippie group, or had this kind of trippy music called the Alan Parsons Project. That's the way I think of them anyway, and certainly, right, it can be no coincidence that they had an album called, or maybe it was a double A side or something, one was called Sirius, the Eye in the Sky. And I know Sirius was the dog star, and it was to do with the flood of the Nile in Egypt. And maybe you're going to be much better versed in this, but also it's either the Eye of Horus or the Eye of Seth. But if people can see it there anyway, depending on whether it's the right or the left.
Horus and Thoth are the moon. The Eye of Horus is the sun, and the Eye of Thoth is the moon.
Right, and that's represented in Star Wars as well. I think you know that.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
Star Wars, though, even the word Jedi, it comes from a real word from an ancient Middle Eastern tradition that starts with the D. It's DJED. EDI, so Jedi, but still it's basically the same word, right? And that's where he took that from, and that's basically all Star Wars is hermeneutics. It's it's that same good versus evil dialectic or whatever. It same thing being played out as you could say Horus versus Set. Or you could say, fill in any of those dialectical opposite situations, right?
Yeah, well, I think maybe what I've decided I'd like to do a episode or whatever we want to call it of our conversations where we examine fully then like all the parallels between Star Wars and exactly what religion it's referring to. I mean, I guess that Jesus is Luke Skywalker is a direct reference to say there's a parallel there, and no doubt I've noticed other things as well. About 3 years ago I did a video on Horus and Egyptology, and I meant to, and as pertains to a lot of different things like say NASA and the Eagle has landed and things like that, but I never finished it, and I sort of have it unedited, and I never went back to it, and I must finish it. But I also would like to discuss stuff with you. I think maybe you would learn more from you and other things as to exactly what the parallels are. There's a rich seam there, I would say, as far as all the symbology.
Well, yes, and I mean, you have like the gray Jedi, which is going to be closest to a Freemason, really, as they're gray. They're neither black nor white. So they're, they walk in the middle, and, they're able to use both light and dark force powers and stuff like that. So, the gray Jedi would technically be the one that's like, in the Freemasonic mind, like, and I think probably in George Lucas's mind too, like, the gray Jedi would probably be the ultimate out of them, because they're walking that middle path, like between the two, neither one nor the other, and better than both type deal. Like it's one of those things that he got really upset, like that they get in the comic books, they gave Luke Skywalker a basically a girlfriend in Mara Jade, because the Jedi were supposed to be basically celibates or whatever. There's a whole lot of interesting lore when it comes to Star Wars. We will have to do an episode about it. Like, it's too much to talk about here, for sure.
Yeah. Vingol says he's catching up, and to respond, I admittedly don't have any concrete arguments for why I think they landed on the moon. Obviously, it being the default stance isn't convincing. Yeah, look, and by the way, both JC and I would deliberately take an objective or neutral stance on this, even if we did have preferred theories. When I was a child, I was very much enthralled at stickers or transfers. I thought space was brilliant, and I was I was very much conscious of NASA and spaceflight when the Challenger disaster happened, and that really did affect me. And like I know as well, it did affect a lot of people of my generation, and was psychologically highly traumatizing in the same way as that September in 2001 was also. I think I have a little bit in that. Certainly, there's stuff in the links, all right. As for Snopes, debunks a very popular, common, well-known conspiracy theory that those people actually didn't die, and there's definitely reason to suspect that they didn't. And also, I think the first shuttle exploded on the ground. There's more to get into. I shouldn't keep trailing off into other things, but anyway, just the point being, in response to Vingul there, is that both JC and I just want to examine things in as dispassionate a way as possible. We don't want to be stuck to either. And I know a lot of people are very convinced that the moon landing didn't happen, and that simultaneously they think that that also implies, and the two things, you can't believe that the moon landing didn't happen without simultaneously believing that the earth is flat. A lot of people are absolutely religiously tied to the fact that the earth is flat, and that both prove the other, which one doesn't follow from the other. But as well, they feel that the most crucial thing in the world is then proving to everybody that the earth is flat, and therefore will solve all the problems. They seem to think that then everyone will just be good to each other, because I think they think that the flat earth implies God is close to us, and therefore God exists, and therefore we'll have to behave ourselves. But even if that was the case, I think we have to think beyond whatever we'd like to believe would be true. Because to me, if people would start behaving, because then they go, oh no, God is right there. Like he's just about 40 miles up in space, and he can really see me, and he knows everything I've done. Well, that's how you keep children behaving. They say, well, Santa Claus can see what you're doing. I hate that. And I think, as we've talked before, JC, I don't like being manipulated, and I don't like childish little games being put on me to manipulate me into doing things, that sort of way. I find it an insult to my intelligence. So if that's the only reason that would, or if that would be the reason that would then compel people to start being good to each other, I'd know that, again, like Charlie Munger says, just show me the incentive, I'll show you the outcome. That would still prove that people are dumb animals who only do whatever they're incentivized to do, or forced to do, or compelled to do,
Which is why Christ promises just the opposite. God's not going to play those kind of little games. Like, he gives you free will, and he knows full well that it's that most folks is not going to see it his way. So, it's one of those things. He wants you to choose of your own choosing, your own free will. He wants you, you can only truly love someone of your own free will. You can't be forced into it or coerced into it. It has to be 100% of your own free will, and that's the only way the relationship works. So, I would absolutely agree with you on that. If everybody did all of a sudden become religious, it wouldn't be for real. It would be very much like what you see out of a lot of evangelicals and stuff. Buy me a jet. It's silly.
Well,
it's a pipe dream, like the rapture and things like that, where people think that it's going to be some miracle secure, like, oh, well, I'm not going to have to deal with all this mess because God's going to just rapture me off the planet, like, before all this happens. It's just another energy dump. Like, energy goes where the attention goes. And if you can get everybody squabbling over whether or not the earth is flat or round or egg shaped, then they're not going to be paying attention to things that matter. And I've said this to flat earthers many times. It's like, well, dude, does it, like, in the scheme of things, does it really matter? Obviously, I have my own opinions. Obviously, like, like everybody, I have my own opinions. But in the scheme of things, considering what we're dealing with, does it really matter what shape the earth is? I don't think it does necessarily. Like,
Well, yeah, I do see that. I think we've gone beyond the point where we have a right to discuss it. Absolutely.
mm,
And then as well, like I would absolutely take the side for the Earth is flat, and there's a lot to be said for it as well, or a lot to sort of show that it well indeed might be, or certainly things that don't quite add up, especially when it comes to zooming in horizons with P9000 and P1100 Nikons and all this sort of stuff. And then there's a lot of people who think they know science and they just dismiss it because they've learned off what the right answers are, but they don't really know anything. So I absolutely encourage it, if only alone for the fact that it gets people out there into the field experimenting. But I very much appreciate the fact that you. I think it's a real test or a real demonstration of character about expressing the idea that love cannot be forced, it cannot be coerced, it has to be just given freely. And I'm sure there's either a great Bible quote or maybe it's a Shakespearean quote that expresses that in a very lovely way. But that's basically the idea. And I think it's also what people forget is like, I'll say, actually, I'll just say or word, right? In case YouTube is very hot for that, right? But
mm,
you see, it's not just that it's a physical transgression. There is something being taken and corrupted there. Whereas if it was given, it's desecrating something that could be when it's given freely, is something that actually could create connection, higher mindedness, and all that sort of. There's a desecration of goodness when that happens as well. So people forget that it's not just a physical act, and what actually is more is the psychological smearing of things. And so just the idea that same with God, right? If any God was to say you must obey me because otherwise I'll terrify you, it's not a God worth worshipping. And also if people on earth were only behaving themselves because they were afraid that they might incur the wrath of God, well then those aren't a good and moral people.
no, it loses its meaning if someone is doing it just because. If you're doing it just because, then there's no point in doing it at all. It's the same conversation I was having with you about having these conversations. Like, I suspect a lot of people out there that are like talking about this kind of stuff on YouTube, etc. These days, a lot of them are doing it for a living, and that's really the only reason they're doing it. And I can't, do what you do. It's your life, your free will. Do what you do. But I feel like that is not. I don't feel like it is paying full like respect to the topic at hand. I think that this is far more important than that, and that cheapens the whole situation in such a way that it frustrates me. Uh, you know.
Sorry, just I'm not sure that I understood you. What cheapens the topic at hand?
Oh, just let's see how I'd find a better way to explain this. Just people not taking things seriously, like they're out there just to make money, just to like I was saying earlier, like at best it's a 50-50 for them, right? Like they're only out here talking about these topics and discussing these things because it's popular with a good portion of the population to do so right now.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
well, the way that most YouTubers or streamers or anybody in any media is, they'd like to think, or they still, I think a lot of people who are professionals would fool themselves to think that they're contributing to exposing corruption or making the world better or whatever it might be. I mean, I won't go on down in rabbit holes by giving examples. I was nearly about to, but I won't. But the point is that whether they like to admit it to themselves or not, what they'll do is whatever is popular and therefore profitable. Generally, the bigger the audience, the more profit there is, and therefore they'll just go whatever is popular. And that's how, by the way, you could sort of make the case that CNN, being the first cable news network, started by Ted Turner, he did sort of say, look, if there's breaking news, instead of having it in the system we used to have pre-1985 or thereabouts, whereby if something really serious happened that everyone needed to be informed and they couldn't wait until the 6 o'clock news to tell people, they would do a news flash and actually just interrupt whatever TV program you were watching. There was only a few channels anyway, so they knew people would see it. Well, instead of that, they said, look, let's have 24-hour news. The world is getting busier. Plus, there's going to be lots of things like we need to keep an eye on, like finance and other stuff, Plus, we have satellites now, so we've got the bandwidth. Very easy then to go from that to sort of say, well, we've got a lot of dead air. We can't just keep repeating the headlines every 15 minutes. Let's maybe start doing a bit of mission creep. And they have, things like opinion pieces. And then all of a sudden, the distinction between news and opinion is blurred, and here we are now. But can I acknowledge then, and I'll hand it back to you there, can I acknowledge just a couple of comments here. So Vingul has it perfect there in a way. Timothy Leary, and the guy's name I couldn't think of, Richard Alpert. And he was, the adopted name was Ram Dass, and he says, Ram Dass is a hilarious name in Norwegian. Yeah, I can maybe guess at what it might be. Crispy says, what is it? Will we find out? He says, hard to translate. Ram can mean something that stinks really strongly, and Das is Vungerslag for toilet. All right, so it means stinky toilet. Brilliant. That's okay. I think that's not even sort of too rude to say. That's great. I like that.
Yeah,
Stinky
that
toilet.
was pretty funny. That was pretty good.
Excellent. And Jesus says, Luke Skywalker says, yeah, ties in with the strange scenes in Laurel Canyon. Absolutely. That's so appropriate, to tie into that. And of course, you get the mamas and the papas and Jim Morrison and
Frank Zappa. He's a really important one. His dad, well, I should say his daddy was super important. So was he, but his dad was, a chemical engineer for the military and stuff. And, that gets into, things that have happened lately, if you know what I mean. I mean,
if you're talking about March 2020, we still, even in February of 2023, we still can't say it. We don't know what we can say. Even it seems like maybe some bigger channels can talk about it and nothing happens to them now, but you just don't know. And unfortunately, you have to sort of just make slightly oblique references to them. But I'll say Frank Zappa is important. And when I know when I was either a teenager or in my 20s, a lot of people would sort of say, oh, yeah, I was really, my favorite artist is Frank Zappa. And they'd sort of say, here, listen to some of this stuff. And I wouldn't like it at all. And I have heard a lot of people sort of say, look, people didn't like him for his music. They liked him for the things that he said and his insight. And I have recently re-looked at a lot of his interviews. And to me, he seems like a very decent, honorable guy because he's so honest and straightforward and candid about the way of the world. What do you want to say on him? Because I'm just going to say, basically, I don't know enough about him. I bet you and a lot of people would know more about him and his impact on culture, but I didn't know who his father was. I recently learned, in the last kind of couple of years, who Jim Morrison's father was in relation to the Gulf of Tonkin incident that set off the conflagration of the Baby Light My Fire in Vietnam. But who then, do you want to say a bit more on Zappa's father? And then I guess what you're saying is Frank Zappa would be unknown if it weren't for his military industrial complex father. Is that the idea?
Well, all these people with the weird scenes in Laurel Canyon thing, like basically all those famous bands from that era, the really famous ones, they all have military parents and stuff, and that's how they wound up there in the first place. Yeah. His father being a chemical engineer for the government, that if you're a chemical engineer for the government, chances are you're working on like chemical weapons. You know what I mean? And, that's going to be like the dirtier side of working for the government. And, that's going to make Frank privy to a whole lot of stuff. And, basically it's safe to use the children of people like that, because you already know their family has all the like security clearances and everything. You already know certain things about them, and have a little bit more control over them. And his father, being a chemical engineer, though, was one of the reasons why he was so intelligent. And also, I think one of the reasons he didn't do drugs is because I think maybe his father worked with the LSD, because that's who makes LSD, is chemical engineers. So it would make sense that his father is in on the introduction of drugs to destroy the minds of children in the United States. And therefore, that's why Frank is one of the only artists from that era that didn't do drugs of any kind. No pot,
Yeah.
straight
Yeah.
edge.
Yeah. I remember seeing him in an interview where he was very clear about that he didn't, I think he said he didn't drink. I think he did smoke. I can't remember, but
Yeah.
anyway, I remember him being very clear on the fact that he didn't take any drink or drugs, and he said that basically if he went on stage, he wanted to play his music properly, and he took the whole thing very seriously. And he sort of said something along the lines of that he sounded very arrogant, but in fact he was just that he was more matter of fact, candid, and very clear about what he was saying. And he was saying, I'm not like basically the Beatles or any of the other music acts. I am totally different. And he went on to explain that what he meant by that was that he went up to play music, whereas everybody else went up to pretend to be rock and roll stars, which involved basically the drugs and the debauched sex and throwing TVs out the window. He just sort of said he was interested in experimenting with making sounds, whereas others were experimenting with taking drugs.
Yes. But like also on the flip side of that, a lot of the experimenting he was doing is very much like the experimenting John Lennon was doing prior to his death with Yoko Ono, where they were experimenting with sounds that were basically breaking the golden ratio of music. Basically, there's a classical structure to music, and then there's like sort of like non-iambic pentameter type stuff like that, breaks that classical structure. And from what I understand, that's very much part of what these people were doing. Just like with art, the CIA pushed what's his face, the guy who painted soup cans and stuff, Warhol. Yeah, Andy Warhol. They
Yeah.
pushed him, and Roald Dahl, and just a lot of these other like postmodernist painters throughout time to try and break that classical structure of art and things in order to degrade society. So that experimenting, it came up with some all right music, and then it also did some damage to music overall, from what I understand too. So double-edged
Yeah.
sword there. But
Well, definitely. Sorry, say the last thing.
I was saying he was a really intelligent guy, though. Like, I won't take away from that at all. Like, it's like we said before, even as evil as the people behind all the stuff going on is, or are, I mean, it doesn't take away from the fact I can still respect the grind. I can respect the planning that went into it. I can respect their talents. Doesn't mean they're good, but I can respect them.
Well, look, put it this way. Good God, look? I'm very sorry that I keep forgetting his name, even though we talked about him for a long time. What's the name of the guy that nearly was threatened? I think the way it was basically, he was threatened with 30 years in prison unless he became one of the CIA's
Timothy Leary.
Timothy Leary. Yeah. So the LSD that he was peddling to all the people in the Flower Power concerts and everything, he had to get it from somewhere. So like, the CIA wouldn't say, "Oh, don't worry, we'll go down to Mexico and get it." Obviously, they would have had somebody in the US make it. So why not chemical engineer, father of Frank Zappa? That doesn't prove him and that doesn't convict it. But I mean, it totally makes sense, especially that Frank Zappa had the luxury of coming from money. So he could experiment to his heart's content with music. And, he seemed to be coming from the place where an attitude where he didn't need to worry that, about where his daily bread would come from.
Yeah, he wasn't, he didn't, he could experiment with his music and just put it out there and hope that it went well. You know, he could, he had the luxury of being able to do that, which most of the, musicians don't have the ability to do. That is, unless they're being pushed from some outside source, some outside, funder of sorts, like, either somebody's got to notice them and get them on at the record label and all that, or they already have them in their back pocket and they were created from whole cloth. I think both kind of happen.
And look, even though I think that people are going to be able to fit these pieces together, and obviously likely will have already done before listening to us here, but I think what frustrates me about a lot of people is they don't explicitly say these things, right? So, and oftentimes after our conversations, I wish that I would have said things explicitly. So I want to say this as explicitly as I can. So the music of the 60s and the 70s, right? The drugs of the 60s and the 70s are intricately tied with the space race, right?
Yes.
So it was like the music video, right? So watching up at the sky, watching craft allegedly like leave Cape Canaveral or Cape Kennedy, looking up at the stars, all of that is to put people in a trance with drugs and music. So like it's like the music was the soundtrack, and like I think somebody might have mentioned David Bowie as well. This is ground control to Major Tom and all that sort of stuff. Like so the drugs sent people's minds to the moon, and people who didn't necessarily take the LSD, I think they're on record as saying in MK Ultra, well, we discovered that we didn't actually need the LSD anymore. The music and the visuals were enough to basically put people into a hypnotic trance. I think I lost you for a second, but you're back now. Are you there, JC?
Yeah, I'm here. Absolutely. I didn't know I was lost. Like, I can still hear you.
Oh, okay,
Like,
good.
but yeah, David Bowie, like in Spiders from Mars, you have Elton John with Rocket Man. You have, you have what's that? Final Countdown by Europe. I mean, music and the whole space race stuff have always been intertwined with one another to some degree or another, at least in the modern era.
Yeah. In fact, I mean, it's very rare that you see any song that doesn't have a lyric that is referring to either something that's occultist, Masonic, Egyptian. I'm thinking of Katy Perry there with this sort of stuff. Everything's very derivative now and much more on the nose. But funny thing, if you go back and look at the lyrics of anything, even from the 80s, like, even say Madonna stuff or whatever, like so much of it is basically, I've used the phrase, like about the Pied Piper, but I'm pretty sure that this stuff has happened before. Like, so things go in cycles. And so when I'm not just sort of saying like that the same ideas or basically methods or tricks. I mean, I would go so far as to outright like be sounding as crazy as to sort of say that they might have pulled off moon landings back in the 18th or 17th centuries as well. But like, I mean, we talked about already how like we a lot of people already have proved that they don't really even have enough memories that would last 3 years. So I can totally see how, like, with a century, even just a century, they could sort of just do the same tricks over and over again. I mean, we see already like there's children from the Generation Z who, just like me, who I thought when I was born in color TV land and everything that happened in the past was in black and white, even though I kind of know that can't be true. These people who are now of an age where they don't really know a time when there wasn't the internet or not even smartphones. They know that they didn't exist in some notional way in the past, but still they think that no, they always did exist. So they're going to be totally accepting of the Terminators and everything that's going to be coming in 2040. But I suppose just what I'm getting at here is that these tricks, the cycles. Sorry, in French, the word for a century is a cycle. Like it's siècle, a cycle. And I'm also thinking like there's the Greek for a circle. Can I say it without making it sound too bad? Is a kaikal. Right. So I mean, these are the people who just keep bringing us around the merry-go-round, leading us on a merry dance, and then the German tale of the Brothers Grimm saying, all the children will be led out of the village by the Pied Piper of Hamelin. I mean, they're trying to tell us in our little fairy stories, stop listening to their tunes, because even if you don't take their drugs, you'd be led on a merry dance. I'll hand it back to you, and then we maybe get back onto the moon landing stuff with JC.
Well, yes, very much so. I mean, you can even go back to the ancient philosophers, such as, Plato and Aristotle, and others that commented on how powerful these things are as far as culture creation, culture degradation, and cultural control. The arts have always been understood to be a powerful tool in that regard. And it's just one of those things where, like you were saying, with our short memories, we tend to forget these things, especially now in the modern era. Like, we've forgotten it. We've forgotten. We've forgotten as much as we know in a lot of cases.
Yeah, okay. There's a few more comments here. I better just go through a few comments, and then look, as I say, people might have missed it. A few more people might have joined us in the meantime. I think I won't play any more of the alleged Stanley Kubrick, which I think we've proved now is a fake, even by just looking at it and paying attention to what is being said by the interviewer and interviewee. But I'll then next thing I'll do now after doing the comments is show you the what I think is the origin of this video. Now, so let's see. A lot of people there saying hello to each other in the comments there. Jesus is Luke Skywalker saying thank you so much, really resonating. Maybe he's talking to us and other people in the chat there as well. Stephen Crumley says, I did a paper on lysergic acid diethylamide in school, and I think that's LSD, is it?
Yeah, that's it. That is it.
I have another attempt at it because, I mean, I had a chemistry teacher who really used to be very strict on me, and I remember to this day, like IEUPAC, the UPAC nomenclature, get it right. Yeah, this guy. So I want to have another quick go of it. Lysergic acid diethylamide. Right, maybe that's a bit closer to how it's supposed to be said. Yeah, and you go like,
you said it more American than you did like anything else with diethylamide. Yeah.
Okay. I just, you're supposed to know from the UPAC nomenclature how many hydrocarbon valencies or whatever it's supposed to be. It has, like, if it's an amide or something else, that the suffix means something.
Oh yes, most certainly. They like all of it means something. It's just like the Latin names for species and all these other kind of things that like it all means something. It's not named arbitrarily at all. Like I don't know how like people come up with like thinking that any of it can be arbitrary. Really, once they start to like even look at any of this beyond like a cursory level.
Yeah. Again, our Australian friend there, Jesus, it's Luke Skywalker, says that LSD thing, wow, 66, 67, it was all going on. They changed our banknotes in Australia in 1966. So look, there must have been something about the different pictures there. I don't know if that's something to do with the Queen or whatever, but he says we were committed to the war in Vietnam. And funny enough, and I guess it's because Australia, I only learned recently that they were considering, or they had a plan to concede the whole of the north of Australia, I think, to Japan in World War II, I think was the idea. But I think because being in, that area of the world, Australasia, if you want to call it that, that they felt, well, it's basically Vietnam is in our back door. I know a heck of a lot of Australians fought in Vietnam along with Americans, so it wasn't just Americans in the war.
No doubt. Like, Vietnam, by Vietnam, we were done well into the United Nations era. So it like anybody that was allied with America would have been brought right into it.
I'm actually kind of smiling to look at Lily Gazoo's commentary. She says, "I'm supposed to believe 50," and forgive me if I ham up the the intonation here. I'm supposed to believe 50,000 people lied about the space program. All the engineers, scientists worldwide. Come
No.
on, man. Right. So I'm just dramatizing her question there, but I'm very glad of what I interpret to be somebody who's of the opinion that you wouldn't be able to keep a conspiracy secret like that if indeed so many people who work for NASA. I think you're going to be able to tell me how that is possible. Do you want to say a few words on that?
Oh, well, for sure. It's just as simple as the fact that you don't have to know. Like, it's not a lie if you yourself believe it. Like, it's okay. For instance, I like shout out to Made by Jim Bob here. Like to bring an example from a debate on his channel with someone from NASA, right? Okay, well, what did the person from NASA do? Well, after all, after this debate and the rip and roar and everything, and I work at NASA and blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, guess what he does? It's like, I measure, he says. It's like, you measure? Yeah, I measure stuff. It like,
Yeah.
you
And
know,
are you saying measure in a way that you're doing his accent?
it's yeah, like that's the way like Jim Bob puts it, because that's the way the guy talked. He measures stuff.
Oh, good, good. I wasn't sure if you were hamming it up there. I'm glad to hear
Yeah,
that you
yeah,
are.
I was being
Yeah.
a bit tongue in cheek about it, like, but it's just one of those examples of what he knows. It like he doesn't know, like he didn't know anything about any of the other compartmentalized aspects of that operation. All he knew was he measures stuff they tell him to measure. That's
Well,
what
I'm
he
very
did.
glad you said it there. Key word is compartmentalization. Another slightly longer way of saying it is everything is on a need to know basis.
Mm.
So, again, and like I have great respect for Lily, and I'm surprised but glad that she is asking this question from what I believe is a sincere point of view. Maybe she's being sarcastic. I don't know, because it's the typical question that everybody says. Apart from, but what would their motive be, right? So they assume that there could be no motive for lying to people because they can't imagine what they would possibly get out of such a grand conspiracy. But the reasons are manifold, and it's not, and financial is there, but it's more than that too. I believe that financial is just a
Okay.
secondary thing. But as far as compartmentalization, I've mentioned before, I've never worked for any NASA or CIA type thing. But what I began to realize was that one or two of the corporations that I worked for were mega hyper global meganet corporations. And I began to realize that the way that they were acting was exactly like secret societies and exactly like the military. And in fact, they used military phrases all the time. We had operations that had code words. We were told what we could share with some of our colleagues and what we couldn't.
Mm.
One of the phrases that they began to use was tented. Right, so they'd say you're coming into this meeting, but everybody in this meeting are tented, which meant we were sworn to secrecy, couldn't talk to our colleagues about it, couldn't mention anything about it. If you were going for having lunch with somebody, just couldn't talk about it. And if somebody asked you like what was the meeting about, sorry, I'm not allowed to talk about it. That was the way it was within our own corporation. And you would think, oh, but that's just an ordinary corporation. It's a household name. Everyone thinks it's wonderful and lovely. But the other aspect to it was as well as not only were you not allowed to talk about it, people didn't want to know because it was above their pay grade. They knew they'd get in trouble if they tried to meddle in stuff. And anyway, they didn't want to have the responsibility then of having to try and fix anything or have any moral ideas about what was going on. And a huge amount of stuff was immoral. So compartmentalization, and what they've done is people used to be higher minded and higher morality. These days, people just want to come in, do their stuff, and get out, and not have to think about anything beyond their desks. And I have seen people, and this was a corporation, not like NASA, but the kind of thing where you have people who are responsible for different aspects of the project, and they don't know anything about the other parts of the project. They're not capable of understanding, and they don't want to try and understand. All they know is, in figurative terms, I move this box from this portion of my desk to this portion of my desk. That's all I care about. That's all I want to care about. Don't bother me with anything else. What do you want to say
Yeah.
about that, Jason?
Well, I mean, besides that, if you're getting paid, plus you get all the prestige of saying, I work for NASA, and all this other kind of stuff, are you really going to ask that many questions? Honestly. And on top of all that, like, people, like, they get infatuated with this idea, and they don't want to let it go. they don't want to let it go at all. But the truth is, there's a whole lot of reasons for them to want to do such a thing. For instance, it's like, what else was going on at that time? It's like, well, we had a bunch of, funny mustache man, former soldiers and scientists over here in America, and we brought them over here so they could help us build rockets. Well, what other kind of rockets were being built at the time? Oh, they needed to figure out how to deliver an A bomb without having to fly bombers from such a close proximity to the area, right? So that's what, like, the same propulsion systems and stuff that, like, they were supposed to be taking people to the moon are the very same propulsion systems that take ICBMs to their target, right? It's the very same guidance systems that are in these weapons. There's a reason why Dennis Bushnell is the NASA liaison to DARPA and the CIA, etc. There's a reason the military and NASA are intertwined. It's because, like, if we just went through that big great war, two of them actually, right back to back, and then you're supposed to tell me that they were going to get Americans and to go in and pay for research and development of how to deliver these deadly weapons like more efficiently, and all that. No, nobody's going to want to pay for that. But if you tell them they're going to go to the moon and you put these starry ideas in their heads, then they'll give you the money you need in order to build these weapons of war. And that's exactly what we got out of it. Because what happened immediately at the same time? It was the Cold War with Russia over what? Nuclear weapons that used what? The same rocket technology that a funny mustache man there used to deliver his his bombs, we started using here. It's all, there's all plenty of kind of reasons that they would want to lie to you about that. Besides that, there was the narrative of, oh, Russia's going to get there first and all these other kind of things. There's the fact that they want to weaponize low Earth orbit so that they can, hit you with a laser from space. And yes, they could do that. Now they have these kind of lasers that could, and it's just, there's a lot of reasons.
Well, I guess there's one thing I want to reiterate. I mean, look, people might say, like, why would they want to lie to everybody? The more you lie to everybody, the more you confuse them about stuff. The more you can just get them to believe anything that isn't true. The more power you have over people. You might say, well, why? What power? What do they want to do? And the lesson that I couldn't understand, and I keep having to remind myself of, is it's power for its own sake. There is no end goal or objective they want to have once they get power. They just want to have power. And that was the lesson in 1984 that O'Brien explained to Winston Smith in Room 101. But even then, it was still difficult, as I find it, to get it. If you can wrap your head around the fact that it's power for its own sake, then getting people to believe stuff just for whatever reason, especially if it's like, and it doesn't necessarily have to be false. It's just that they've made people believe something. That's all, to have that power over their mind. So I don't know whether Lily was joking or serious when she asked the question, but it doesn't really matter, because it definitely was. It's very instructive. And there's one more thing that I want to reiterate, is that, like, I have seen, and again, like, of course, like, the corporations that I worked for weren't NASA, but operated like it and were technology corporations. And most people who worked in the corporations didn't actually work in engineering or in a technical aspect, and didn't understand the technical aspect. They were, in other words, they were ancillary employees, right? So massive corporations have massive human resources department, massive administrative staff, massive layers of management, right? And the thing is, they had long since divorced the idea that any manager needed to understand anything about the business. They just needed to understand business, not the actual product, right, or service or whatever. Right. And what you would have is then lots of people then being hired just for nepotistic reasons, or to do hired for one reason. Anyway, what you would do is, most people in there, you would think this corporation was full of the most sharpest minds in the world, right? But it wasn't. Absolutely, it wasn't. But what they would do often, and especially, and I'm going to say this to women as well, right? Because they would have camera crews come in to, just like I think I showed in one of my recent videos about this military woman, and she was telling her team, everyone on her team, what to do as far as catching disinformation on the internet and all this sort of stuff. All they would need to do would be, and it wouldn't only work on women, but like they do it to any man, but they were doing it hugely to inflate the egos of women, right? But you see, that's how they do it to society. They inflate people's egos. So what they do is they basically get a product that was preformed, made by some engineer somewhere. I'm thinking of, like, say, the two guys played by Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase in that movie Spies Like Us, and they have Dan Aykroyd working in a basement, basically, doing all the hard work, not paying him. And then there's other people who are kind of more camera type of photogenetic. They'd be taking the credit for this sort of stuff. You know the idea, right? So that's how it works in there. But the thing is, right, you would assume that the people who are being given these products and being told, you created this, right? They'd go, oh, I didn't. Why are you trying to get me to say that I did on camera? They'd say they created this stuff on camera, and they would believe it. They'd come off camera and they'd just know, well, I don't know how the psychology of it works, but they think to themselves, there's no way the company would have put me in front of a camera, in front of a TV crew, and paid me money and be given and promoted me and told me I built this. I did build it, and they'd be full sure they did it. So it's absolutely, I can guarantee you, right? If you could see this kind of thing going on, where people just are flattered so easily, then I can totally believe that people in ground control, somewhere in Houston or wherever it is supposed to be, would think or believe. Why wouldn't they believe that they're communicating by CB radio to people in a rocket that's heading into outer space? I mean, like, how, supposing if they were communicating with people in, just say, an airbase in New Mexico, how would exactly those people in that mission control room know how far away or where it was that those people were? Do you want to say a bit on that, or whatever you'd like to say in rebuttal?
There's a lot of little things like that. There's this little. There was this one guy, like, for instance, who he works for NASA, and what he does, I do believe, is what it went. It's that he either pilots the robot, or maybe he's the one who maps out, like, okay, let's see. It was something about, like, the robot is up there on Mars, supposedly, right? The robot's supposed to be on Mars, and he's supposed to, like, pilot the robot, but yet, like, it was something like he was supposed to pilot the robot, but, like, the robot, like, has to first feed him back, like, the map or whatever. And it's like, well, if you have to pilot the robot and the robot has to feed you back a map, why isn't the robot piloting itself? And it was something like that. It was, I can't remember exactly how it went, but either way, my point is, it was contradictory. Like, basically, his job made no sense. There was no reason for his job to even be there.
Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly it. Just about most people, and I realized this one day, and again, it was like, I've said this a few times, like as if I'm on a camera on a dolly track, and I'm zooming in while the camera is being pushed backwards. That kind of vertigo effect. When I realized one day, most people's jobs, like in the middle class, basically sitting at a desk, typing something into a computer, like AI. Obviously is making most people redundant. Why does any of that information? The idea is it comes out of the computer screen. They process it in their brains, and then they go tap it, send an email to somebody else. Like, there's no reason for any of that to leave the computer. Like, that can already be processed by another computer before AI. So everybody is basically just in effect sinecures, but useless jobs. Yeah, fine. Some people say, oh, my father, my mother, or I don't have a useless job. The few and far between. If people would really be honest with themselves, right, all it is to keep people occupied, so that they're not a danger to the state or the power of corporations. If they actually had time to think about what it is they're really doing, and of course their egos won't allow them to ever consider hey, like, is my job useless? And by the way, most people, when they get to their jobs, their desk jobs, they're mostly just watching YouTube anyway. And then if the boss happens to walk near them, they kind of flick over real quick back to some spreadsheet. And they
Mhm.
still believe that what they do for the company is essential. The company couldn't possibly survive without them,
Well,
So absolutely.
That's what I was telling somebody about AI. They didn't believe me that, AI could replace, humanity and, robots and stuff and replace humanity and make us useless. And I was trying to explain this to them. This was just like a week ago. I was trying to explain this to them. I'm like, no, dude, like, you don't understand. Like, you already are. Like, quite literally, the job you're doing right now, the elites have realized, like, 2 decades ago they didn't need you. They're just trying to keep you busy while they're busy. You know what I mean? Like, they're keeping you occupied until, like, they get everything set up to remove you and actually replace you. But your job has already been, like, well and gone, as far as, being outdated and not really actually needing you anymore. You know what I mean? And that's if your job has had any significance over the past couple of decades at all anyway. Like the fellow we was just talking about, some people's jobs, they've been spinning their wheels and not even realizing it. It's not like something that has just happened. It's done been happened, and they
Yeah.
don't realize it.
Yeah. I mean, and if you think about it as well, like, so many jobs like accounting and sort of payroll and all that sort of, absolutely not needed. I mean, you can get rid of payroll by just putting everybody on a salary anyway, as a lot of companies are doing. They're saying, we're not going to bother working out overtime or whatever. You're just on a salary. That's it, fixed salary, and you just have to do whatever we tell you to do at any time of the day or night. That's the way a lot of things are. So you immediately get rid of payroll, then, and lots of other things like that. One thing, of course, is very obvious, right? And people are beginning to cotton onto this. You wouldn't need judges, you wouldn't need lawyers, you wouldn't need prosecutors, you wouldn't need barristers, if you have a panopticon where people basically can't commit crimes, and if you have digital money and you can't rob banks, and you just get rid of crime very easily that way. All those people who think that they're in the higher echelon of society, solicitors, barristers, lawyers, prosecutors, public defenders, all out of a job.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's just like with this COOF nonsense, they're essential workers. It's like, well, after the nonsense was supposed to be over, who's the first folks that they started phasing their jobs out? Like those essential workers. Like, you got robotic nurses, you have automated tellers, you have automated door greeters, you have automated everything as far as customer service industry goes. Like, it's starting to happen now anyway.
That is the
To where,
coldest.
like, yeah,
I was just going to say, it's the most terrifying thing about, and what we saw there was, you fill a glove with warm water and, putting it out there, that the nurses are so busy, they're trying to deal with the terrible thing that's happening, and so they have to just fill a balloon hand with warm water, so that somebody can feel that they're being loved as they pass off into either the afterlife or nothingness of infinity. It's the cruelest and coldest thing, and to me, when I saw that, there wasn't really that much objection to that. Some people did think it was horrible, but to me, that should have been the thing that brought down governments. I mean, we shouldn't have gone that alone. So many reasons, but that alone should have been the reason that everyone said, right, enough is enough. We don't care about your TikTok dancing. We don't care. In fact, to me, I found it more egregious than compulsory this, that, or the other. To me, that showed that whatever was humanity is not humanity anymore. That they might as well be cold, lifeless titanium robots. And the very people who think they're being smart and clever right now, they'll be in nursing homes with a cyborg coming along, holding their cold hand with its titanium hand wrapped in some kind of silicon. There's no more human heart in that. They might as well be living in virtual reality. Sorry, but again, I felt that I was getting on a rant there, but I'll leave it at that. Anyway, do you want to say anything else, and then we'll definitely get back onto I'll show you the origin of that alleged Kubrick movie.
Oh, we can move on. Like, it's cool. Like, I think I've said about all I need to say on the subject, lest I drag us off in some other awful direction.
Great. Well, listen, I do appreciate, by the way, the conversation. I think it's more, I suppose, something that is speaks to something that's true all over time, rather than just sort of saying, here, what do you reckon to the moon landings? Is it a whole load of hokum or not? But nonetheless, I was always curious why people, well, I didn't see this discussed more. Maybe it's because it was so blatantly obvious to people. I don't know. But anyway, it took me a while reading different variations until somebody said Tom Mayk, or Mayk. And that's this fellow here. Let's see, I'll try and make it a bit bigger now in StreamYard. I'll maybe put us down here and take this off here. I'll just put it. No, that's it. Okay, that's as big as I think I can make it in StreamYard. Or yeah, sorry for the bit of a delay there. Right, and this fellow here who we're looking at, I believe this fellow here, and especially the glasses, I think this is the guy with his beard trimmed and maybe a more trimmed haircut, and maybe he's a year or two younger. And in this video, he's just discussing movies. So he's somebody who has good enough knowledge of movies, perhaps, to be familiar enough with Stanley Kubrick's movies to talk about them as though.
I can see right here beside each other the Kubrick raw edit fin right over here to the right. You can kind of look at their faces, the nose and everything. It is very similar. That might very well be the guy.
Yeah.
How did you come across this guy again?
Yeah, so the channel name, as I just saw in a comment, like, so in one of the many places that you see the video, I was looking on Odysee, and of course there's lots of reposts of that roughly 20-minute video. People were saying, oh, it's this guy that we're looking at on screen, Tom Mayk. And so searching for Tom Mayk, I found this guy's channel, T. Patrick Murray, and he has 1.32, basically 1,300 subscribers. And if I go to his About tab here, so he's NYU. That's it. That's what I couldn't think of before. NYU is New York University, but it's well known for film students, I think. And it's just Food Networks is about well cooking. But anyway, joined in August 2007. So I think, him pretending that it was 1999, I think that's just not true. I think that's just, part of the construct that he did. Does he have anything playlists? Oh yeah, probably, yeah. But I mean, it's he's a film student, but I mean, he's got stuff going back, as I say, to 2007, and people kind of forget 2007 seems like ancient history as far as YouTube, and you're going to see obviously a lot more sort of amateur stuff, and definitely, like, I mean, I can't remember when the first iPhone came out, but 2007 was for sure, even if the iPhone was technically out then, it was only around, as far as I remember, somewhere around, like, say 2010 or thereabouts, when just normies started going around with smartphones talking about how great they were and how you can just upload stuff instantly and live stream stuff, or near enough to live stream, but that you could upload whatever you wanted. And I can't remember when when Google bought YouTube, but I remember there was Google Video, and everyone was laughing at how pathetic it was because Google weren't that cool. And then they bought YouTube, and then things changed. They gradually migrated Google Video to YouTube. But anyway,
nuts, like, everybody was kind of laughing at his attempt to, create this everything platform until he started snatching up all the individual components that he would need to make it.
Yeah, well, he's only recently done that with Twitter. I do remember when Twitter came out, and I remember some normies saying, oh, Twitter's great, and you can just write whatever you like. And I was kind of going, duh, like, welcome to internet forums. Plus, why would anyone go on Twitter? Because you can only write about the same amount as you could write in a text message. And me being very verbose, I was used to writing pages, well, not pages, but like good paragraphs anyway, in discussion forums, I would have been one of the people who would say Twitter will never catch on, and then regret not having bought or taken free shares or whatever when it started,
It's kind of in the same realm. I put in the same realm of why people like, those little one-liner sayings. They're simple, they're catchy, and it's a little quick blurb. Everybody loves a quick blurb that they can repeat, right? Twitter's
Yeah.
working on that same mechanism.
Mm.
It's just another one of those psychological mechanisms that they know human beings have, and they take advantage of it. It's
Well,
pretty cool, really.
yeah, you said it in a nice way, but I'll say it in an intellectual snobby way. Most people out there don't have the patience or the wherewithal to be reading long articles about anything. Most people only ever read the headlines, so that's why I thought Twitter wasn't for me. But I don't have a good gauge on society because Twitter is for most people. They just want the headline. They just want something short and pithy. Now there is that phrase that says brevity is the soul of wit. Maybe this is a Shakespeare thing again, but there is a skill in trying to articulate what you want to say in a snappy way. And if you want to be able to change hearts and minds, you can't just expect people to read big long articles. You have to be able to basically tailor your message to the audience, and it is difficult to confine yourself. I have found that, so I can definitely see why Twitter took off. Like what I would have thought would have been a disadvantage was an advantage. They made it an advantage, just like the way the controllers turned around the Occupy Wall Street to their advantage. So I've looked at it, as you can see probably from the red lines, I've looked at Shooting Stanley Kubrick. And that there basically gives the game away. He makes it as though it's a documentary where he gets to interview Stanley Kubrick, but he chops together like obvious edits from some of his films, such as Full Metal Jacket and oh god, what's the one with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman in it?
Vanilla Sky.
Oh, that's a good one. I haven't seen in a while.
Or Eyes Wide Shut. Eyes Wide Shut. That's what
Eyes
it
Wide
is.
Shut, yeah. So
Yeah,
he uses very obvious clips from them, and I think this is himself here. I don't know whether it's a performance piece, but he's talking about how he's divorced and whatever there as well. So how he's a struggling artist, and maybe that's all he ever was, or maybe he got paid by the CIA. And here's a real sort of like, and by the way, like I mean, I only know about these things because my mother was great at basically like sort of not double bluffs, not triple bluffs, quadruple, pentuple bluffs, and I think this is what it is, or could be. That
well, I
Stanley
mean,
Kubrick.
something as easy as like his, professor being in league with them, and he was given a project, a film school project, because that's what they do. They're, your like exam will be make a film, right? So it very much could be that he was just he likes Kubrick and he was making a film.
Exactly that. Yeah, exactly that. But what I'm saying is that look, it doesn't necessarily have to go this way. And certainly what I've noticed is you put enough people in a room, you can pretty much guarantee the result because of, I think you've explained this before as well, like that by the law of averages, people are quite predictable. I hate to think that the Briggs-Meyer test of the 12 different main personality types is correct, because I don't like to think of human beings as being that predictable, but in fact they are easily classifiable, categorizable, and predictable. And so if you put enough people in the room, certain outcomes just by probability, by statistical probability, come out. So that's all that could need to be there, and you just push things in a certain way. But what I will go so far as to theorize that I do think it's a legitimate theory to say that all professors might be tied in some way as well, and that somebody from someone in CIA could come along and just influence one of the professors. Doesn't necessarily have to say outright that I want you to make this a project, but he might have done, and then this guy who made this Kubrick thing doesn't know that he's being then manipulated by his professor, but it's out there so that anybody who says Kubrick faked the thing and here's proof, then people can point at it and go, ha, you fool. You can even look at it. You don't have to find this guy's YouTube channel to be able to notice that he's feeding the guy his lines and prompting him and directing the great Stanley Kubrick, and therefore people would sort of say, oh, I was wrong about the moon landings, and it did happen, I guess.
It could just easily be either one, yes. Like, absolutely. I mean, the fact is, NYU, let's see, like, you did say NYU, correct?
Yeah, like, I suppose his channel name is T. Patrick Murray, but his handle is at NYU Film Student.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Like, okay, I'm pretty sure that the Rocky Fellers there have have connection to NYU, don't they?
Well, I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised at all. It seems to be that a lot of, I mean, let me say this. I'm gonna, yeah, I know you were sort of saying he doesn't sound like Alex Stein, right? But like I've been, so I've been listening to a lot of stuff, like radio stuff, that would have been sort of New York radio stuff from the 90s up until now, and it does seem to me that like even the guys who, okay, put it this way, here's something specific, right? So the guys who were showrunners and people who helped out in whatever various ways on the Howard Stern show, all came out of NYU, I think, as well, more or less. So I think that there is a community of people, and Alex Stein, by the way, like knows those guys. I know people didn't hear of him until very recently, but he's like a comedian, or also like, you know, there's a lot of blurred lines and intersecting Venn diagrams between people who are radio personalities, people who want to be the next big thing, people who go into TV and radio working behind the camera or behind the sound desk. A lot of them hope that they'll be kind of discovered while they're there and then get their own radio show. That seems to be the way it works, right? So they would have all dabbled in either radio hosting or comedy or whatever, or open mic nights, all this sort of stuff, you know?
Yeah. Alex did reality TV.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, he did, I want to say Cheaters is what it was. You remember that show, Cheaters? I don't know if they showed it where you're at or not. It was a show here in America where they they go around and help people bust their cheating spouses on camera. Why people have an obsession. People want to be famous so bad they will air any of their dirty laundry on TV. I swear. I'm Southern, and while there's a stereotype of Southern people going on Jerry Springer, et cetera, at least where I'm from, you don't air your private business out with the public.
Oh yeah,
and
I mean that's
Rockefeller is the center for Rockefeller Fellowship, the Center for Ballet and the Arts at NYU. Today, the NYU Stern Center for Sustainable Business, partnering with Rockefeller Asset Management. Yeah, so yeah, he's all intertwined with the school. So
yeah, and I suppose like I want to try and make this again. I seem to be overusing this phrase, but to put a fine point on it, like I am familiar. I have seen the clip, and I think it's just visible there. Like, but I won't play it necessarily. But anyway, but just to say that there he is. He looks a bit younger. He played up and relished in the role of being hated on that reality series. And when I saw the clip, it reminded me very much of Big Brother. And I think that, when it first came out around the year 2000, the people in the Big Brother house on Channel 4 in the UK, and then it was syndicated everywhere, they didn't quite understand or know, how could they have known the cultural impact it had. But it had a huge cultural impact, mixing sort of 24-hour TV with reality TV and blurring the lines between people's real lives and then making them a product or public commodity. I think at the stage that Alex Stein would have known that if he can't be the most loved, it actually is better anyway to be the most unpopular in the house, because then people in the general public will say, keep voting for that guy, because what people love more than happy ending, they much prefer people to be fighting and for there to be drama and friction and some kind of jeopardy as to who he'll have a fight with next. They don't want to see people getting along and having lovely, peaceful conversations. So he was very clever and single-minded. And of course, he has something in common with a lot of other people that we notice in the media. Although sometimes we think, oh, well, he's okay because he's our guy. What I will say is him and Gavin McGuinness, so they're very much moving the same circles. And the two of them are revealing a lot of truth, and they're fighting back against a lot of the stuff, like, say, Alex Stein, fights against, the sort of drag queen story errors and all this sort of stuff, right? But at the same time, other people of his ilk, right, of his general group, and I'm trying to put too much of a fine point on that, they create the problems, right, which creates work for him fighting those problems on our behalf, right? So to him, I would say, we've talked about it before, right, is his primary motivation to make the world better or to develop his career and earn money? And the same thing I'd ask about Gavin as well, right? When it comes down to it, primary motivation is what's popular, what will get eyeballs, and what will earn me money. So it's performance art primarily for these people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know what? I'll tell you the truth about the situation. Like, it's like, well, we know that they're saying things that to their audience is popular. What happens like when it's necessary to say something that to their audience is unpopular, like maybe that Trump and Ron DeSantis are dirty as all hell, and like, neither one of them are going to save you. What happens when they have to say things like that? Oh yeah, they don't say them.
Well, this always seems to be the way. It seems to be the standard trajectory of everybody who's famous, which is why I realized there why they say in religious circles or gods is thou shalt have no false idols before me, because they'll always lead you astray, or maybe it's like the Judas sheep, they'll always betray you in the end. So it's very, very dangerous to think that anyone who you don't know personally, who's just you've seen from the silver screen, you start to believe you know them, you start to believe you know their backstory. In the end, as we saw, throughout the time when the fizzing company was trying to persuade people that they needed to take this thing. All the musicians were all singing in unison. The cringy songs about healing the world and all this sort of stuff. It's so bad. But I thought people would never believe it. But I saw people with tears rolling down their eyes going, oh, they really care about us. The celebrities just want us to be well and better. I could not believe it. And I'm still coming to terms with how easily manipulable people are, and how, like, essentially, I'll say it, how stupid people are, so that they fall for this trick. They keep getting rid of the old people, and then new people come in. We think we know them, we trust them, and then bam, they hit us then when we're not expecting it, when we trust them. We shouldn't.
People keep looking back at our ancestors like, how could they wind up in a human sacrifice, sun worshipping cult? It's like, yeah, how indeed? Like, have you looked in the mirror lately? Have you seen, like, and they'll look at like World War II and be like, how could the Germans have done what they, have you looked in the mirror lately? Like, it's like, this is why, Christ's words are needed. This is why the church is needed. Like, because the fact of the matter is, as soon as we take our eyes off the road, or like, take our hands off the wheel for 5 seconds, we wind right back up in the same stupid situation where people are worshiping false idols and being led off the cliff. Like you said, by the Pied Piper just tweedling away on his pipe there. And, everybody's just skipping along right behind him. Or like the other example, the walrus and the carpenter leading the oysters to the table. It's like showing you that false dialectic, like that they're trying to set up there. It's how it always works. How it always works, and it always works.
Yeah.
Unless
Well, seeing as you
people
kind of touched on it there, if I always like to say, like, it's worthwhile examining the story that they tell us as far as the standard version of everything, So if we accept the standard version of history of the sort of the last middle of the, or maybe the last 60 years of the 20th century, we accept the standard version of history as they give us, right? I remember when I was about 5 or 6 years old, they must have been telling us about the terrible things that happened. And the weird thing was, like, the terrible thing that happened from the time or the age that I was then, less time between that and the time that happened than it is now, and then when I was that age. But anyway, if you catch on to my drift, I remember saying to my mother, who knew damn well, like, there was no flies on her, she was very well clued into everything about everything, and I wish she had told me, but she must have been just trying to, save my innocence until another time. But there was no other time when I was informed, but I wish that had told me. So I said, like, why did old Shankety Clankety not like those people? And how, and even if he didn't like those people, like, what's the difference between them and us anyway? Like, I don't understand. They look just the same as us. Like, how could he see a difference? And then also I said, like, and then, like, why did everybody else in that country just suddenly overnight just go completely insane? And then, like, just one day they went completely uninsane. Then they were suddenly cured. And the answer to all of that was nobody knows. No, nobody knows. Just it's a mystery. Which, I'm to this day, I know it's my own fault. I should have copped on. I was too naive, but I'm livid. And this is that's why my belief now is that information must be disseminated. and everyone must be given the opportunity to be told. I believe in democracy of information, and telling people the truth as plainly as you can. And as I say again, I remind people, if we're going to take the normie version of history as it is fed to us, right, then we must ask the question. Let's ask very basic questions. How did, as you sort of said there, right? It's just an example people like to give. They always like to go to that as an example, how people just went insane overnight. We have to be allowed to ask why and be given sensible answers.
Yes, I would absolutely agree. I would absolutely believe in the democratization of information. People should have the ability to know, and that doesn't mean that everyone's going to care or anything like that. But for those who are questioning, they should have somewhere to go to get the answers, and or at least try to find them for themselves. At the very least, if not, somebody's going to teach them.
Now, the attitude, of course, by our current overlords is that people don't need to know, and it would only hurt their little heads if they tried to do their own research. They wouldn't understand it anyway, even if they were to try and read articles or watch videos about it, so that you just listen to the single source of truth and they'll decide what the truth is. I can actually see where they're coming from. It's just that these people are disingenuous, completely disingenuous, and do not have anybody's best interests at heart.
No, not even their own. They think they do, but they don't even know what's in their own best interest. It's kind of like one of those, it's like that Queen song, Who Wants to Live Forever? It's like, you think that you want to be immortal and, in this world that you're trying to create this, and you really don't, but they think they do. They truly think that, they're going to be immortal gods, traveling the stars and whatnot. And it's like, human beings are flawed. That means you as well. And guess what? Like, your plan's not going to go how you plan it. The best laid plans, right? Like, I just, it used to boggle me. And, that's why I started studying psychology and all this kind of stuff to begin with, was because I wanted to understand how people could, it's kind of the same thing that Jordan Peterson talked about there several times. Like, why he studies dictators and stuff. It's like because he wanted to understand how this stuff can happen, how people that seem so normal today can turn into an angry mob with pitchforks the next,
Yeah.
And it comes down to spirituality and those same things that our ancestors have been trying to pass down to us for so long. I mean, this is an age-old problem that continues to just reoccur. It's kind of like, a lot of people think that you have the progressives who think that human history is just like a constant way, a constant trajectory towards the sky, towards the stars. Like, humanity's just going to keep getting better all the time. And then you have others who would think like we just basically live on a straight line where nothing ever changes. And really, it's more like the ocean's tides, an ebb and a flow. It's like that with our civilizations. It's like that with our empires. It's like that with information. It's like that with basically everything that has to do with us. It rises and falls, comes and goes, right? So we can defeat the evil, but that doesn't mean we're ever going to be able to stomp it out. It's always going to rise up in the hearts of another generation later on. So the only thing you can do is kind of, for lack of a better word, inoculate your society by giving them religion and trying to guide them.
Well, for lack of a better word, all right, indeed. But what I do want to say, and again, like to put it in sort of slightly non-religious terms, people talk about human nature never changing. What really irks me is my father used to say that all the time, but yet it seems like he never really understood what it meant. He just parroted it because it sounded clever. It doesn't really ever seem to have resonated with him, because if it did, he wouldn't have just gone along with everything, just like it seems that most people have tendency to do, whatever happens to be the zeitgeist of the time. And if indeed, as I say, and that's why I just think it's useful, because people tend to always point to it, if indeed it is the case that people in this country in Europe. I don't think you can even say the country, but the country that went to war twice is Norm Macdonald, the history buff, knows, with the world, right? If that is the history of it. Well, regardless of what the truth is, and it's likely, it's not so cut and dried either way, right? There's a bit of truth in everything. But if indeed it is the case that everyone just went along with it and, just started, giving Roman salutes and marching and going to big rallies and all this sort of stuff and getting caught up in a fervor of things, right? Human nature is the case. We can see it. People get caught up in a fervor, in a feverish fervor of things and go along with stuff. And there is such a thing as group mentality, or group psychology rather, where people lose a sense of selves and just go along with the flow as though it's a current and it's a river and they're just a little part of the river or a twig on the river. And there's no way that they could ever go back against it. And it does take effort for any of us to question. I can't think what the quote is from, but it's some guy sort of saying, like, I think it's a Mason guy who talks about how, there's a phrase anyway about, the man who can see outside of his own culture or his own time or something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm familiar with the quote. I think I've heard something to that note before. Can't remember who says it though, but I take your point though. I get the idea. I mean, it's a weird thing, and I mean, with your father, it depends on what his philosophy was, because I mean, you can take several tacks on this. I mean, yes, you can take the direction I would take, which is, what can I do? I can stand up and I can fight, and I can do whatever I can do, give it all I got, even if it kills me, type thing. Or you can take the tact of, what can I do? I might as well just go along with it. If you can't beat them, join them, and there's a few other methodologies you can go with, but like I said, it depends on what exactly his philosophy on it was, on whether or not it'd be a situation if he would have done something different. Could very well be that he felt like there was nothing he could do, and the best thing he could do for you is just go along.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, look, I can't quite find the quote. I'm sure anyway, it doesn't really matter, but it's something about being able to sort of think outside of the confines of your own culture. Although I did find another quote that is, I suppose, saying the same thing but in a different way. And I keep meaning to do a video on this guy, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who I think had the idea of the noble savage. Social man always lives outside of himself. He's saying the same thing in an opposite way. So a man who is basically socialized, he lives outside of himself. He knows how to live only in the opinion of others. It is, so to speak, from their judgment alone that he derives the sense of his own existence. So that's a way of describing most people who just go with the flow, most NPCs. But some other guy was talking about how it takes some kind of wisdom or perspicacity to be able to see outside of the sort of mores of your own time and culture. I can't think of who it was anyway, but it doesn't really matter.
I know Otto von Bismarck said that a smart man learns from his mistakes, but a wise man learns from other people's.
Was it? Otto von Bismarck. Okay. I wanted to show something else, and we're well into the 5th hour now, right? So just to kind of maybe put it into a coda and show just a couple more things, because I mean, so much I put in the description there to do with this topic of the moon landings, and I don't want to just have it be like, so here's a fake video and it was fake, because what I'm saying on it proves nothing about it. It doesn't tell us whether they landed on the moon or not. You know what I mean? But what I do want to show you one more thing is, as far as Jack Parsons goes, and I think that there's other videos that do sort of show that there is a straight line between Jack Parsons and jet propulsion. And what I want to share is just, I suppose, the fact that if you search for JPL, in other words, the Jet Propulsion Labs, that it leads you straight to NASA. And that here is the Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
One would exist without the other.
Yeah. So it says federally funded research development center and NASA field center in the city of La Cañada, Flint Ridge, California. And by Caltech research as well. And I think Caltech, like NYU, there is a definite history of that where you can see people setting it up and changing names and that kind of thing. I just can't remember. But anyway, if you click on it, what I noticed was, right, you go to their website and it's just jpl.nasa, but it's NASA, right? And so you have the whole things exploring our solar system. Oh, look, there's Jupiter. Oh, look, there's the ice caps melting, right? It has the standard talking points there, right? And the biggest talking point for them seems to be, oh, listen, don't worry about yourself about the moon. Like, just we're talking about like we're into the cosmos now, right? We're going far into the galaxies, and we have new robots, right? And Dennis Birchnell, the audio interview that I talked about earlier, that he did. And of course, there's the medical stuff, right? All the different things, right? And here's the moon buggy. And why would you have this, like where they're transporting it and letting you know, wink, wink, that it's held up by wires or whatever, right? So you can see the whole thing there, right? And back to Jupiter now. Oh, it's Jupiter. Anyway, Mars, right? Guess how long? And I just thought, oh, this is a coincidence, right? So Mars Perseverance, right? Strange kind of name for the mission as well, to persevere. 2 years and 7 days. That's how long our robots have been on Mars, right? But like it's the same thing again, right? Where they have this, and they did have it, by the way, in 1976. Viking 1 and Viking 2. I'm tempted to, and I think I will. I think I'm gonna have to do it. I'll in a minute show you my little short video about Carl Sagan, right? So like even back in 1976, they were already saying to people, listen, the moon is old hat. Don't worry about whether we went there or whether we didn't. Sure, we're on Mars already. That proves we went to the moon. How could we be on Mars with our robots if humans didn't go to the moon? You know, the moon is only 280,000 miles away, give or take, you know. Sure, Mars is like millions of whatever, I don't know, actually I better look it up. How far away Mars is, does it say there anywhere? But it's quite a significant distance further. Current missions 5, past missions 18. So like, you know, that's another way of implicitly sort of saying like the moon is nothing. Of course we went there. I very quickly want to have it up there, like distance to Mars, right? Or the average distance. And that's the funny thing, by the way. You know, the distance to a planet or to the moon. But if they talk about it, it's the average distance depending on where we are in the sidereal cycle. So normally it sort of says there. So 225 million kilometers or 140 million miles, right? So 140 million miles versus the 280 roughly. What does it say for the moon? So we're talking of, as they love to say, orders of magnitude greater. Oh no, I was wrong there. Not 280, 238 miles to the moon.
And by the way, they say that whole trip only took 3 days. So they were only exposed to space radiation for 3 days. It's like, well, that level of radiation for 3 days would kill you. I'm sorry, folks. It would.
Yeah, well, and thanks for bringing it up, Van Allen belts. And I've linked a beautiful video from, I don't know the date, but it seems like it's 1950s. It could be early 1960s, but it seems 1950s to me. And it's brilliant to watch it. It's just so interesting to watch something from that time period where they explain in black and white and in basically 240p, but no, maybe it's 360p, but black and white, and the way these guys interact, it's just the way that they are. It's so hilarious, but so much better, so much. The way they're so formal. I don't know, it's weird, right? But anyway, they explain the Van Allen belts, and I'm pretty sure they say that they are at 400 miles and then another bigger one at 1,000 miles. I think that's what they say. So back then it's proof of a lot of things, right? We talk about like dating things and when something could happen and when something couldn't. So they certainly say it. And they talk about how they were able to discover it by Wernher von Braun himself sending up instruments. But at some point, it seemed that there was no more radiation belt. But actually, what they discovered was because their instruments went back to zero because it basically wrapped around on itself. It couldn't handle that amount of radiation. Now, later on, what I remember, the astronauts, and Bart Sibrel's videos are great for this anyway. One of the astronauts was saying, yeah, well, we just didn't know about it at the time, so that's why we didn't think it was a problem. They did know about it. Now, it's possible they didn't tell the astronauts and said, oh, don't worry, we've thought of everything. But the guys in this video were talking about needing at least 6 inches of lead. They didn't have that, and they certainly weren't traveling at
Yeah.
back and forth in 3 days. Then later, what they started saying
Y'all know
was is
how
that
heavy lead is? Lead is heavy, and that rocket can't carry that much weight because it would cause. There's a problem with entropy, and like the fact that I think we talked about this before, where once you get over a certain amount of weight, like you need more fuel, but the fuel itself weighs, has weight to it. So like once you add the fuel that you need to get like that weight off the ground, you've now added more weight that you need more fuel, and it's a runaway problem that you can't solve. That's one of the problems Musk is having as we speak, is that he's got to figure out a way to get past that entropy, because there's a limit to how much weight you can carry off the surface. We just don't have anything strong enough to carry something that heavy that that far.
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even and I think it was Alan Shepard with Apollo 12 going to the moon and playing golf on the moon. Like the very idea that, like, I mean, exactly, they're seeing what people can get away with. Like it's down to the ounce, not just the pound. Like what kind of weight they can have on it. Like they've calculated it all. That's the story they tell us. They've calculated it down to the pound of fuel as to what they need to get there and back. And so there's no way he'd go, well, I'll just sneak on board my 9-iron. Absolutely no way. But that's the story they told people, that he played. And I think the joke is that the eagle has landed and he shot for a birdie on the moon. I think that's the joke. That's what they wanted to make,
Something like that. And I mean, it's like you said, everything on that spacecraft would have, like, for instance, like the space station, for instance, everything has to be miniaturized. It's like to take that on there, he would have had like had to have a collapsible golf club or something that he could fit in a tiny little compartment somewhere. Just carrying something like that around on, like, inside the spacecraft, like that little pod they were in, for example, like where did he put it? A nine. I don't know if anybody in the chat plays golf, but I used to, and a 9-iron is sizably like long, and it's going to be a little bit awkward getting inside of a little pod you have to crawl in and out of, and you've got like 3-4 people shoved off in it, like in this tiny little pod, like with their knees touching the dash. You know what I'm saying? It's not
There's so
like,
many, yeah, there are so many things, and they talk about the air conditioning unit and the battery that they have and this kind of thing. Like, I mean, anyone who's gone camping knows that leisure battery, absolutely. I mean, you're worried about running out of battery when you just go camping somewhere. There's no way that you kind of go, we'll just run the air conditioning unit off this, and sure, like, we'll make do, like, if we don't have the AC unit. Colin Gibney there writes to say 238,000 miles to the moon is as the crow flies. The eagle had to fly a lot further. And so he gets the eagle joke. Definitely, like we talked about the Corvus there, or Corvinus last week. They love the bird symbology. And of course, it's reminiscent of Horus from the Egyptology as well. And they were all Masons. And basically, everyone can, I think at this stage, see the broad smorgasbord of pattern with the Egyptology, Mason religion, and making these puns.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's just like you'll see the tattoos, like Justin Bieber has the Minerva owl on his left arm. Ben Affleck has a giant phoenix. It's basically the peacock version of the phoenix, the northern Indian version. Basically the Hindu version of it. And then, like, and I mean, I could go on and on. Like they all mark themselves to show their allegiances and things like that. And then, it's the same with actors, musicians, and a lot of other members of this cult too. I wouldn't be surprised if it was people like Dennis Bushnell are marked in some way. I know, like, I have tattoos that specifically would mark me out, like, for instance, the particular Bible verse, like, that I have, like, written on me, like, and all that kind of stuff. Like, at the time, it would have marked me out as as a Mason / Templar to other Masons / Templars, right? Like,
as in, do you want to say what it is, or?
I'd rather not read out my exact tattoo.
Yeah, oh, that's all right. I thought maybe you didn't want to say what it was, so that's fair enough. No, that's okay. Can I play a little bit of this? Again, I'm just thinking it's 1950s. It's possible it's early 1960s, but anyway, the aesthetic, the way these guys treat each other, and they're so stiff as well. It's just weird. But again, I think it speaks to its legitimacy as to the time period where people just weren't that sophisticated, even people who were actors or whatever. I've looked up this guy's name. I can't find it, but that doesn't mean he didn't exist or wasn't a character name. I don't know. You get the Star Trek bing, bing, like this. So there's definitely an attempt
If you were to rocket out into space 20
deceive
miles
people, I
and
think, a
then
bit.
look back, a receding Earth would look like this.
When I was a
For
kid,
the story of the hazards of Earth's radiation belts, danger that lie beyond our atmosphere, stay tuned to Science in Action.
I have to laugh for a little bit, right? Because stay tuned to Science in Action. There was a way that Americans even, I think, tried to sound very proper and British back then, because, well, it's television after all, and it's our sponsor is, and their sponsor is some Californian bank, or it's called Trusting Bank. It's just, I mean, people were a lot more innocent then, weren't they?
yeah, well, I mean, you got to think like you had a couple of different ways of talking going on in the United States at the time. You would have had a real down home, like Southern type thing going on, a real thick one, and then you have had just the regular country, like bumpkin, like out on the frontier, and then you would have had what we call in the South the city slicker, right? And the city slicker talked real nice, and he knew all those fancy words, and that's where the word sophisticated came from. Like they were exercising sophistry when they were talking to you, basically double speak.
Yeah. I love the way you say talk real nice and such.
That's how it's put where I'm from. They talk
Yeah.
real nice,
Yeah. I'll play a little bit more just so we see these guys come in. Well, obviously, won't play the whole thing. It's a bit too long, but I'd like to play a few more rather than just describing just a few clips of these kind of things, Oh, and I tell you what that reminds me of. If you ever watched the black and white version of The Fugitive, I watched the whole series when it was a rerun. I thought it was great, and it always starts with that kind of it's as though it's a televisual play. And tonight's episode, The Fugitive wanders into no man's land. Dun, 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 whatever, it's just the same kind of setup.
Like Dragnet. Dragnet like that. And, like I was saying with the old Superman cartoons, even like they had an element of that going on.
Yeah. And I do think it was because even the people who were trying to manipulate us, they were still very in their infancy as far as their sophistication goes, and their audience weren't very sophisticated, so it worked. But I mean, at the same time, it's hard as a person coming from a different time, and it makes me think now, Generation Z, if they're looking back and stuff from the 80s, already they are, and they're kind of going, oh, that was a different world. I don't really understand what's going on. But anyway, it's interesting to think of the juxtaposition of time. But look at their map and everything here, and I'll play it a bit more.
American Trust Company, for the 10th year on television, proudly brings you Science in Action, produced by the West's oldest scientific institution, the California Academy of Sciences. This award-winning series is presented each week at this time by American Trust Company, serving Northern California for more than a century. For complete banking service, visit any one of the more than 100 offices.
I'm laughing so much for complete banking service. It's just so funny. I'll just play a little bit of these guys discussing it, okay?
Gave Dr. Van Allen the first clue to the existence of these radiation belts.
The first clue, Earl, was furnished by a raccoon.
Well, I know raccoons, but raccoon, I'm not quite sure.
Well, it's quite an appropriate name, Earl. A raccoon is made up of a balloon and a rocket hung from that balloon, and they were launched from the deck of a ship. Dr. Van Allen, back in 1953, was doing some cosmic ray research in the vicinity of the northern auroral zones, where the northern lights are.
Yes.
And during some routine experiments, about 30 miles up, he ran into an area of radiation far stronger than anyone had expected.
Well, at the time, did he have any idea what the cause of this radiation was?
No, it puzzled everyone. Further experiments were needed at higher altitudes than the raccoons were capable of reaching. The chance came in 1958 when Explorer 1 went into orbit, and it carried cosmic ray detectors and a transmitter designed by Dr. Van Allen's group.
Over here in this next section, we have sketched the orbit of Explorer 1.
I'll stop it there again, and I think maybe it's all right to let people, watch it in their own time. But again, I mean, I shouldn't. It's, I suppose, not the main point, but it is. I think it's a big part of it that these guys are dressed. One guy's wearing a lab coat, and the other guy's wearing a bow tie, and they're going, "Well, that's quite all right, Earl. I expect you know this, so that's all right. It's okay to ask." It's so funny the way they interact, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, it's like I was telling the wife the other day that never trust any man a grown man that wears a bow tie. Never trust any grown man that wears a bow tie. Like, I've never ran into a grown man that wore a bow tie who didn't try to like screw me somehow. Like, they're always like, they think they're slicker than Skeeter's Peter. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Like, takes a special kind of fella to pick that particular neck attachment there.
Well, I'm thinking of Bill Nye, the science guy, in inverted commas, of course. And anyway, at most, he only had an engineering qualification of some kind. It mightn't have even have been in the field of rocketry or that kind of thing. But I'm thinking as well, what he did as well was he earned the trust of Generation Z children, and then he hit them over the head with, "You must believe my sex junk and all this sort of stuff." Anyway, I suppose that's enough said about that. And I'll leave that video where it is. It's reminded me that there's another video there that I want to show. There's a lot of them, and I should, and maybe people have seen them before, but because we're in the last hour, I want to show just the lunar rocket taking off as well, right? And just again, right, I think there's a lot of truth in the video we just shown, a lot more truth than we tend to get now. But I think like we can see as well, because everyone looks back on the sort of Path A videos that people would see as the news before they'd play them before, like the trailers before whatever they'd go and see the Saturday matinee. That's how they got their news. Same kind of idea there. So there's a lot of different levels you can watch that on. But want to play just the lunar module or the lunar exploration module, and this, I think they're saying this is it's either Apollo 12 or maybe Apollo 14. They're saying or something like that. Anyway, whatever one it is. Right, there's obvious questions that must be asked, so I'll add this and see what people say anyway.
Your final look at the Valley of Taurus Littrow. Up from orbit. Okay, 1 minute, Houston. We're 50 seconds now, and we're go.
Roger, you're looking good here.
I'll get that at 30. Okay. Camera's not going to run without me holding it. The average speed, 20 seconds.
I guess we have 15 seconds now before liftoff.
Okay, let's get off. Forget the camera. Okay, 10 seconds. Port stage pushed. Engine arm is destined. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector good. Axod. Pitch over.
Roger, you have good thrust.
Okay, 30 seconds. 308 your number. Okay, coming through 1,500 feet, and H-dot looks good.
Roger, we've lost data right now, but we'll...
Sorry, I missed that there, and I put pause it, right? So they have it on screen there that says the camera is operated in Houston, so it's hard to focus on the accelerating lunar module. Well, I mean, they displayed that they had pan and tilt there, certainly tilt, and they were doing pretty well for quite a while there. I don't buy it. I mean, what they're saying is like, because the question is like, if the two lads there are in the lunar exploration module, and they've just left the moon and they're going back. Like, who's operating the camera? And they go, oh no, don't be silly. We're operating it remotely by some kind of, like the equivalent of Wi-Fi, like remote radio waves. We're controlling it, but that's okay. They've done all the calculations, and however long it takes for the radio waves to get up and back and remote control it and move the servos. They've calculated the delays involved as well. But even so, NASA aren't perfect, as amazingly skilled as they are, and that's why they're not quite getting it in the center of the frame. I don't believe any of that. To me, I think that's total nonsense. And as well, like when I look at this portion where it's taken off here, I'm just going to say, like people say, the most comment that I see on videos like this is people say, it's incredible. And incredible literally means to believe something, means credo, I believe, credere is to believe something. So incredible literally means not believable. I just think that, on a sort of 12-inch black and white tube screen where you've got fuzz and everything, that would have been fine. Like they would have said, lads, you don't have to make it look good. It's going to be convincing on a black and white TV screen. They weren't thinking ahead and sort of saying people would be playing it back on YouTube in AI enhanced high definition. It's just, Thunderbirds from the 60s.
Thunderbirds are go. That's what I was saying to myself when it took off. I said, Thunderbirds are go.
And like, so I don't think that's it. You know the way people who want to poo-poo conspiracy theorists, as they'd call us, they'd sort of say, I wouldn't even, lower myself to discuss it. It just gives it credence to their madness, to their mad conspiracy theories. I almost wouldn't want to discuss this with anybody as to the authenticity of what we're looking at here, because to discuss whether this is legitimate footage of somebody leaving the moon to go back to an orbiting space shuttle, to actually engage in conversation does give legitimacy to this. It's outrageous that anybody would believe this. Do you want to get as incensed as I am there, JC, about it?
Well, it does bug me, especially considering, okay, for instance, I've had leftists, jump down my throat, for questioning such things, but yet, I will run into a leftist who will tell me that there was some grand conspiracy to concoct Rome out of whole cloth, or any number of things that, we have historical artifacts being dug up out of the ground, and, right there, all over Europe. You know what I mean? There's all these different things, but they would believe that there would be a multi generational conspiracy to concoct that out of whole cloth. Like, what's the difference in the questioning, right?
Yeah, and unfortunately then it's just a paradigm shift or perspective, or as we talked already about, like how people will sort of say that stone there should never be lifted, and that's the only view of the stone, right? And you say, no, there's another view underneath it. You can see all this ugly things and insects crawling around. Do you want to see how it's done? Let me lift the lid on this conspiracy. And they go, no, look, you're just a madman. And so it does boil down to what people want to believe. And there are, like, you could basically be standing beside somebody and say, look, follow my line of sight, and I'm pointing to it now, do you see? And they won't be able to see. It takes like a magic eye picture, the desire to want to focus into it and the ability to do it. It's a terrible thing. But again, look, I can't debunk that any more than just sort of saying, look at the state of it. And that at that time, even, like, the special effects in the Thunderbirds were more convincing. And as Turnip Seed Erastus says here, also the module wobbles on its way up as it is clearly on a wire. And that trapeze act is visible. You can see wires on astronauts allegedly talking to us from the ISS as well. Like, you can actually see the wires. It's just incredible.
Yeah, and I find it hard to believe that anybody summoned up the courage to go up there in that rickety thing, go that far from planet Earth, and trust these nerdy scientists there at NASA to come to take care of all the calculations to make sure that not only could I get there, but I could fire us off the surface of that unit and recouple with a unit that's orbiting the moon, right?
Yeah.
And then get it back. Like, that's an awful lot of ifs. I mean, like, how do you know, like, what the gravity is like on the moon if it had any at all? How do you know, like, they aren't going to land on it and, like, all of a sudden spontaneously combust? You know what I mean? It's like,
oh yeah. And I mean, there's the motive anyway as well. And the question was asked in that audio interview, as I mentioned before, Dennis Bushnell talking to this guy. It's in the link there. He was only got about 7,000 subscribers. He sort of said, right, you are talking about sending robots to the Mars, right? Not humans. So he said, like, will that really be as much of an achievement if it's only robots, not actually us humans? And he started talking about, well, look, most kids, and he talked about how, like, kids these days, they play in the schoolyard, but then I talked about it, they send text messages across the schoolyard to each other. He said, look, that's the way kids see things these days anyway. They don't, and of course it gets into the whole transhumanism thing. So he was sort of saying, like, kids will either believe it just as much if it's a robot, or if we can just visually or virtually send them there as if we would actually send humans. So we don't really have to send humans anymore. But to your question there, the Soviets sent a dog into space. I can't remember the name. And they sent satellites. So, like, the motive there is there. Well, there's no, like, it's like playing poker. You have to up the ante. The Americans can't say, well, we'll send a dog and a satellite then into space too. They have to send a human to the moon to kind of go there. We have a full house or whatever, so, like, clearly the motive is there. Like, if we again accept the idea that the Russians and the Americans were indeed Cold War adversaries, which it seems like as well, their space program people were all working together anyway as well. To me, the motivation is, people ask, why didn't the Soviets blow the whistle on what the Americans were doing? They would have been monitoring it. Yeah, because they said, listen, we have leverage now. We know the Americans are faking it, and we know the Americans are faking it in order to fool their own population, which is what we want to do with our population. We now have leverage over the Yanks. Sorry for saying Yanks. I know that's North Americans. We now have leverage over them, sort of, what would they call them, like, sort of stupid decadent Americans, right, with their Levi jeans and the McDonald's, right? So they'll say, as the way it works in espionage, you don't tell everybody what leverage you have on everybody, then you lose your leverage. So then they can have their games of international diplomacy, where Henry Kissinger comes over and goes, well, Mr. Khrushchev, my people say the same thing. And Mr. Khrushchev says, listen, Mr. Kissinger, we know exactly what your people say and what they don't, right? Let's not mince words here. That kind of thing. That sort of way, right? So that's why. Again, to speak to how could they not give the game away. Do you want to say a bit more on that? And then
have you ever
finished to play? Yep.
Have you ever heard of the Russian cosmonauts who they tried to send up, and like it was like some amateur ham radio operators like actually picked them up, kicking the bucket in space, like, quite literally, like, I'm pretty sure, like, right, like there in the space where Donald Trump was born, I believe. It was like maybe on the day, or maybe it wasn't him. It was somebody involved, like, with all this mess, was born right then. It was Elon Musk. That's who it was. It was Elon Musk, and Elon Musk was born like during this little debacle when the Russians sent up their cosmonauts. They sent up 3 cosmonauts, like, like the day after Elon Musk was born, and all 3 of them died. So, it's one of those things, like, maybe the Russians made a go for it and they failed. I don't know. But it's just one of those things that it always interested me that some ham operators, radio operators got a hold of it and, supposedly reported. I didn't know if you'd ever heard of it or not.
Sorry, muted there for a second. Sorry if I blew anybody's eardrums there. Just trying to line up something else there as well, and I muted myself while I was doing it just in case it would accidentally play. But look, I have to be honest and say, I don't know, but something rings a vague bell that the Russians might have sent somebody up and that they died. if it wasn't people, they definitely, there was dogs and monkeys that might have died. I think probably, yeah.
Well, it's
Whether
actual historical fact, or at least according to the mainstream narrative, that 3 Russian cosmonauts died that day. Let's see.
I see.
Is it 3 Russian?
Well, while you're looking that up, then, right? I'll play a little bit of Dennis Bushnell, right? Just to sort of give his Oh, you have something there, do you?
Yeah, the crew, Georgy Dobrovolsky, Vladislav Volkov, and Viktor Patsayev arrived at the space station on 7th of June 1971 and departed on 29th of June 1971. The mission ended in disaster when the crew capsule depressurized during preparations for re-entry, killing the 3-man crew. It was the Soyuz 11. And it just so happens that that's like right there around Elon Musk or Nut's birthday. I do believe. Birthday boy. Yeah, June 28, 1971. So he was born the day before that happened. Kind of creepy, huh? You still there, brother? Well, anyway.
Sorry, I am, but I was muted. I was muted for quite a while there. So there was a lot of things that I was agreeing with you about. But yeah, fair enough. I would say that that's close enough, 28th to 29th. And if he was born on the 29th in South Africa, that by the time, let's say, well, anyway, there's a 6-hour difference, or 5 hours at least, anyway, between wherever he was born in South Africa and Florida. So yeah, could have been. You could even nearly say it was the same day, depending on the hour.
Well, it would have been Russia, like, right?
Oh, right. Oh, duh. Sorry, I was being I was being a spy there. Yeah.
Or well, I guess it would have been space station time, wherever the International Space Station was, because that's where they were launching from, right?
Yeah, but
So
look, it doesn't
like,
matter. It was close enough. Yeah, it was close enough that he was born in the same week, and that's good enough.
Yeah, within the 24 hours of it happening, yeah. But that's pretty, like, it was pretty close, and like I thought that was rather interesting. You basically have what's like what equates to a 3-man sacrifice in space, like right before the guy who's going to try to chip everyone, like was born. It just something I thought about.
Yeah, no, of course. Now, I'm just curious to know, can you hear this? Because I think you can't. I'm going to have to share just my screen to just play a bit of the Bushnell thing, I think, and then I just want to play. Also, I think it has to be played, to as a counterbalance to what we've sort of debunked as far as the fake Stanley Kubrick video. But I'll just play a little bit of this because I think maybe it's not useful to refer to something that's just in the links, but I'm playing it, just a snippet of it at least, anyway.
Yeah, go for it.
Right, so this is the video that I'm talking about, where the guy has just 7,000 views. Sorry, 7,000 subscribers, right? But far fewer views. He has only roughly 200, and I think it's 220 views on this now. Just 220 views. Isn't that kind of ridiculous? Like, it doesn't make much sense. Anyway, here he is towards the end, talking about how kids these days don't care. They don't really see a distinction between. In fact, they'd probably prefer robots to land on Mars rather than humans. So I think this is around about the time.
But if it was a virtual environment, people could have that same experience. We could do more or less the same learning. I guess the question then is, does that diminish the achievement at all if robots do it instead of people?
Well, Tim, it's all in our head. Okay, I mean, the rest of the body is there so that we can get the head working. There's a generation coming up now that's used to living on electrons. People tell me that 5-year-old kids are out on the school playground texting each other across the playground instead of going over and talking to them. There are millions of people, many, many millions worldwide, who are spending more time on Second Life and other virtual worlds than they are in the physical world. Okay, we are in this IT age, and what's beyond the IT age is the virtual age, and we're going to the virtual age very, very fast. We are tele everything. We have some 48 million telecommuters. Heading much higher. This is almost 1/3 of the work.
Right. Well, I'll stop it there. You get the idea. So this is a guy called Tim Ventura interviews expert opinions on space, science, technology, and policy. Like really, and why and how. And as I say at the end, this fella Dennis Bushnell rather, says to Tim Ventura that it's been an honor to talk to him. Like, I mean, like. Why? And again, not to put down anybody's subscriber count. I know I've only got like a small percentage of what he has there, but like 7,000 subscribers gives it, and only 222 views, and this was published a year ago. Doesn't make any sense. I think that's an insert into our culture, and they'll blow that up at some point if they want to. But you got what he's talking about, and I'm beginning to think maybe that what could be possible is that people like Dennis Bushnell and others, right? They believe what they're doing as well. It's just that these people are literally insane, and they're also compartmentalized, and that they're managers, and that they are managers who don't really understand the business that they're in, but they just trust that their engineers know what they're doing.
Well, I mean, even Bushnell himself said, like, to a large part, like, they don't know how AI is going to work or how it's going to gain consciousness. They just know it will. You know what I mean? Like a lot of this, they're just willing into existence. Basically, they're like just through sheer will and determination, they're making these things happen in their mind. So it like they really are insane. I don't know how else to like one could put it. It's the philosophy in which they subscribe makes them go insane. It makes anyone who subscribes to it go insane. It's what that semantic postmodernist like philosophy does. It just it mangles the mind. It's been known since semantics came around that it was one of the side effects of subscribing to it is it messes with your head. Yeah, it destroys knowledge and makes you sound like a nut because like you're always contradicting yourself, and stuff like that. It's all to do with their philosophy, and to a large degree, why should they believe anything else? Because society keeps proving them right over and over again, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a case of getting high on their own supply, and again, in a way, to harken back to Timothy Leary and Ram Dass and the rest of the boys there. They talk about how like that they shouldn't take their own drugs and that kind of thing, but people tend to like the phrase really means is people start to believe their own hype, and I saw that big time where again I got down to the quantum level with the lies that people tell. They do engage in self-delusion, and when you start putting it to them, you see the cognitive dissonance, and then they refuse to resolve that cognitive dissonance. So people talk about like the people who have taken control of our societies as being very clever, but you can be very clever as well as being, the evil genius sort of trope exists because they're madmen. They're always characterized as being like sort of out of their goddamn minds or escaped from a home for an asylum for the criminally insane. That's who's running our world.
They are they are absolutely certifiable. I mean, it's like, look at who's running our U.S. or what is it they call it, the health inspector general or whatever. What's his face? The one who like teed himself, right? And invented a transhumanist religion and all that kind of stuff. Burmese is always talking about him there. What is his name?
It's not Ray Kurzweil you're talking about, is it?
No, this is the one who goes by a female's name now. What it starts with?
Yes, I know the person you're talking about, and head of a company. I'll have to look it up. But keep talking anyway. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he was. Let's see. but yeah, he started he says he's a woman now, but like he started like his own religion, which is it's a transhumanist religion. Wrote a book on it, wrote the book Unzipped Genes and some other things, and he's absolutely crazy. Like if you read his books, like oh my, it's absolutely crazy. Let's see.
Right. Well, I think the name is Stella Sacco.
No, that's not it. Let's see
okay.
here. I'll tell you in just a second. Well, if I can, yeah, Martine Rothblatt. There you go.
Oh, Rothblatt. I mean, you couldn't get any more. Okay, how can we get Rothschild and then sort of, bit of Blatt. Anyway, sounds well. You get the idea. Of course, I forgot that I'm on YouTube here, but when you hear that name, you kind of go, "Oh, I see."
Yeah, like that is the new chief executive officer of United Therapeutics Corporation, but like he was just brought up into the Biden administration as our new health inspector general, I think, or something like that. But either way, like he wrote that book and it like started a religion. I'm trying to think of what, like, let's see, transhumanism religion.
Right. Well, I'll get her up on screen here now, and so this is Martine Rothblatt, author of the book called Unzipped Genes, right? And isn't it perfectly appropriate then that a man who was the head of these futuristic corporations who decided, well, I'm going to be not just a transhumanist, but I'll start off by being a trans woman. Trans women are women, is what they want us to say. So then the word just becomes redundant, right? So he just became a woman, and but he had to get that little play on words in there, unzipped genes, ooh, tee hee hee, but he's really talking about the DNA decoding the human genome. And whether that's legible on screen, I make it a little bit bigger there. So the little description underneath there says Silver Spring, Maryland, I suppose, September 12th. Martine Rothblatt, CEO of United Therapies. Of course, they don't want to. Therapy is a lovely word, right? Because it also legally gets around something if you'd call it a medicine. It's just a therapy. It's just a therapy, bro. And former CEO of Sirius XM. No way. And of course, Sirius, the dog star. That's how you know it's no coincidence that they called it that. Satellite radio, totally transformed. To harken about, we mentioned him already. Howard Stern. He made mega millions, but he's now a Howard Hughes type figure. Anyway, is the highest paid CEO in the country. CEOS, surely, seeing as she's a woman now. Rothblatt founded UT. Don't know what UT is. Is that uterine tract infection? If there's an I after it. After her daughter was diagnosed with a rare lung disease. Sorry, you know what it is, yeah?
No, I'm assuming maybe they mean terracium. Maybe, I don't know. Like I know terracium is the religion or cult, rather. He started.
Well, I want to read out this last bit here. Is she's also transgendered and is married to the same woman for 32 years. It's just your typical American apple pie family, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like he's still married to the same woman he was married to when he was when he was Bart.
Look, I have to say this, right? Her early life totally checks out. Rothblatt was born in 1954 into I can't really read anymore, because it all just becomes far too predictable,
And I mean, it really does, and it's one of those things that it's like, how does this person get to where they're at when they're literally a cult leader? Quite literally, which they call it a religion in Time magazine, or time.com rather. And, it's like, I don't know if you would call that a religion because, it's a small movement of really extreme radical beliefs that usually that's a cult, right?
Well, I was seeing here that she left college after 2 years and traveled throughout Europe, Turkey, Iran, Kenya, and the Seychelles. You don't just quit college and travel around Europe and the Seychelles, So she obviously comes from a family with money. And I don't know. Is there other stuff that you wanted to read about? She graduated. Nonetheless, she then returned to University of California, UCLA. Again, that's another hotbed of weird stuff coming out of there, isn't there? And graduated
Mhm.
summa cum laude in communication studies with a thesis on international direct broadcast satellites. Well, lucky for her then that she went on to just create satellites. Come off it, come off it. You can just see how people are injected into jobs, and like we'll make him be a her then later. Listen, it's all great. We have a script, right? The devil gave it to us. Basically, look, if you're in the Freemasons, you just follow the script, and you don't know where the script comes from because you're all compartmentalized. But it does come from the devil. Basically, he's writing all the scripts. It's ridiculous.
Yes, I mean it's one of those things that whether you believe in him or not, like the fact is Lucifer is who they model themselves off of. Like a Christian would model themselves off of Christ, and try to be as much like Christ as possible. Well, they try to be as much like Lucifer as possible, and that's the rebellious one, like they try to be as much like that as possible. So like if you're gonna, like, if you model yourself off of him, it doesn't really matter if he's whispering in your ear or not. He might as well, right? So I believe he's actually whispering things in their ears, giving them ideas. But if someone's not a religious person or whatever, not a spiritual person, like doesn't believe in him, which I would interject, like if they don't really believe in him, why do they like act like it? Satanists say the same thing, but yet they'll go in and call themselves Satanists, use his image, and invoke his name during rituals. It's like, if you didn't really believe in that stuff, it just seems like it would be, humans are lazy. That's an awful lot of trouble to go through for something you don't actually believe.
Yeah, and look, I just say again, like it gets very tricky then to have the dividing line between being like Jesus or being like God or being like the devil, because there's inspiration and then there's moments of lucidity where an idea comes to you, inspiration. Like, I mean, it's very difficult to sort of, and it just gets to semantics, whether something's divinely inspired or whether it's given to you by the devil. Do you know what I mean?
Well, not really. Like if you look at it from a perspective like I would, from the Orthodox perspective, we are clearly told like what things would and what things wouldn't, be something God would be okay with, for one. And two, we also have the concept of what's called prelest, which basically is it's the word for spiritual delusion, which is so because of that, because human beings are so prone to spiritual delusion, we would say be like wary of even an angel that purports to be delivering messages straight from God himself.
Well, I'm not. Yeah, what I'd be talking about would be like you get a great idea, and
like a muse, like like
well,
a great idea. Well, it's going to be in the fruit of the action, right?
Yeah.
Like, so if your idea brings forth bad fruit, then it was a bad idea, right?
Well,
It's
the
not.
law of unintended consequences obviously exists, but what I mean is, look, I mean, actually believing that an angel or a devil or whatever comes to you and talks to you or inhabits in your mind or you can hear the voice, to me, that's entirely a different thing from getting an idea and kind of saying, geez, where did that idea come from? I have felt inspired. Now, people might just, and it's an issue of semantics to sort of say, I felt inspired or had, a divine inspiration there, right? Or to say, oh, I was able to think really lucidly, and people go, that's definitely a devil thing then, right? So that's what I'm talking about. If somebody was to say, I heard voices telling me this idea, then I'd kind of go, all right, well, look, I'm going to need a bit more information on that. What I find is anytime I question people who say that they heard the voice of God or anything like that, they don't want to get into the details, like, because I want to ask them questions like, did you hear it in your head or did you hear it like with your ears or what? They don't want to get into it, so I tend not to believe people. But that's not to say that I don't think that that's a contradiction, though, to sort of say that it seems to me that there is somebody up the chain that you never get to see, you can only infer the presence of, that is writing the script. Because when you read through somebody's Wikipedia like this, you kind of go, it's literally incredible that somebody just happened to travel through Europe and get an idea, or then said, I know, I'll come back to college and learn how to put satellites in space and start this radio that Howard Stern does this. It's all jobs for the boys, and then they'll play their part in society later, you know?
Hmm. Well, like I said, the way I tend to look at it is, I'll judge things based on, based on their fruits and like what actually comes out of it. As far as ideas go, like if you have an idea that like, you have an idea that spontaneously comes to you that allows you to feed a nation, that's obviously, that's not like really semantics at all. That's pretty well objectively a good thing, as long as nothing like really bad that outweighs that good happens has the same consequence, right?
Yeah. Well, I'll
Like,
tell you what. Yeah, I'll take what you said as fine, except like for like people have to be careful that not to then accidentally walk into the idea that things can be Machiavellian, like that anything's justified as long as the outcome is good, or that I presume it will be, or whatever, you know.
yeah, well, yeah, you most certainly don't want to be into that, and that's where I would get into the, where I said like, we have that specific teaching there that lays everything out and kind of gives you a compass for how to, navigate such things.
Okay.
That's
Well,
the problem with human perception is we're not really equipped on our own without said teachings to really suss this kind of stuff very well, and even with the teachings, we're not all that good at it.
right. Okay, and to that I would say anybody else in an organization is human too, and they tend to hide behind organizations and then try and pretend that they have authority behind them to tell other people what to do. So I would just say every person must guard their own counsel, and they should know from within their own conscience what is right or wrong, not just be told by other people. That's my attitude to it. But I want to. This
If you
person
were a
here.
baby, you wouldn't be able to like. If you were a baby trying to figure it out
Yeah,
on your
I'm
own,
talking about adults. I'm talking about adult.
that out,
Yeah, I'm talking about
right?
adults. I'm talking about adults, not babies. Obviously, babies or children need direction from parents, and you hope the parents have their own children's best interest at heart. But look, this
Well,
woman
that's if
seems to be
the
brought up.
adults were raised properly, though. If the adults were raised as children, like by immoral parents, then they don't have a good compass in the first place. They were
No,
given a bad compass.
no, but I
You
would
know,
say
it's
that
one of
that's the
those
same
things.
argument as like what the way people sort of say, oh, why shouldn't gay people be let adopt? Wouldn't it be better to have a gay couple adopting a child that are going to be nice to the child rather than a really bad, evil heterosexual couple? I think it's a false type of equivalence there, or false
Yeah, that's a
choice.
false choice.
Yeah. So
But
in the
like,
same way as I'm making a parallel to use, or saying what if a child has bad parents or whatever, I'm saying all things being equal, every individual, once you have developed your own conscience, your own mind, everybody's a human being. Therefore, no human being nor collection of human beings should have a higher authority to tell somebody what's moral or what is immoral. Every individual should have their own conscience to let them know.
well, yes, you have free will. The thing is, like, the thing is figuring out how one susses what is good and what is bad. That's kind of the thing that we come down to with, like, for instance, the sectarians here in the West who think that they can just, read the Bible and it's going to come to them. Well, if that was the case, they wouldn't all have a different interpretation, but they do. It's one of those things that if you go that route, you're going to wind up in a semantic situation. Excuse me.
Yeah, everyone will
You're going
quote
to
the
wind up in
scripture
a
and interpret
semantic
it in the way that
situation
suits
where
them. All
you're
right.
not ever 100% like you have no justification for why it is good or bad other than it just feels like it's good or bad to me.
Well, that's
It's one of those things
well. What I notice is
I could say to myself, it's better to be like, what if I say, okay, well, I should be God Emperor? Well, that works out good for me, like, and maybe it'll work out good for like my nation, but it might not work out good for every other nation that doesn't want it.
yeah. But I mean, I
Like
think when
that's
people are
whatever
honest
we
with
want.
themselves,
But
yeah. But I think when people are honest with themselves, they know when they're just trying to convince themselves of something because they want it to be right because they feel it that way. But if people are honest with themselves, then that's how they can train their own conscience. But look, about this
that's
woman
no
here.
true fallacy, though.
All
No,
right. Well, I'll take it as that. But say the name of the fallacy, and then I'll move on. Because honestly, like I want to talk about this woman that you've brought her up because it's very relevant.
Oh, I said it's a no true Scotsman's fallacy, where it's like, well, no true Scotsman would ever,
Yeah,
no
okay.
true
Well,
adult would ever.
I don't agree that I've invoked the no true Scotsman's fallacy, but I'll take it as a point because I want to get back to this woman here. So this Rothblatt, right? When Dennis Bushnell was talking about how children these days are living in a virtual world, he mentioned this. I thought it was ridiculously out of date video game Second Life, but she maintains the internet-based world Second Life. So let's just read this paragraph of her social activism, which I think basically encapsulates what you're talking about with regard to the religion she started. Launched the Terra Sem, and I suppose Terra means Earth, and then Sem. I don't know, but it maybe. Do you know what the Sem part means?
Yeah, the Terra Sim stands for Earth Seed. It comes from a
right. Emanation. Yeah, so planting a new Earth on Mars, maybe, but virtually. So the Terra Sem movement, a transhumanist school of thought, focused on promoting joy, diversity. Who would be against that? Joy and diversity goes with joy, and the prospect of technological immortality via mind uploading and geoethical. Oh well, of course we want to be geoethical. Nanotechnology. Through a charitable foundation, leaders of this school convene publicly accessible symposia, publish explanatory analyses, conduct demonstration projects, issue grants, and encourage public awareness and adherence to Terra Sem values and goals, whatever it is that they state that they are. So they've absolutely created their own new utopia, making it sound lovely, but it's really dystopia where whatever they say goes. The movement maintains a Terra Sim island on the internet-based virtual world Second Life, which is currently composed of 2 sims, which was constructed by the eSpaces company. And she's an advocate for LGBTQ rights and an outspoken opponent of the North Carolina's controversial Public Facilities and Privacy and Security Act, or HB2 law. So there's more there, but basically that's a home run of all the things that you'd expect somebody of her ilk to be changing society or pro-changing society in order to reconstruct in her image.
Yeah, well, I mean, and the reason that they keep bringing up Second Life is like this little blurb right here. Philip Rossdale, Second Life's founder, has decided to take a core team to work on evolving Second Life now that the metaverse has become a buzzword yet again. His hopes are that developing community-focused worlds like Second Life will solve some metaverse problems that aren't necessarily being solved in VR headsets. So, it's already like that's why they keep invoking it. It's because it's part of the whole game in the first place. It's, they're all working together towards a common goal.
Yeah, and it's so obvious, isn't it? Like, I mean, Dennis Bushnell talking about, well, listen, it's actually probably better if we just take the school children virtually to Mars, and listen, that's what we're going to do anyway. And here they are having the video games and solving problems in virtual headsets. Like, they're giving us problems that don't need to be solved. Like, and anyway, again, it's like the complete state of the graphics that they try to pass off as a lunar module leaving the moon. Like, who would believe this? Only people who are mentally deficient, and yet people do, and they'll go along with it. And they've got all the pieces in place. If people want to listen more about it, as you mentioned, his name is Jason Bermas, Bermas, and he often talks about this transhumanist stuff. It's so stupid, and yet you would think people wouldn't fall for it. They will, because what did they fall for back in March of 2020? Something else that was equally stupid, and they keep falling for it.
Yeah, they had a transhumanist conference not long ago, like last year, or at the beginning of this year, maybe, and or this past year. I mean, there was a little guy with an antenna mounted to his noggin, and chick with chips in her fingertips, like magnets and stuff like that. They had all kinds of people there that were already modifying themselves with stuff. So I've been watching the movement for a while, and it started in the same community that I used to be in, like in the body mods community. I saw it a long time ago starting to pick up, where people were inserting magnets under their skin in their fingers, and so that they can feel the magnetic field change. and all kinds of different stuff. And it's what got me started looking into the transhumanist movement in the first place. And it's been going on quite a while underneath the surface, is my point. And people haven't noticed it.
Well,
till
look,
now.
it is ridiculous. It's outrageous how ridiculous and how literally incredible all of it is. And yet people will fall for it. And I think maybe, is it by design? Are they that clever that they know that'll have us ripping our hair out, pulling our hair out, kind of going, how are people falling for this? Like I was throughout the whole convids, and we'll never get an apology, never get an acknowledgement that we're wrong. Although I do notice now there's a lot of talk online, and I've seen, maybe I'll do a video on this. I found a video where a lot of people who imbibed in it are writing comments saying, I was stupid, I took it, or I was forced to do it by my job, and I for all these different reasons, and I regret it. And people actually saying I was wrong and I regret it, and I'm feeling effects of it, or I'm feeling like a fool, if not actual health effects. And some of them are actually being decent and sort of saying, yeah, like I'm on your side now or whatever. But like, there's a lot of other people who,
Why? Because the fact of the matter is, okay, they've already taken it, right? Which means now they've given themselves serious health problems. That means if they step out of the system, they're done. Like, how can they be on our side? I mean, they can be on our side in spirit, but they're in the system for good now until we can bring it down, because the fact of the matter is, if they don't play ball, then they don't get their meds to fix their pericarditis, myocarditis, or whatever.
Well,
right?
Okay, well, we're definitely touching the third rail there, but I suppose, to me, nothing is certain. Nothing is certain about any of it. That there's anything in it, that there's anything other than a compliance test, or that the thing that they were supposed to be creating a thing to counteract it even existed in the first place either. It wasn't just a renamed you-know-what, you know? But for me, well, I guess what I'm trying to say is some of the people at least were putting their cards on the table, or rather hand on in the air and saying mea culpa, right? Which I found surprising, right? But what I have noticed as well is there seems to be basically this general idea, although nobody said it, that okay, it's over, but let's just move on with nobody having to admit anything or whatever, you know. But no lessons will ever have been learned, and so they'll fall for this Mars bullshit now as well, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that whole situation isn't over yet either. There's another one coming. It just hasn't hit yet.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, it will come, and they will be forced to make another choice and another in all kinds of different areas. And that's the thing. The more they fall for it, the less chance they're going to have of being able to get out it. I mean, it's just at a certain point, like you have too many things tying you to it to be able to cut loose.
Yeah, well, I totally accept that. All right. Look, we're well beyond the 5 hours now, and there's a couple of things that I wanted to play. I wanted to play the old, and maybe look, everyone's seen it, maybe, but it's always worth playing it again, which is Don Pettit talking about how we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back up. But I'll have to have a quick search for that. But I do want, as a counter balance to the original video, or sorry, not the original, but the video we played at the beginning, which we are quite satisfied is a hoax and a fake, alleging to be Stanley Kubrick, but isn't. Now I want to play something that seems more credible, but again, we can't say for sure that it's real. But there's a correlation here again with the fake thing. They mention the specific airbase called Cannon Lake, I think, airbase, or Cannon Airbase anyway, in New Mexico. And I just want to play this fellow's name, where we have it on record. He says he's got 2 names. And anyway, I'll let it play. Is that all right, JC? We'll let this play anyway, and maybe we'll get it in under 5.5 hours, okay?
Sounds good. Go for it.
Hello, my name is Gene Gilmore. My birth given name is Eugene Ruben Akers. I don't want any money for what I'm doing, because hopefully this video won't come out until after my death. So I have nothing to gain, nothing to profit. by telling you what I'm going to tell you. And a lot of what I'm going to tell you is available online until they see this video. And I'm sure things will start getting scrubbed. As well as moon photos. But anyway, my father in 1968 was stationed at Cannon Airforce Base in New Mexico. I made notes on my computer so that I wouldn't forget anything, because there's a lot of little things and stuff that I'd forget. So these notes were made a long time ago. The original recording that my father made on his deathbed was destroyed in a fire. So this is my deathbed confession, because now I'm dying of cancer. I've got cancer all over the place, and they don't know where it's coming from, and I don't know if they can stop it, but it don't look good. So I'm going to go ahead and make this video for Bart Sibrel. He knows not to do anything with it until notification of my death, for which my son will respond to that. Okay. Like I said, in 1968, my father was stationed at Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico. We lived close to Mexico. He was in 20 years, and on his deathbed in 2002, we made a recording of what happened. Now, I already told you what happened to the recording. But it doesn't matter, because all the facts are there, so it doesn't matter who's telling the story or whatever. I will, at the end of the video, I'll supply a picture of my father, his badge, the flag of when they buried him. I'll show you some photos of my dad. I was born in 1955. So in 1969, I was 14 years old. I vividly remember the Apollo 11 coming down, landing on the moon, they're walking around and all that stuff. Anyway, I never questioned that until my dad told me what he told me on his deathbed. And then I started doing a little, nothing major, nothing, just surfing the web, I think they call it, surfing the web. And a lot of that information's right there on the web. I mean, it verifies the story that he told me. A good detective, a good one, would be able to uncover a lot more of the story that I'm getting ready to tell you. So, please have at it. I've never known my dad to lie. To get caught lying was worse than whatever it was you did to begin with. I remember going to school with long sleeve shirts on to hide the purple welts. You did not lie in our house, that's for sure. Dad had a really bad attitude towards lying. Excuse me again. Okay, anyway, this is the story that my dad told me on his deathbed. Project Slam Dunk was the name of this. President Johnson in 1968, okay? In Cannon Airforce Base in 1968, he said by the time he got there, that there was already 2 large hangars that were connected. There was hundreds of dump trucks that came in and dumped sand and stone, and cement powder was powdered over the top of all that to make it look like a lunar landscape. They had men that fashioned it into a lunar landscape, he said. Okay, I've never known my dad to lie, so this all took me by surprise. You know, what's that all about? So anyway, he said that in front of the airplane hangars was pole framing with large canvas tents that was concealing the inside of the staging area. Inside the staging area, on flatbed trucks, was uncrated the lunar lander that was assembled reassembled back inside the hangars. All of the walls were painted flat black, and the ceilings as well. He was sworn to secrecy by the NSA, and they would put him in prison for breaking that oath. When Dad saw the moon landing on TV, he cried. He said he knew that what he had witnessed on TV was exactly what they recorded in that hangar. There was no reason for them to go flying around and everything. They had detailed high-definition photos of the landing area. There was no reason for them to go flying around to a different landing area that almost exhausted their fuel, except for drama, because everything had gone so smoothly. Nothing, so it had to be something. Anyway, Dad was one of 3 guards that guarded the inside of the front entrance. There was a list of 15 people who could enter. No one else was allowed by order of President Johnson. And here is that list. And I gave it to Bart Sibrel as well. And he checked out a lot of these names, and he says he can verify a lot of these people and what they do. And I come across a couple myself. Anyway, President Johnson, Neil Armstrong, Edwin Alden, Werner von Braun, Robert Emenegger, Gene Kranz, James Webb, Joe Kerwin, Dr. Thomas Paine, Glenn Looney, Dr. Christopher Kraft, Dr. James Van Allen, General Trudeau, Lieutenant Colonel Donald Simon, and Grant Norrie. Now, the only 2 that I really have information on is Robert Emenegger. Apparently, he did a lot of video work and stuff for the Department of Defense. So the DoD did know him, okay? And the other one was Grant Norrie, Norray, I believe, was to the best of my dad's knowledge, was a like some FBI, CIA, NSA, who knows, something like that.
Right. Maybe I'll pause there, maybe leave it there for now, and the link is in the description, and people can watch it more. I'm going to ask you, JC, do you think he's credible? He's certainly naming names. It's all stuff that can be checked and verified and looked into.
Well, I mean, the biggest thing for me is, if he's dead and, he really doesn't have anything to gain or lose for that matter. He's already gone, so, there's no money to be made at it. I mean, that makes it seem credible. I have to say, also, there's always going to be the issue of what we've been talking about this whole time, of it could have been put out there as a psyop, as, poison for the well. It could be any number of things. But I will say that part does make it credible. Yet, that could be exactly what someone would want me to think. So it's kind of hard to say. But on first glance, yes, I would say it's credible.
Yeah, he seems credible to me. And very noticeable names there, and especially not just the guy who's credited with discovering, or at least, having the Van Allen belts named after him there, so he's there. Also, as well as Trudeau, I'd like to look into what his connection is to Trudeau and his father, and who else did he mention there? Well, Lyndon B. Johnson, and it seems pretty clear to me that if he wasn't actively participating in the assassination of JFK, it certainly suited him, and he didn't look distraught afterwards. He was sort of smiling and grinning from ear to ear. So I'm not saying that one directly leads to another, but it meant that he was in with the sort of feds or the deep state, whatever agencies they were, and that because he would have been so embedded with them, if he was asked to go along with something like this, he absolutely would have. So there's your reason how, like, if people sort of, and I think maybe Lily was asking earlier, how could people keep it secret? They would have blown the whistle. That's how you, if people are at the top and they know like what happened and all this sort of stuff, and they know something like this is a big scam, then they're basically, it's like he's part of the gang where it's blood in and it would be blood out. Like, there's no way that he would sort of say, I can actually be president and have the best life, or I can blow the whistle, nobody will believe me and they'll kill me and they'll assassinate me just like they did to JFK, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that very much could be the case. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, I know that he was, LBJ was directly, associated with, a lot of these bankers, and, some have speculated him being a Freemason. Like, I never heard him mentioned as specifically being a Freemason, but he most certainly, like, was initiated into the first degree, at least. He was an injured apprentice, but as far as being an actual Freemason who participated, I don't know.
Can I say as well, just for balance, I suppose, this guy here is reading an account of what his father left him, or talking about what his father said in his deathbed. Now, at the same time, what he says here, what we've heard already, he says, when my father watched it on TV, he cried, and he also says that he knew why his father cried, because everything that he saw on TV was exactly what he saw photographs being taken of. Something doesn't fit with the sort of, the way he's telling a story from the perspective of knowledge that he didn't have then, or do you understand? There's something that doesn't, slightly incongruous, doesn't quite sit right there. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, like I can definitely see that. Like, it's hard, it's hard to say what he's got in front of him there, and if he, is he, like, he's got cancer, so maybe he's having trouble, like, remembering things, and he's trying to remember and read, and I don't know.
Yeah, I'm glad if you said that as well. Look, the background there, by the way, I don't know where he's standing, and maybe, like, I don't know whether the lighting is better than I should expect or not. It just seems like an unusual wall, and it reminds me of the kind of what they often would put behind people in a sort of photographer's studio as having a sort of a neutral background. I don't know. It reminds me of something that they used to put for background in the 80s or maybe early 90s. So yeah.
Yeah, it could be like a really badly painted wall or a really badly stained one. It almost looks like a piece of plywood, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd like more context, basically, and knowledge. I wish the camera was zoomed out a bit more. I'd like to see what he's reading from, whether it's a note his father left him, if it's a note, or if it's something he wrote of his recollection of what his father said to him on his father's deathbed. The whole thing about people dying and him having cancer, absolutely. I think there comes a time in your life when you start to get a better sense of the idea of your own mortality, and whether there is an afterlife or whether there isn't. Both of them are become more equally concerning as prospects, and you do start to wonder about, well, not necessarily having a legacy, but can I make my life have meant something by leaving something, knowing what the right thing to do is. And that's why I talk about, look, things are often brought into sharp focus, and I hold every individual capable of knowing without needing to be told what is the right thing to do. And so that's why we might say, like, men like him, when they start getting a terminal disease, or his father's on his deathbed, they might say, right, well, listen, I have to leave word behind. If there's an afterlife, I'd always regret not having said what I could have said. If there isn't one, then what difference you might think would it make? But I would just regret it. I don't want to have to live with regret and never be able to change it. I have some information, and I think the right thing to do is to send it into the world, whether people believe it or not.
Possibly.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Right. So in addition to that, then, can I? We're just at the 5.5 hour mark. Can I close then? We've got 60 seconds then. Not that I have to finish exactly on 5:30 exactly, but can I play Don Petit, or Petit, but I think it's Petit, and his weird cadence as well, just like Dennis Bushnell. Like he speaks like somebody who's got some kind of. I'm being genuine here. It sounds like he's been hit in the head with a hammer. It sounds like he's got some mental dysfunction, mental impairment. He doesn't sound like he's all together in the head, and he's talking about that. If people haven't seen it, and by the way, this video, like everything else, it's all in the description. And here's here's Don Pettit talking about how they destroyed the technology to go to the moon. It's a painful process built in the back, but just listen to his voice, and it's just weird. So I'll share it now. While I'm setting it up, JC, do you want to say anything in response to any of that, or what would be your closing thoughts?
I would just say, notice how they'll say like, well, yeah, we destroyed it. It's going to be hard to build it back. But notice nobody ever answers the question of, well, why did you destroy it? Like, isn't that a little stupid? We spent all that taxpayer money on it, and you just destroyed it.
Yeah, I think they've kind of addressed that, and what they said was, oh, it's all just boring telemetry data, and it was all on old format tapes and magnetic reels, which I think they said as well, over the years had deteriorated, so the information on it could be retrieved, and I think they were sort of trying to imply that all of that could have been superseded anyway by the models that they'd programmed into the computers anyway, so they didn't need it, and that's why they threw it into a skip. I think they sort of tried to say something along those lines, you know.
Yeah, which doesn't really make sense because, like, well, why wouldn't you, as technology progressed, be constantly trying to preserve that data like you do everything else that y'all do?
Absolutely. And even if the data on the tapes had been corrupted and magnetically deteriorated, you would still put it all in a Smithsonian to say, here's all the telemetry data. But they also played this, as they always do, and you know them by their methods now, not just by their fruits. They always play this game of conflating one thing with the other, like, you know, so that like the technology to be able to fly to the moon is the telemetry of when we did it. No, it isn't. It's like the shadow we made on the Earth when we flew to the moon is us flying to the moon, is the technology. No.
And I should remind people, like, Disney has a vault where they keep their films and have no problem dusting old movies from the 1940s out, like, or off, and bringing them out and re-releasing them. Like, why I'm supposed to believe that NASA doesn't have the ability to preserve their film just as well?
Yes, again, it's ridiculous. It stretches credulity far too thin so that it snaps. And seeing as you mentioned Disney there, better just mention again, in case anybody didn't know this, Werner von Braun, who on his gravestone has the Psalms 119, I think it is, you know, and the firmament sheweth the glory of the heavens or whatever it is. But the Werner von Braun worked with Disney, I think, to the extent that he was considered to be an employee of the Disney company as well as NASA, which is ridiculous.
Wouldn't surprise me at all. You know, like Disney and the CIA, like the property that Disney World in Florida sits on was acquired for Disney, the Disney Corporation, by the CIA.
Okay.
You know, like they wouldn't have had that piece of property to put Epcot on, and you know that little you know, that weird little town that they have and all that kind of stuff. All that is CIA funded stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like, it should give people like more than just pause for thought. And again, just to mention as well, then that you know, I think it was around the time maybe of the Star Trek movies. So maybe when the first Star Trek movie came along, the whole Star Trek crew, the actors, were all hanging around with all the astronauts and going to NASA and going in and out of what were called the space shuttles. And you know, again, like, just the fact that they can be sort of juxtaposed like that, as you know, William Shatner sort of said, it's the same thing. Like it doesn't make any sense if one is fantasy and the other is an actual engineering feat of leaving the Earth and going to the moon. Like, they wouldn't need to be, you know, having PR stunts even, let alone discussing their ideas for how they might get to the moon. Here, Captain James T. Kirk, you flew in the Enterprise. Like, what should we call our shuttle? Should we call it Enterprise? Like, can you tell me how do I work the shuttle? Like, it's nonsense. It's nonsense.
Well, Who's one of the first people they took up like to here lately? It was him. Also, somebody like, I was saying, well, look who like was one of the first people they took up in this little edge of space like thing for civilians. It was William Shatner. Like,
in the SpaceX thing, was it? Or was it? Yeah. If it wasn't
exactly
Elon Musk, yeah. So if it wasn't Elon Musk's SpaceX, it was
Bezos. Yeah. Actually, Bezos's. Yeah, you're right.
Jeff Bezos's one. Yeah. So right. Well, that's all. We can't go any longer, really. But I'll just play this then to play us out, and I'll say, JC, it's been a pleasure again talking to you, and of course, don't hang up just yet. And we'll talk offline then for another quick bit, and I'll play this and play it out because it's a classic, and we need to be reminded of this. And it's hard to find. I have to say, I had to specifically search for Don Pettit and Painful Process, Destroyed Technology. To try loads of combinations for this would come up, so they don't want people seeing this, I don't think.
Read between the lines. Take a listen.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. But going to Mars should be one of the next series of steps that humans do. The first step should be going back to the moon for a number of technical reasons and exploration reasons, and then after that, Mars, maybe high orbit in Venus atmosphere, maybe going to Europa. There's all kinds of targets to go to, places of interest in our solar system. The only limit to human future is in our own imaginations.
Like, I mean, again, I'll pause on there at the end, and I'm sure Owen Benjamin has probably done this already years ago, but like, he's a total aspie. Like, the state of him, he's something wrong with him. Like, he's not all there.
No, he's not, and that's probably exactly why he has the position that he has. Like, people would think that, like Trump, we had all the best people. It's like, no, we don't. No, we do not. The best people are out here in the streets, like, trying to make it and can't because they're honest. And the worst fucking people wind up in positions like his, and just basically, basically just a bag, dumb as a bag of hammers and about as useless. Right?
Yeah. And I'll say, yeah. And I want to say then as well is that I have noticed as well to myself over the years that they seem to have a way of weaponizing other people's stupidity, so that these people never suffer the consequences of their own stupidity, but we all have to suffer for it.
Yeah, I would agree. Absolutely. I mean, like I said, this is the same caliber of guy like that Jim Bob dealt with. That was like, I measure stuff. Yes. It's like, okay, measure stuff. Well, good for you. Like, you measure stuff. Well, what do you measure? I don't know, just whatever they tell me to. It's like, you don't know what it is you're measuring that they tell you. Not really, just stuff.
That's it. And so looking at him, right, he's one of the head guys, or at least public camera facing head guys. And I believe that he believes it. So he doesn't think he's lying. So he's perfect for the job, and he'd be saying to himself that they wouldn't be paying me, hundreds of thousands or millions or whatever, if whatever I was saying wasn't great. And he's totally on message. He's got the next thing we've got to do is Mars. Maybe we'll stop off on the moon for technical reasons. We'll fill those in later, but he's on the Mars message. And so if people, I guess we'll plug Jason Bermas again, because he often talks about this whole transhumanist thing and going to Mars. And it's all just, it's blowing your mind without the need for manufacturing LSD. It blows my mind that people have turned into zombies by looking at phones and believing any old nonsense. But maybe the stupider it is, maybe it's like Elon Musk says, it looks so fake, it must be real. The stupider their story is, the more believable it must be. I guess it works somewhere along that lines. But
they couldn't possibly be telling me such a big lie. Like, couldn't possibly. It's part of our own ego saying, like, I couldn't possibly be stupid enough to fall for something like that. And they couldn't possibly be evil enough or clever enough to pull something like that on me. And and it's just like that one kid, like I was talking about earlier. He talks about his job is to pilot the rover, and like the rover's got is up there on Mars, and he's piloting on a computer screen, but he's not seeing Mars from a camera. What he's looking at is a computer model of Mars that he is then piloting the rover based on. So he's not even actually seeing Mars himself. He's just seeing a digitization of Mars. That's what I was trying to think of earlier. And, that it struck me as odd. It's like, how do you even know that the rover is on Mars then? Because you can't actually see what the rover is seeing. You're just seeing a digitization of what the rover is supposed to be seeing. So
absolutely, JC. Yeah, absolutely. And that's equivalent to what I was saying earlier about how like people in Cape Canaveral talking on CB radios assumes they're talking to people on the moon, but they could be talking to somebody in that Cannon Air Base. And by the way, again, in the description, I've put a link to a movie called Capricorn 1, which is, and by the way, OJ stars in it. And sorry, he doesn't star, he's in it. But anyway, it's about basically, imagine if he wrote a book that said, here's how I would have faked the moon landings if we did not go to the moon, which we did, or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? By the way, I don't know why, but the whole movie seems to be available in all regions in HD, and so have a look at Capricorn 1. I think that's their way of sort of saying we'll make a movie, so that again people think, well, they'd hardly make a movie explaining how they fooled us. And just like you there said, JC, I think that's perfect. I'd hardly be stupid enough to fall for something so stupid, and they'd hardly be so evil enough and crazy enough to put this nonsense out there and think it would work. So it must be true.
Yeah. Exactly that. I mean, it's a clever little game they got going on there, and like I keep saying, they're playing us by using the innate like qualities that human beings just that we have, our flaws. Our flaws open us up to so many things, and it just if we're not extremely vigilant and careful, like they can sell us on anything just about. And I would say a good example of how easy it is to fake this stuff. Back when that stuff aired on TV originally, they would show little clips and models of it's basically like they do today. It's like, this is a recreation, and they showed it at the bottom of the screen that it was it was an artist representation of what was going on. But you wouldn't believe how many people that grew up during that time that I've talked to that actually believe those excerpts from the moon landing and all that were actual like things that were happening and not just artist representations. So like if they're able to make that kind of mistake, verifiably make that kind of mistake, then who's to say the whole thing couldn't have been, a mistake?
Yes, if there's a lie in one thing, it's a legal concept. If there's a lie in one thing, then the whole thing is cast into doubt. But that's just common sense as well. And then, as you said there, like they understand human psychology, but at the same time, you go up through all the ranks in any corporation, any company, like NASA or any, sort of profit motivated, like not they don't see as sort of an NGO or a semi-government type body thing. Everybody you meet on the way up or you talk to, even though they are manipulating the people below them to some extent as well, they're captivated by the same lie. So they, like you're familiar with this as well in the Masons, like they're all manipulating each other, utilizing the psychological exploits, but at the same time, they're under the trance as well. But you just assume then that there's somebody at the top who is so devious that they understand human psychology perfectly, but they're not falling for the bullshit.
Well, yes, exactly that. It's like, if you have like a group of people that like, you're trying to, manipulate, one of the easiest ways to do that is just play into their own ego, etc. It's so easy to do such a thing. It's, give them some medals, throw them a party. That's what the military does, That's why military medals became a thing in the first place. They came around when standing armies came around, you know, because before the way, I don't know if you knew the way that the military worked before, you know, standing armies, but under the medieval system and the early Renaissance system, you have basically a system where the king and the king would have a regiment of soldiers that's, you know, his, but then the rest of the army is made up of either conscript mercenaries that he bought, or conscript mercenaries another lord bought, or the you know, the households of those nobles and the minor households underneath them would be called up. So you didn't have a standing army necessarily. You basically had the king's, you know, personal bodyguard and a small force there, and then you had the other nobles controlling a small force, etc. And you know, you would basically bestow lands and things like that and give folks that kind of stuff. Well, when they came around to standing armies made up of common people mostly and everything, they had to figure out some way to get folks to want to run into gunfire, etc. You know, because it was no longer nobles and even peasants fighting with noble weapons, you know, hand weapons and stuff. Now you've got explosions and bullets zinging around. So, you know, getting people to come out of those holes and, you know, go and fight was a difficult thing. And they kept trying to figure out how to do that. And the best way to do that is play into their ego and, you know, promise them a bunch of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, or people imagine the day. Maybe it's a bit like at the end of one of those Star Wars episodes where you know, the Wookiee and everybody there is getting medals pinned to their chest, so that they're dreaming of the day when they return home and everybody is applauding them and giving them honors, and that they're the hero of the hour. But really, what they end up is cannon fodder.
Yeah, I think you're probably thinking of the Star Wars Christmas special, I believe.
Wasn't it?
I think so. Anyway, like the point still remains the same though. Like you know, they'll use all of your sins, like those 7 deadly sins, like they'll use each and every one of them to their advantage. They'll use your hate, they'll use your fear, they'll use, you know, your vanity. You know, they'll use all these things in order to get what they want. And, you know, a lot of it is just psychology you're not like even aware of at all, which is why it's able to work. Once you start making yourself aware of these things, it takes away their power.
Yeah, well, I think why this worked so well on you know, the hippie children of the sort of baby boomers, really, and I think maybe why then a lot of Gen Xers like myself and others are willing to let go of it is because it was less, well, it was destroyed for us with the Challenger, and but equally it was less part of our idea, like the ego, which sort of thinks of ourselves as it's part of intrinsic to who we are. I think the baby boomers cannot go back that far and disassemble that, because it was a formative part of what they felt was, we're leaving those terrible days of all that terrible stuff that got swept under the carpet after World War II, and now we inherit the future. If you try and pull this away from them, it's like trying to take a child's favorite toy away from them, and that's part of the ego and the pride and everything else. But look, I think we're going to have to leave it at that. Do you want to say a couple of quick closing words? In which, because listen, normally we keep it to a short 4.5 to 5 hours, but if we're not careful, we're going to go into a 7th hour. You know?
For sure. Well, yeah, like I can most certainly resonate with what you said there, and you know, that's basically the gist of it. I mean, we have got to become smarter, or I should say wiser, you know, when dealing with these things. And that's really what, you know, I liked about the way we handled this one, was we were able to go, you know, to walk through this process of looking at these videos and, you know, really, you know, examine them with a fine-tooth comb. And for like youngsters who might be seeing this later, that might be an invaluable example of the, you know, a revealing of the method, you should say.
Yeah, I hope so. And as soon as you said that, we'll definitely do something on revelation of the method. That's going to be a topic for another time. And you know, be a lot of Masonic stuff, obviously, in that.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, and again, then the idea is not just going to say, well, that's the end of the story and we've solved the problem. the idea is then, what's the next thing? Is it just going to be, right, we have to see through the Mars stuff, don't fall for that, but there'll be others as well. So extrapolate from this to the general. Don't allow your own ego to cloud your own judgment and make you want to believe in stuff just because it makes you feel good. Right, I'll say thanks again, JC, and I'll say thanks to everyone for listening, either live or in the future. And hopefully we'll see you again soon next week, around the same time, 1300 PST. I guess that's is it 1600 Eastern, something like that. Anyway, 2100 GMT.
Sounds good.
Okay, cheers for now. Bye.
Bye.